Hello, I'm Dynast Amir.
So I reached out to another friend of mine. I said, look, I need to go on vacation somewhere. Where should I go? He said, go to Africa. And not only am I going to go, I'm going to explore a new country. So I went to Tanzania, South Africa, Namibia, Mali, Senegal, Morocco, Liberia, Namibia, Kenya, the Voodoo Festival in Ouida, Gambia, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire. Sierra Leone, Ghana, Nigeria. It's been a beautiful experience, just learning more about our culture, our indigenous culture. So Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. I'm in search of my roots. In finding that, I would experience my Uhuru, which is freedom.
Till next time, Dynast Amir, I'm out.
Peace, family. I hope all is well. I hope all is going good on this. What's today? What is today? Wednesday, this hump day. I hope all is well on this hump day. This Wednesday afternoon, or it might be Wednesday morning, wherever you're at. Just hope you're having a great day. It's still cold. It is 54 degrees here in Atlanta. So to me, it's freezing. And I do not like cold weather. I was talking to a friend earlier today, and he was telling me how he enjoys the cold weather. And I'm like, listen, I forgot what he said. He said he was traveling or going to go somewhere to where it's cold. And I told him, like, I would never go out of my way to go to the cold weather. I got to have warm weather. Like, I would never go out of my way to go experience cold weather. Like, I'm not let's go skiing. And, I told him that a good friend of mine, he has invited me to Black Ski Week or Black Snow Week or Black Ski Week somewhere in Aspen, Colorado. He used to invite me all the time back in the day. And I told him, like, I will not travel out of my way to go see the snow. Like, I don't see the point of it. It doesn't make sense to me. Why would I go out of my way to go to freezing weather? I just won't do it. If I'm going to experience snow, it's going to have to snow here in Atlanta. Or, if I'm traveling out of the country, or if traveling to, Africa, usually I fly out of New York. And if it happens to be snowing in New York, when I get to New York, like in January or December, then hey, that'll be all the snow I will experience. But outside of that, I am not going out of my way to experience cold weather. So it's 54 degrees here in Atlanta, meaning to me, it is freezing. But guys, do me a favor, hit the like button. Again, hit the like button. I'm reading some of your guys' comments in the chat room. And listen, just hear me out. Hear me out when we get into the topic. I need you guys just to hear me out. All right, because I think it's important that we have this conversation. All right, in regards to George Floyd, Black Lives Matter, and this whole movement. It was nothing more than a huge money grab. Now, from the onset, I'm pretty sure people were sincere. All right. But it just evolved, or really devolved, into just this huge money grab. All right, and we'll get into that. So just give me some time. But guys, if you have not bought the documentary yet, In the Search of Uhuru, again, if you have not bought the documentary yet, In Search of Uhuru, please go to searchforuhuru.com. Again, please go to searchforuhuru.com and buy the documentary. Again, if you have not bought the documentary In Search of Uhuru, please go and purchase the documentary. Everyone has said it's a great documentary. The reviews have been positive. All the reviews have been positive, and overall, like I said, everyone has said that it's a great documentary. Also, listen, Senegal. And like I said, guys, don't tell anybody. Again, don't tell anybody, okay? We're going to keep this a secret between us, all right? We're going to keep this a secret between, people who are watching this and people who will watch this eventually. All right, Senegal. Okay, hold on. Let me whisper. I don't want nobody to hear me, okay? Senegal is my favorite country, okay, outside of Sierra Leone and Nigeria. All right. Senegal is probably my favorite country. Close second, Sierra Leone. Third, Nigeria. Again, Senegal is more than likely my favorite country. Just with Sierra Leone, the beaches is what crushes Nigeria and Senegal. Again, the beaches in Sierra Leone crush the beaches in Senegal and Nigeria. But overall, Senegal is my favorite country. With that being said, guys, we are rolling to Senegal for the Jazz Festival. Again, we are rolling to Senegal for the Jazz Festival. Okay. Yeah, Senegal is a beautiful country. So if you're interested in joining us in Senegal for the Saint Louis, I think it's how you pronounce it in French, in Francais, the Saint Louis Jazz Festival Tour. Again, if you're interested in joining us in Senegal for the Saint Louis Jazz Festival Tour, go to Danfo, DANFO.Africa. Link is in the chat room and link is on the screen. Go to Danfo.Africa to learn more. Again, go to Danfo.Africa to learn more. We would love to have you join us. Again, we would love to have you guys join us in Senegal. And this gives you an idea of everything that we're going to be doing as far as the itinerary. So again, go to Danfo.Africa. Again, please go to Danfo.Africa to learn more about the tour to Senegal, May 21st through the 30th. Again, May 21st through the 30th. Again, go to Danfo.Africa. We will love to hand you. So, guys, let's jump into the topic. All right. Let's jump right into the topic. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Let me say this. All right. I do not agree with everything that Kanye West has said. All right. Again, I do not agree with everything that Kanye West has said. All right. But this is my opinion. The lawsuit for $250 million for just repeating what was on a documentary, which, by the way, is a great documentary, guys. Make sure you go check out Candace Owens' documentary. However you feel about Candace Owens, you cannot deny the facts that are stated in her documentary in regards to BLM. And I've been saying stuff. I've been calling out BLM and saying the same thing for the past 5-6 years. All right, so all he did was just repeat what was in the documentary, which was said when one of the medical examiners was being disposed, or whatever you want to say, it was on the witness stand during the trial. All right. And we're gonna play that video here shortly. Again, we're gonna play that video here shortly. And again, like you said, I don't always agree with Candace Owens, but she makes some great points. And that's the thing, guys. You're not gonna agree with everyone. Again, you're not going to agree with everyone. But I'm over this cancel culture. Again, I'm over this cancel culture. But when it comes to George Floyd, what happened to George Floyd was disgusting. It was terrible. All right. But I just feel as if a lot of people, all right, exploited George Floyd's death to make a lot of money, including BLM. I was on a live stream, an Instagram live stream. It was Misson, I think his name is, and 19 Keys. And Lasson said out of his mouth that BLM made millionaires and a billionaire. That was out of his mouth. And we know BLM was really fueled by the George Floyd killing. So I just think a lot of people exploited the death of George Floyd for a come up. They didn't give a damn about George Floyd. I mean, come on, y'all. A lot of these people didn't give a damn about George Floyd. Let's just be honest. A lot of people did not care about George Floyd. But they saw the opportunity to come up and make money. And we're going to get into that too. The majority of all that BLM money that they raised off of the death of George Floyd did not come to the Black community. So that's why I'm saying, how you want to sue Kanye for $250 million, but you don't have that same smoke for BLM and these other people who exploited your George Floyd, whoever he is to your brother or your father, who exploited his name and image and added "I can't breathe" to the bottom of it, and came up and made millions. That's the point I'm trying to make. So you're going after Kanye because I guess it's low-hanging fruit, and right now Kanye West is not the most popular guy in a good way. But all these other people who are making money, making millions, that came up, that did not circulate any of that money back into the Black community where George Floyd comes from, they took all that money and went to the white community, the same white supremacy who they claimed they were fighting. So you take all your George Floyd money that you claim you were fighting the white supremacy system with and buy $1 million houses next to white folks. And you don't see a problem with that? But you want to go after Kanye? And you want to go after that? That's the point I'm trying to make. That's how I'm looking at it. And I'll say this, the Black community was worse off from BLM. I mean, okay, I want somebody in the chat room. I want someone in the chat room to articulate, and you can also call in. I'll put the link in the chat room. How the Black community, how we are better off after the George Floyd death, after all the protests. Hold on one second. Let me get this back in focus. How we are better off after the death of George Floyd, after all the protests, all the rallies, everybody walking in the street saying BLM, Black Lives Matter, all the riots. Tell me how we're better off. What do we actually gain from that? I know a lot of Black-owned businesses got burnt down. I know the movement, so-called movement, got hijacked by Antifa and white liberals. I know a lot of Negroes can't use that as an opportunity to come to the community and loot the community. I know that. I know you guys still haven't got your George Floyd bill passed. So just explain to me how after George Floyd and BLM, all this work they're claiming to do, again, all this work that they're claiming to do, because they're saying because of the lawsuit, I mean, they said they're filing the lawsuit because it's getting in the way of the work that they're doing. I'm trying to figure out what work and how has it moved the needle forward or pushed the needle forward, if that's the correct saying, for Black folks. That's all I'm asking. It has not been any changes. Police are still policing. Police are still policing. George Floyd bill has not been passed. But all I know, a lot of folks came up. So let me show this to you guys. Hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. I was on Amazon this morning and I saw this. Hold on, here we go. Guys, I was on Amazon this morning. Yeah, it has. Listen, it doesn't affect the police. Again, we took a bigger L when this is all said and done. The Black community took a bigger L than a W. Again, the Black community took a bigger L. You're right. Black people were getting killed during a protest. Then after the George Floyd killing, and just because just because Trump happened to be in office, every Black man that got killed by the police, every Black man that got killed by the police, even if it was justified. Yeah, I said it. Some of these police shootings were justified. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say it. It might offend a lot of people. Some of these police shootings were justified. In particular, the one here in Atlanta, Rashard Brooks. The one in I forgot the what's his name? Jacoby. What's his name? The one where the guy went to the car and was reaching for something in the car, and the cop shot him in the back. Rightfully so. I'm sorry. Call it like I see it. What was the guy's name? Jacoby. Somebody help me up in the chat room. But we'll talk about Rashard Brooks. Rashard Brooks was justified. So Rashard Brooks gets killed by the police. Jacob Blake justified. So after the Rashard Brooks shooting, Jacob Blake shooting, which were justified, we burn stuff down, and here in Atlanta, a little girl was killed because BLM decided they want to set up an illegal barricade in the middle of Metropolitan, and they killed the girl. I'm sorry, Jacob Blake and Rashard Brooks were justified. They were both justified. So now, even Black men who are making terrible decisions, all right, stupid decisions, and happen to be killed by police, Black folks and Black folks and Antifa decided just to go tear stuff up and tear up communities. But you notice now that Biden's in office, and like Crypto Black said in the chat room, a lot of this was politically motivated. Because you notice now that since Biden is in office, there's been a couple of shootings of Black men by the police. BLM is nowhere to be found. They cashed out. I'm telling you, man, it was a money grab. George Floyd was the biggest money grab, political grift one of the biggest money grabs / political grifts in the black community in the history of the black community. Period. Period. And again, I think people meant well, but once people saw the money, dude got shot 50 times this year on tape and nobody said a thing. Yeah, because Biden's in office. So you can't use the Trump, the white supremacist, is fueling these police to kill these black men. You can't use that argument because Biden's in office. And the BLM, they didn't cashed out. They didn't got their money. They 90 million. They didn't move to the hills. They moved on. Like I said, this was the biggest hustle. This was the biggest hustle and grift. And all I'm saying is the family of George Floyd, rest in peace, George Floyd. I think their energy as far as suing Kanye is misdirected when there's a whole lot of other people that they should be going after. They cashed out. They cashed out. What movement? The movement's nowhere to be found. Black Lives Matter was a 4-year hustle. All right, started when Trump got in office and when Biden ended when Biden got into office. All right, then BLM, Patrice Cullors of them, they swore that once Biden got into office, that Biden was going to give them a seat at the table, and Biden said, "Nah." Don't believe me? Look it up. Like they were upset after Biden got elected. BLM, Patrice Cullors of them, were upset that Biden wouldn't meet with them. This is truth. Look it up. This was all a money grab. Like I said, they took that money and moved with the white folks. They said they not living with you niggas. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Y'all, I'm sorry. Listen, I do not condone using the N-word. I'm sorry. My bad. I apologize for using the N-word. That slipped out. But that's what happened, all right? They got their money and they moved with white folks. All right. They're trying to get in with Biden. Biden was like, whatever. Yeah, I slipped up. I'm sorry. I don't like to use the N-word. I'm sorry, but I'm just saying. Yeah, it was a reflex, right? It was a reflex. I'm sorry. I didn't listen. I don't use the N. I try not to use the N-word. I don't like it. I'm sorry. I apologize. But again, that's what they did. It was a hustle. It was all about self. It wasn't about the community. These folks care less about the community. In fact, I'm gonna tell you how I'm gonna tell you how I know BLM could care less about the black community. All that money that they raised, they either put it in their own pockets, moved to white communities, or they gave it to non-black organizations. That's what they did with the money. Off of the death of George Floyd. That's what BLM did with the money. Black Lives Matter. That's BLM. Black Lives Matter. All that money that was raised, either within their pockets, acquiring $1 million properties in predominantly white communities, or going to other trans, LGBTQ, non-black organizations. That's where the money went. They could care less about the black community. It was a come up. The movement is dead. It's over. Black Lives Matter, the movement. I know how people are saying, well, Dynast, man, you can't correlate the movement with the people and the organization. It's all dead. It's done. It's dead. It's done. They have infighting going on amongst the organizations. Outside of that, it's dead. It's done. It's over. Again, where's BLM at? Black men have been getting killed by the police this year. They're nowhere to be found. They're not kicking out no racist Latinos. Those Latinos are still in office. Only 2 resigned. Out of 4, only 2 resigned. The other 2 are still there. But again, these black, like Crypto Black said, you had a black man get shot 50 times on camera, nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found, BLM. Nowhere to be found. It's dead. It's dead. The other two ain't going. Look, they are trying to kick out the other two. Listen, the other two are like, listen, we'll leave when we get ready. Again, they said we will leave when we get ready. We will move on. We'll resign when we get ready. That's what they're telling you. And listen, I'm not mad. Listen, I'm not mad at all. Them other Latinos said, we'll leave when we get ready. Y'all can show up and protest all you want to. When we get ready, that's when we'll leave. And listen, I'm not mad. Yeah, Tamika Mallory telling you guys to burn down the neighborhood. I mean, listen, these folks played you. They played you. They played you. And I'm not mad. Because even to this day, you still got black folks defending BLM. These folks told you to burn down your own communities. These folks. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go right here. Here we go. Here we go. Tamika Mallory. Hold on. See, this is what they told you guys to do. She got the bag, though. She got the bag. Hold on. Hold on. This is what they told you guys to do. This right here. Hold on one second, guys. This is what they told you guys to do. Hold on.
Black people. Don't talk to us about looting. Y'all are the looters. America has looted black people. What is happening in America is that white nationalism ideology is running wild. And the reason why buildings are burning is because this city, this state, would prefer preserving that white nationalism and that white supremacist mindset over arresting, charging, and helping to convict 4 officers who killed the black man. That is the reality of what we're dealing with. This is not just a few cops doing things across the country. This is not a good cop versus bad cop situation. This is Ahmaud Arbery being shot down by white men on the streets of Georgia. Breonna Taylor being killed in her home. This is in New York City, where we were until freedom. We were just in New York fighting the police officers who, in the name of social distancing, were damn near killing black young people on our streets. This is a coordinated activity happening across this nation. And so we are in a state of emergency. Black people are dying in a state of emergency. We cannot look at this as an isolated incident. The reason why buildings are burning are not just for our brother George Floyd. They're burning down because people here in Minnesota are saying to people in New York, to people in California, to people in Memphis, to people all across this nation, enough is enough. And we are not responsible for the mental illness that has been inflicted upon our people by the American government, institutions, and those people who are in positions of power. I don't give a damn if they burn down Target, because Target should be on the streets with us, calling for the justice that our people deserve. Where was AutoZone at the time when Philando Castile was shot in a car, which is what they...
See, this is the problem I got with this. I don't give a damn if they burn down Target. Okay, no problem. But how about you take that BLM money, erect the BLM store, and hire people in our community? So you burn down the Target that was hiring our folks. Okay, now they can't work. Same thing with AutoZone. You burn down these businesses that employ our people. Okay, I get it. So you got $90 million. How about you come back into the community, replace AutoZone and Target with the BLM auto parts store, the BLM Target, and hire our people. But you guys burn down shit in the community, then y'all dip and go live in your white suburb. So you tell folks to go into our communities and burn everything down. Meanwhile, you guys leave and go to your white suburbs. You complain about the white nationalists, but I guarantee you will not go. You, BLM, Tamika Mallory, Antifa, whatever. I guarantee you guys will not go into any predominantly white, so-called redneck, whatever you want to call it, Confederate flag flying, white nationalists, white folks, suburb community, and start mess with them. I guarantee you guys won't. You guys won't do it. But you want to tell people to burn stuff down in our communities. You want to tell folks to burn down the resources in our communities. But you won't dare go into the communities where these so-called white nationalists are. You won't dare go into the community where these so-called white nationalists are. You won't show up and like one match. I guarantee you won't. And that's the problem. You hate the white nationalists. You hate them. But y'all will not go into the communities and touch one thing. But you burn our stuff down in our communities. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. That's all I'm saying. You in LA, I guarantee you won't go to Orange County. They call it the orange fence. Some of those white neighborhoods and start trashing them white neighborhoods. I guarantee you won't. You in Atlanta, I guarantee you won't go to Cobb County and start some mess. Or Coweta County. I guarantee you won't. But you'll burn down, our own communities. Crazy. No, it's the truth. I ain't lying. It's the truth. It's the truth. No, I know Target's not ours. But Target hires our people. And nobody on here hires more black people than Target. Let's just keep it real. That's the point I'm trying to make. Target's not ours. Okay. But listen, tell me anybody in this chat room who hires more black folks than Target. If you take away, you got to replace. If you take away, you got to replace. That's all I'm saying. All right, links in the chat room. You cannot compare white people riding outside a football game after a game to the mess that happened during these riots here in Atlanta or across America. Y'all need to stop that. Y'all make all that's the problem with black people. We make every excuse for black dysfunction. Well, white people do it too. That's your guys' response to dysfunction in our community for everything. White people do it too. Man, white people kill each other too, man. White people do it too. I mean, I know he shot 25. I know that black man's a gang member and he destroys his community, but white people do it too. That's your excuses for everything. It's that we're gonna justify black people being dysfunctional by saying white people do it. More black people died during the marches. Exactly. So what was it for? Absolutely nothing. This movement accomplished nothing except for a few people got rich. There we go. This movement accomplished nothing except for a few people got rich. That's it. That's all. Prove me wrong. On one hand, y'all want to call the white man the devil. On one hand, the white man is the devil who came from the Caucasus Mountains and crawled out of a hole. The white man. So why are you comparing yourself to the white man? The white man is the racist, white supremacist, white nationalist, racist. You know, he came out of Europe. You know, he out of the hells, the caves of Europe. He's a monster. So why do you keep comparing yourself to this white man? That's what I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. All dysfunction you claim you compare to you blame the white man. But I thought we were better than the white man. I thought we were the moral fabric and the moral fiber. I thought black people were supposed to be peaceful. But you compare all our effort, you blame the white man. It's the white man's fault for everything. The caves. The white man came from the caves of Europe, man. He came from the caves. The white supremacy, man. The white supremacy, man. See, the moral compass. There we go. Moral compass. Moral compass. There we go. But damn it, when we get to killing each other, black folks get to killing each other, burning down the communities, tearing shit up in our communities, the moral compass goes out the door. We start, well, white folks do it too. Immediately we jump into white people do it too. Golly, man, y'all something else. Links in the chat room if you want to call in. Link is in the chat room if you want to call in. Link is in the chat room. Yeah, but like I said, I think the lawsuit should be. I mean, it's misdirected. That's my honest opinion. It's misdirected. Yeah, man, the white man's a Neanderthal. Well, goddamn, can black if the black man is non-Neanderthal and pure and full human with a heart and we love and we're peaceful people, why every time all this function in our community we want to blame the Neanderthal or say, well, the white man, the Neanderthal from the Caucasus Mountains, he does it too. All right, links in the chat room. If you want to call in, you can add to the conversation. If you want to call in, you can add to the conversation. Suing Kanye for $250 million. Come on now. It's a money grab. It's a money grab. $250 million. That's a money grab. Come on now. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, and didn't Kanye just give him $2 million?
Yeah, allegedly, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like on a news story. I'm like, what world am I living in when you're more mad about him saying he didn't even say anything that bad, but you don't want to get out the people who profited off your family. I don't get this, man. I don't get this.
Like I said, I think it's a money grab. I mean, it's for attention. It's a money grab. That's my honest opinion.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, I've been hearing about it for years, and like you said, I mean, in fact, I want to see. I mean, I'm in Cobb County right now, and I don't see them coming over here doing that mess, like you said, and disturbing anybody or burning anything down in Kennesaw, or Cartersville, like you're saying. So
Exactly. Let me bring T Arca in. Go ahead, T Arca.
Yeah, back in the 60s when Dr. King was leading his nonviolent movement, it was other groups tearing up shit. And the press asked Dr. King about it. And Dr. King stated, and it's a very famous quote, that riots are the language of the unheard. Why did Dr. King give the people this quote that riots are the language of the unheard? Because black people were rioting back then. There was no Black Lives Matter back then. Even before Dr. King came into being, you hear about all type. Donald Trump's father was in a race riot in New York. There was race riots all the way up until the Rodney King verdict, when they seen the police whoop somebody, and they like, nah, we ain't taking it. That's been our attitude, whether the BLM organization came into existence or not. When we see the police do something crazy like that, ain't none of us standing for it. So to sit up here and act like that the BLM organized black people and every other person who was non-black to get out into the streets because we seen
They did. They encouraged
we
black
do
folks
this regardless,
BLM encouraged black folks to get into the streets. Your politicians did. AOC was like, make people feel uncomfortable. They did. They did.
Just cause you say it, bro.
They did.
Just cause you say it don't make it true, Dynast. Just cause you feel that way doesn't make it true.
Did you listen to Mika Holler? Did you listen to what she said? She gave a damn about it.
But that was the sentiment, bro. That was the sentiment of a lot of black people. Just because we didn't go out in the streets.
Not me. A lot. Okay, so
hold on.
Hold on. But when you say a lot, you're saying that the majority of black folks supported this stuff that was going on in our communities during these riots, and that's a no.
Absolutely. Okay. The majority of black people supported what was going on. We told those
burn it down the community.
We told those Antifa dudes to stop burning shit down because that's gonna make bad repercussions on us. We told them that. We told those Antifa dudes to stop doing that, but they felt it necessary to come out in the streets with the people who was coming out in the streets. It ain't got nothing to do with BLM. The reason why people was out in the streets, people were out in the streets because they seen a black man, brother. They seen the black.
Tiaka, let me ask you a question. We've had a number of black shooting. I mean, we've had a number of black men being killed by police this year. Where they at? Why people ain't out in the streets?
Hold up, check this out. First of all, I'm of the opinion that the police do a good job. There are tens of thousands of cities in America. It may not be that many, and but it's hundreds of thousands of police interactions every day, and basically they do a professional job. I'm not anti-police. I'm saying that when we do see something like that, as a black person, just like the T-shirt, it triggers a response in some of us. Maybe not you,
But
maybe
Tiarka,
not you.
you're missing my point. So your argument is BLM had nothing to do with the riots when they were openly encouraging get out in the streets and riot. Number two, like I said, this year alone, all right, there have been a number of killings of black men by the police. No one is out in the streets doing nothing. And
Yeah, okay. But I'm saying we was out in the, whether BLM became a movement or not, they would have garnered the same response from us. It doesn't matter about it. I remember when stuff first started kicking, because we first started seeing a lot of it during the Obama administration, and it looked like they was fucking with him by shooting men, women, and children, and women. They were shooting them in situations where they didn't need to get shot. People were outraged. People were like, that personally affect a black person, like, damn, I ain't got to do nothing. I could do everything the police say. He still may shoot me. What the hell is going on? Something got to change. It triggered a response in us. It don't have nothing to do with what the BLM organization. I never said Black Lives Matter as a chant. It's not my thing. But I know the sentiment. I know the sentiment and what they saying. I'm not thinking when they say Black Lives Matter, they're talking about the organization. That is, you pretending with yourself if that's what you telling yourself in the audience.
listen,
That's what they do.
Tiarka, the slogan Black Lives Matter, I don't care what you say, is attached to the organization. Period. We could try to avoid it, we could try to deny it. That's just what it is. The same way MAGA, for the most part, is attached to Trump. Like you can't disassociate the two.
I'm saying Black Lives Matter is something new. We've been doing the same activity since day one, Dynast. They just let off our neck basically in the 60s, bro. You know what I'm saying? We basically been free since the 60s. You know what I'm saying? They didn't put in place over 20, count them, 20 civil rights bill to teach white people on how to treat us, because we constantly having this battle in this society, bro. You know what I'm saying? Things have gotten a whole lot better. But when we see stuff like that, it triggers a response in us, because we all have a collective trauma when it comes to this type of stuff.
You're not getting the point, because once it was triggered, you had BLM, you had even politicians encouraging to get out and getting out in the streets and make people feel uncomfortable in our own communities, which is stupid. Al, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, good evening, Dynast. Good evening, everyone. Tiarka. Basically, what I can see where he's coming from in some kind of way. Obviously, it's quite emotional, isn't it? To see a brother being killed like that, by a police officer, and a lot of the black community. Even you yourself, Dynast, you probably feel the same way. But however, Black Lives Matter movement has brought black progress. I think they have brought us back to like 30, 40 years backwards. I was with them in Bristol here when they brought down the Colston statue. I don't know if you remember that. You see, Bristol is the first city that actually started bringing statues down in the world. And, I grew up in this city where, we have the bus boycott movement. A lot of the civil rights movement, was here. However, this George Floyd era, when he got killed, when that statue got brought down, the amount of people that was out there trying to stand up against racism and so on, compared to what it is now, like a year or two after, it's not the same. These people actually, what I noticed, they use in America in general, they use black people for votes. Like Joe Biden, he used BLM
exactly,
to galvanize votes,
exactly.
so we can get people on his side. Like, I got the black people, look at me, I'm part of your movement, so vote for me, and so on, and look at the betrayal. And it's the same thing that black people feel in the UK, and all that. It's actually with the white liberals. The liberals, they're always trying to approach us, oh yeah, we understand your issues, let's go out there, let's cause a lot of trouble. You find like a segment of the liberals, like the anti-climate or the LGBT plus Q, this sort of people that already got issue with their own population. Yeah. So they're actually trying to build an alliance with the black people. And however, we don't have the same struggle. And when we march to them in the street, we create more hate towards, the white people start to dislike us more. And we live in their country, basically. And that's my experience in the UK. In fact, if anything, BLM have brought us a lot of nightmare in this country. It's like we have gone backwards, basically, since this BLM. And I wish it didn't happen.
Let me pass it to Ram. Go ahead, Rama. Unmute yourself, Rama Love.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I've been watching your live streams for a couple weeks now. I wanted to add in this topic that I agree with the guy before me that BLM definitely has tarnished our image a lot. I feel like that it has caused more destruction and harm and division than actual unity. And they always pop up every time, like during election season. Like right now, they're like at it again when it's midterms going on.
Where I don't see BLM out. Like I don't see
I'm
them out
seeing
anymore.
local like I saw some protests. I forgot where it was, but there was like another unarmed black man that got murdered. But it's just weird how the videos pop out of nowhere and start getting traction when it's near election season. Like, and I'm just like, what happens before election season? Like, if this happens all the time, like all these police that murder black people, I'm like, why do the videos only pop up when it's during election season?
I'm gonna tell you why. Like somebody said in the chat room. So when Trump was in office, the argument was these white police officers are being enabled by Donald Trump. That's why these unarmed black men are being killed. They don't have that argument no more. And then they were hoping that they could get a seat at the table with Biden. And Biden told them, pretty much, y'all need to, I'll get to y'all when I can. And that didn't happen. So, I mean, pretty much the reason why you don't see them out like you used to is because, number one, Trump's not in office, so they can't use the white supremacy cop narrative anymore that Trump's enabling them. Number two, Biden said F them. And number three, I mean, they pretty much cashed out.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's there's like literally no excuses anymore when it comes to like holding the community accountable. Like all the destruction. We had millions of people all over the world that donated money to this organization, and how they use the money and the funds. It's so weird when I bring this up, and then other black people said, "Oh well, other white charity organizations do the same shit. They launder money." I'm like, yeah, so what? We're not white.
It's back to the white folk. They want to blame.
They
white
always
folk.
do that. I'm like, we're not white though. Like we're, other people are gonna hold us like more accountable when it comes to this stuff. And that was our last opportunity to gain sympathy from other people to actually help our community. Like you actually had the money that could come back to the community to fix up a lot of the shit, but instead it went to these ladies. Like they bought properties, I think they bought stocks. Like it's so fucked up. And also I just want to say the whole George Floyd's family, I think Kanye was one of the very few black celebrities that donated directly to the family. I think he gave $2 million to the daughter, while other black celebrities gave money to the organization. So that was like, I remember that. I was like, oh wow, that was so nice of Kanye to actually give money to the daughter, to the family directly. And I think he, paid her tuition for the future or something like that for college. I'm not sure, but that was really nice of Kanye. And I was just like, wow, like to hear the news that they're gonna sue him now, And not Candace Owens. Why aren't they suing Candace Owens? She actually has a whole documentary about the
Yeah,
whole
but
deal.
see, the thing is, there's if you watch a documentary, there's really nothing they could sue over. I mean, everything like that. That documentary was so like on point and tight. Like, what can you like? She brought so many receipts. Like, what can you
Right.
sue over? Like, you can't like if you watch a documentary, she presented facts, receipts. Like, what can you sue over?
What didn't the jury see though? What didn't the jury see that she saw that made her documentary such a fact? And why is Kanye getting sued for spreading disinformation like Alex
It's not
Jones?
this. Hold on, I'm gonna play the clip in the. Hold on, let me get T on here and some other people, but I'm gonna play the clip that Kanye was referring to, and that's why I'm saying this is nothing more than a money grab. That's all it is. It's a money. You can sue. You can sue over anything. I could sue T for saying he just looked at me funny on my live stream.
Yeah.
I mean, it's America. You can sue over everything. So
yeah, definitely.
I'm gonna play the clip. And like I said, it's frivolous. And me personally, I'm not a lawyer, but I think it's gonna get thrown out. Just me personally, unless they just got a point to prove. But it's really nothing there. All right, go ahead, T.
Yeah, man. Shout out to you, Donis, and shout out to my boy, the C Factor, man. I know that's the homie I know personally. But anyway, man, what is interesting to me about Black Lives Matter is I see it as a complete failure amongst Black men. Because anytime I see a Black man come in and defend Black Lives Matter, I have to ask him, did you even go to their website? And did you even read their mission statement? Because if you're still clueless on how they truly think about you, that is a failure on you and why you're not taken seriously. That is 8 years ago. Black Lives Matter came out in 2014, and you still have not read their mission statement, how they don't respect you, how they don't need you in the family, how the organization is uplifting women and, like, what do they say, disabled Black folks and the LGBT crowd. How can you as a Black man, knowing this, still support them? How can you as a Black man know this? They don't want you anywhere in their leadership. They say that this is an LGBT organization. Look at the heads, all lesbians. Lesbians don't even deal with you.
Except for one. I think one wasn't. I think one, but the other two were. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the thing is, Black men's deaths are being exploited for their benefit. And all Black Lives Matter is doing is just marching on the street with shirts begging white people to like them or see them as a human. They're not doing anything else. So how can a man get behind that? And also, I believe the only reason why Black Lives Matter even changed their statement on their website is because when they went worldwide about George Floyd, other men from other countries, not African-American men, other men read that statement and they're like, no, we can't get behind this. What do you mean you're going to take the man out the family? No, but Black men, because we're so emotional and we don't do any research, this is how we get pimped and played.
I would
why no one's going to respect us. It is the Black man's failure to read. It's almost as if the Black men are still like slaves. They just sit there and listen to whatever they hear on TV, and they act highly emotional, and they go along with this. So Black Lives Matter is a failure of the Black man.
Notion of Black man. I would disagree with that characterization of Black man in terms of our intellect and emotional state of being. What I will state is this: I'm someone who is very active in the activist community. And when Black Lives Matter, the organization, I'm not talking about the movement for police accountability, but when the organization came to be, I was made aware rather in 2014 about their position of terms of Black men not wanting to be part of part of the community, not wanting them to be part of family as well. So I think this notion that Black men are stupid, Black men don't read, Black men.
Yeah, but Lumumba, if I can
we said nothing, brother. Come on,
hold on, T. But Lumumba, but there are still a lot of Black men, even after it was presented what Black Lives Matter is about, including Roland Martin, a lot of our so-called intellectuals who still are supporting, even to this day, BLM. And so that's the point I'm trying to. So I think I understand where T's coming from. So he wasn't like me. I knew it was a fraud back in 2016.
Right. But so here's the issue I have, if I could interject. So one, there are individuals in our community, male and female, that are politically immature. That's number one. Number two, when we have individuals in our community that are politically immature, we don't have to use the type of Black misandric rhetoric to describe them, particularly when they are Black men. I think that's just absolutely ridiculous, because if we use this type of Black misandric rhetoric to describe our own brothers, then what do you think other racial ethnic groups of people are going to do? So we can criticize, we can correct and encourage, rather than simply criticizing and using negative type of adjectives to describe our people engaging in behavior that we believe is unbecoming. We could do that. We can correct and encourage.
Yeah, you're right. Just like how all the Black men have BLM shirts on at the NBA kneeling, looking like clowns.
Black misandric talking points and rhetoric. That's just unnecessary. We're supposed to be at a higher level intellectually, so we don't have to use those type of adjectives.
How is that misandric rhetoric? All you have to do is look at the Black man response. There are Black men still saying Black Lives Matter.
I'm going to answer the question. How is it misandric rhetoric? And if you're familiar with Black misandry, and I'm familiar with Black misandry, and if you're unfamiliar with it, I would suggest that maybe you review some of the work of Dr. T. Hassan Johnson, who is one of the leading scholars in Black misandry, not only in higher education, but in American society.
I ride for Black men, brother.
But part of the part and parcel of Black misandric rhetoric, going all the way back to 19th century ethno-feminists, is this concept of Black men being highly emotional, unintelligent, and what almost having a primitive nature in which they do things. That's why I made the claim that it was Black misandric rhetoric.
Oh my! So I guess Roland Martin is just some masculine Black man speaking on issues.
I'm not going to Black behavior.
He's more like a mainstream Black media, like mainstream media.
I'll criticize the behavior, not the person. That's what you do when you have an intellectual discussion. You criticize the behavior, not the person. You criticize the argument and not the person. I don't know Roland Martin. I've never met the man. I don't care to meet the man. But
fair play, fair-minded, fair play.
Someone who is having an intellectual conversation, I'm going to criticize the behavior or the argument, not the individual person.
Yeah, brother, but you need to start generalizing, because there was not no major African-American pushback, especially from Black men on Black Lives Matter. Black men are marching with the shirts, hands up, don't shoot, behind women, behind feminist, liberal women who probably don't even respect Black men who hold Miss Sanders' views.
I'm going to give you an example.
Let the professor speak.
I'm from Southwest Ohio. I'm from Dayton, Ohio. Black Lives Matter has set up a chapter of the organization in Cincinnati. The organization in Cincinnati came out publicly in the Cincinnati Enquirer and said, we are disavowing ourselves of Black Lives Matter. We believe that what they have actually promoted and marched on and publicly looked to gather funds for was disingenuous. They're going into an opposite direction. They're gaining funds based on trying to promote police accountability, but they're using the funds to actually provide resources for the LGBTQ community. They disavowed themselves of Black Lives Matter and actually created their own organization. So in my state, this is something that I have seen.
What organization was that?
That was in Cincinnati. So the former chapter of Black Lives Matter Cincinnati disavowed the Black Lives Matter organization in the Cincinnati Enquirer. They put out actually press release. They had a press conference, and then they created their own organization because they felt that.
What was it called?
I can't recall what it was called. This is back in like 2015, 2016. But this was something that was publicly done. So all I'm saying that there has been a group in the African American activist community that has seen from the start that they are not about that life, right? That they are disingenuous, that they are raising funds under false pretenses, and they've moved away and shifted to doing something completely different and disavow. I can even argue when the situation went down in Ferguson, I had some brothers and sisters who were boots on the ground in Ferguson, and they were telling me personally about some of the things that the Black Lives Matter organization were doing, and that they stated to me, based on their experience, that we should have nothing to do with them, and I followed their lead. And this is all the way back in 2014.
All right, let's pass. Go ahead, Danette. I'm sorry, Tony Smith. Tony Smith was ready. Go ahead, Tony.
Hey, I came on to make a totally different point, but I now have to comment on what was just said. So, in the Black community, we have all these intelligent Black people, Black men, like he said, Dr. T. Hassan, and many others that have their channels, they have other stuff, but we never had a I don't know if you would call it a counter movement, but we never had a response to
the push for for toxic masculinity. There was never an organized reaction from Black men towards that. And then when Black women had this Black Girls Rock, there was never a celebration of Black boys. So when I hear people say that there has been some activity or activism in terms of Black men doing what does it look like? Because I haven't seen that.
Well, so I think that's a great question. I think number one, we know that Black men are the biggest threat to racism, white supremacy. And so as a result, when these things do take place with Black men, it's not promoted in the same manner that it's promoted for Black women. Black women tend to have a higher level of social mobility, which they're seen as less threatening to the power structure. So I think that is one issue that we could look at. But I can argue Dr. I forget his name, Paul Hill. He's out of Cleveland. He runs a national Black male rights of passage actual organization based in Cleveland, but it's national in scope. And so I think that would be one example. I went through the symbol Wachanga, the Young Lions rights of passage that comes out of the US organization, Black cultural nationalism from the 1960s. So these initiatives are present, but they aren't oftentimes promoted in the public sphere, particularly in mainstream media, because of the reasons that I just articulated.
But let me follow up with Tony real quick. But Tony has a great point, because I remember when the whole Black men are toxic movie was going on. If you were a Black male and you publicly on social media came out and said, no, we're not only did you have Black women, you had a whole group of Black men who were calling themselves male feminists who were attacking you. Absolutely. One group in particular, there's these brothers called Very Smart Brothers who wrote this article that Black men are the white men of the Black men, or something crazy.
All that.
So, but the thing is, whenever you came at them or responded, you had not only Black women, but more Black men who were just coming after you. That's why I understand where T is coming from. Where
and if I could, I think some of that is based on the fact that a lot of men, unfortunately, are being raised by their mother. And so they're oftentimes socialized to believe that being a good man means agreeing with women and doing whatever women want. I'm also going to give an example to what you just spoke to, Dynas. And unfortunately, in my hometown of Dayton, Ohio, there was a situation where baby mama and baby dad, the father and the mother of a child, got into the argument. The father killed the young lady, right, in front of their son. So, of course, he's in prison doing life without parole. And the brother came out on social media and said, well, this is an example of Black men, and this is our fault, and so on and so forth. And I said, well, I don't even know this guy. How's his mom? I don't even know this guy. I don't even live in Dayton anymore. So I agree with you that we do see a segment in our community of these Black male feminists who are almost kowtowing to the matriarchy, so on and so forth. But I would want to be reserved to believe that isn't on a macro level. I would hope it is not. But I just know that in terms of the men that I am in circles with, that is not the case.
Man, do you think the three-letter word white men are the ones who are the ones making all the noise, stopping Ye from doing his thing? It's the men that's come out saying anything. Now, I reject your notion saying that what I was saying is misandrous talking points. I never side with feminists or misandrous anywhere. You will never hear me support Cynthia G or none of that. But there is a large segment of Black men in our community, very liberal, and we have to understand, when you got 80% of Black men who vote who are liberal, you have to understand the majority of them probably don't have mothers at the home who will get on here, fight you, and say all types of nonsense defending Black Lives Matter. And it is valid to ask them, did you even at least read their website? Did you even at least read? That is a valid question to ask. And also to not hold them accountable for it is just ridiculous. This is why Democrats write these disrespectful articles about Black men, because they know we don't do nothing.
Black Lives Matter, the organization. You keep insisting that. You keep insisting that over and over and over again. Every time you get a chance to talk, you say Black men are coming on here defending the Black Lives Matter organization. Where have Lamoma done that? Have I done that? Nobody is defending that, but you keep repeating it because it's true only in your head. It's true only in your head, bro. No one is defending what the Black Lives organization did. No one is defending gay people rights and all that stuff. When Black people first seen that on their website, all Black people I know said, man, we ain't with that. We ain't with that.
If we still out on the street marching with them with the shirts on, we are definitely with that.
I think. Let me interject. I think what T's referring. Oh, see, I can't even say is black men in the media. I know a whole lot of black men that even after they saw what was on the site were still like rolling with BLM. I still know black people who even what's going on right now with BLM. I'm gonna read this super chat real quick. I like for this fabulous diva to actually call in. Who are still okay. I understand that there's infighting within the BLM organizations, but you still got a lot of black men who are defending Patrice Cullors in them. You know, and that other group, even but primarily like in not only in the media, but even people I know. I got a friend who swears he's anti-capitalist. The minute I brought up BLM in the houses, he started defending them. Well, you know, they're a nonprofit, you know, they're allowed to, you know, buy houses. I'm like, hold on, man. I thought you was against the white supremacy capitalism.
Thank you. But may I interject?
So you gotta understand, there's still a lot of black men who are defending it. Let me read the super chat real quick though. But then I want to pass it to Deneb. Professor Lumumba is right. BLM the organization and BLM grassroots are not the same. Stop getting that twisted. The first is white funded alphabet group, and the other is the true righteous movement. I'm sorry, Fabulous Diva, but the BLM the organization is the loudest and most recognized BLM. It's just it's what it is. Like when people think BLM, they're not thinking BLM grassroots. They thinking Patrice Cullors in them. That was the loudest. They had the largest platform. That's who got all the money. So that's who they're thinking. And I think grassroots right now is in the middle of a lawsuit with the organization. So it's interesting to see how that plays out. So you got one saying we're the real BLM, and then you got the other BLM saying, nah, we're the real BLM.
So let me say this, because one thing, and this is to Brother T, because when he responded to the claim I made, he made a correction. He said some black men, but initially he just said black men. So if you say some black men engage in this type of behavior, I have no problem with it. But when you say
semantics, man,
let me finish. But when you just say black men, meaning or inferring all black men, that's when I take umbrage with that type of language, because that means you're talking about me.
And I agree. Of course, I don't mean all. I mean, I know there's a segment, but yeah. But the thing is, man, I want the best for black men. I'm tired of us being disrespected. I'm tired of our lives being used for money. I'm tired of people manipulating our emotions. We are being ignored politically, and we are being talked to like children. Children, and I can't see any other group being talked to like this. And I'm just wondering, where is the groundswell of black men that's saying, no, you're not going to disrespect us like this? I mean, what was Joe Biden? Let me say this real quick. It was Joe Biden, Simone Simmons, who made a tweet when she was running with Joe Biden saying, we don't care about the opinions of black men. Like, how can she even get away with saying that with no type of consequences? For a president running for the United States. It's just that type of disrespect that I'm tired of seeing. And I feel like black men were still voting for them. We're not showing no consequences, and we're just giving these people exactly what they want.
Okay. I would just like to raise my hand. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Deneb. Go ahead, Deneb. Floor's yours, Deneb. Go ahead.
I just was listening to what the brother Lumumba was saying. That was deep what you just said, but I didn't know that. But I just want to first point that the other thing that Dinah's pointed out about how the Black Lives Matter splintered had some sort of leadership issue. People forget about all these things, but I just wanted to say, at this point, if it started in whatever 2014, 15, if there are so many people that are like dissatisfied with the direction that the BLM seems to be going. What happened in Ohio, Lumumba?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened in Ohio could happen anywhere else, and people should probably, take a note of that, and go back to doing things that used to be done, where there were more people in doing activism, individuals participating in activism. And I just want to say one last thing, because I don't want to say too much. I think this is also this is a ripe time, I think, for people to develop their base by developing their manifestos. Like seriously, like if you really think about what happened in Buffalo, New York with that supermarket, that youngster drove 2 hours away to and see, the other thing is this. If you notice, a lot of these other types of crimes, actually the victims are not black men. They're actually old black women, people's mothers and grandmothers. It's real messed up. So I want to make this point that if the white boys are making manifestos, then we need to go back to the drawing board and reestablish the same thing, and create and start from the family, start from the household, start from the family structure. It starts with your home. It starts with the people you live with, your children, and we have to grow from the ground up. Because who really cares what BLM is doing outside the home? It really starts in the home, and it all has to do with education. And of course, whether you like it or not, people are going to have to like develop their own propaganda to fight what's going on, because the whole thing about BLM being hijacked, who knows what that was about? You can hijack anything if you have enough money and if you have enough resources. And we already know what type of situation we're in. We're with our backs to the wall all the time. So we shouldn't really be too tripped out about that. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, let me. One second, Lumumba. Let me pass it to Tabula, because she's been waiting to, or she. Tabula, go ahead, Tabula.
Yes, I would just like to say, if we analyze what's actually happening, black men are not taking time. We're condemning on this show, but you got to name the females that were head of the organization and show how they have failed while they have had support from the whole black community, and they're lesbian, that they still failed and they produce failure at the helms, and nobody's pointing that out. Black men and women always support people in their family that are gay or lesbian. It's something that's just in them. But they've had support from the whole black community, and whatever their outcry is, they've done the same thing to us that other people have done. And Candace Owens, no matter what that documentary is, I don't hear no black man's name as the reason why BLM failed until it's somebody condemning black men for being a part of it. You don't have a black man that was at the helm, so don't spend time saying the black man's a failure for supporting. Point out the names of the females and what they did, and get it to the black male for him to, we have to not just hijack, we have to be the ones stand up in the positions. Have a petition to get rid of the three people and replace it with a black man or a panel is a better goal than just condemning the whole thing, because too many people believe in it. So we have to do something better with Black Lives Matter, but those females can never head it anymore. And I think that's a better approach to show that we have not disrespected this organization. We have totally supported it. So the black, female, gay, or lesbian thing, they have to give us total support like we've given this organization. I believe it's just about approach on our part that will make it better, because too many people believe in saying Black Lives Matter, and that's the undertone to get rid of that slogan, because it's power. How we use it at this time is to me is the most appropriate thing. What we do with it, what black men do that support it in the positions of power we need to be, so we can show what we can do if we have the support. That's what I believe we should do.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I am so exhausted of like the back and forth. Like, I don't think we should argue about, well, who started it or who's to blame and, why it is the way it is. I think we should be there should be no discussion on whether we should continue to support BLM or not. We shouldn't be supporting it at all. Like, BLM is done. The organization is a scam, and I don't understand people that are trying to go bend over backwards explaining, oh, there's two different kinds of organizations.
Not to interrupt you. I agree. Like, it's done. Like, I think the organization, just the name alone, because of what happened with these three women, they soiled the
ruined
name. Like, it's done. Like, I just think it's done. And so I see people saying, well, we got the grass moose movement now. Like, I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna like really take that organization
see, this
serious.
is what I tell people. In my
But
personal
let, one second, let Rama finish. We pass it to you, Lamu.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
like
Rama.
that's what I was trying to say. Like people aren't gonna like go dig in and try to figure out or read like the organization and like figure out which one to donate to. It's just so confusing. They're not going to do that. At the end of the day, they're going to continue donating money to that scam of organization. And like all I'm saying is that the reputation is in the gutter now. That organization is a complete fraudulent scam, and there is just no more defending it. I feel like we should just start all over again and create some grassroots organization, or because we don't even have much time left, like economically, you got all these other immigrant groups that are doing a lot better, and we're also losing a lot of voting power too. So in the next 10 years or so, like they're not going to need Black people to vote, both parties. So what I'm saying is that like we don't really have much time left in a lot of these issues, and the BLM just kind of made things so much worse. But that's it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Can I just say something real quick? Or
let Lumumba, then we'll pass it to you, Danette.
I think that was the goal from the jump, right? Whenever you look at an organization, and Malcolm X would say this all the time, you have to look at who's funding them. So the organization's at the organization's conception, they were being funded by, of course, the white power structure. And so I think their overall goal was to hijack the movement, raise funds, and then of course to share those funds with the LGBTQ community. And so, like I said it before, when they first came out, the first thing I did was my group, we sat down and read their charter, and we automatically said that, okay, this isn't something we can support, and we disavowed ourselves with the organization. So, in my opinion, what they did was to go from jump. And then what we do know is that when they started catching all the flack for raising funds on the false pretenses, which is actually a federal crime, what they did was they tried to put some Black guy in the place and blame him for the issues, right? But I think anyone who was actually paid attention to the movement in the organization would know that, of course, they were Black misandrists, and two, that they really didn't have an interest in, of course, raising funds to actually develop any type of community development initiatives whatsoever I can recall. And focusing, as I said, that I had some brothers and sisters who were there, boots on the ground. Their focus was not on actually solving the problems in the community, providing resources to the community. Their focus was on just having individuals who were part of the LGBTQ community be in charge of certain initiatives. And that if they wouldn't allow someone from that community to be in charge of an initiative, they would say, then we're not going to support whatever initiative is taking place.
My thing is, I don't really know if Black Lives Matter is hated in our community or not respected, because the thing is, if Black people, or especially in our media class, continues to say it, and there's not any loud pushback from Black people, there's not any type of cancellation from them still wearing their shirts, then that means we're not sending a signal for anything. I mean, we sent a loud signal to Steve Harvey, who met with Trump, calling him a coon and a sellout. It was really loud, where he had to apologize. We don't send these type of signals to these traitorous organizations. So until that's not done, no, I think Black Lives Matter is still very, very effective. Their next Black killing, they'll probably be out there with their shirts, having the lesbians march in the front and these Black men with the Black Lives Matter shirts on with the fist in there marching right on behind them. Until Black people have a pushback, a consequence for being betrayed, especially Black men, for these women to use our deaths to push whatever agenda they want to push, they're not going to go away, and they're going to still be making money.
Well, the only consequence we can provide is to make them social outcasts.
It has to be made, especially even LeBron James. If he wears a Black Lives Matter shirt, there's got to be such a backlash to where he knows, the same way there was with Ye, who wears White Lives Matter shirt, to know that we're not playing this. Okay, we're not going to sit there and allow you to say this when this organization exploited Black men's deaths. We're not allowing that. But if we don't do that, it's not going to happen, and that's why I see us still talking about them, because we're not. There's no consequences.
I know Danelle time to speak, and I don't want to take.
Hold on. Let's pass it to Danelle. Go ahead, Danelle.
Yes.
I'm listening here. I agree with everybody, to be honest with you. look, the Black Lives Matter thing, if it started during the Obama era, you know, people have to continue to mobilize. And then that's all it is. Once things get kicked off the ground, they get kicked. It happens. If you study our history in the 20th century, it happened with this same exact thing happened with SNCC. It happened with all of these organizations and all of them, literally. So what I'm saying, I'm just thinking about something that I think it was Rama said when she mentioned that donation money. When you said that, the first thing I thought about was the Umar Johnson situation.
But what did you mean by it happened with SNCC?
When you have organizations, look, I don't know detail history, but I do know that, generally speaking, that when those organizations came or were manifested, rather, there was, of course, naturally there would be conflict because they had different platforms, they had different what do you call that, agendas or whatever you call that, mission statements. They had disagreements. You had the FBI doing stuff. You had so many different things going on that naturally, that's just how the civil rights movement manifested. Things are not going to go 100% smoothly. That's not really realistic. That's all I'm saying. But if you want to know about, if you want to educate anybody on SNCC history, then please do. I am not able to. I was just using that as an example. But I just want to, real quick, I really just want to say this, because thinking about the whole money, I have to say this, because I don't understand. I never understood why people continue to financially, you can support in any way you want, but why financially support? And for example, Umar Johnson, when people repeatedly was telling the community or whatever that he's squandering the money, he's scamming. So now I want to use that once again in the same context with the BLM. I mean, if people, you got to put your money, you got to put your money where your mouth is. And it's like, well, at this point, we are so advanced as a people when it comes to activism. I mean, we've been doing this for at least 100 years. We know how to donate so that it benefits us directly. Like you can donate to an organization, write it off on your taxes. And if not, why is money even being discussed during a recession when everybody's pockets is being pressed? You know what I mean? And I'm just, it's just, I don't know. I just wanted to say that because there's so many things. There's so many things that are always happening all at the same time. And personally, for me, it's actually very confusing. And I mean, look, I have a lot of other things that I want to say, but I was just thinking about that. When it comes to support, I don't know why, but I kind of feel like it's easy to just drop your support for something and create a rival movement, I suppose, and become the next influencer. I feel like it's easy to do that. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. And I just wanted to just, put that out there. And you know what? I want to say one more thing real quick.
Okay, they will pass the C factor. Go ahead.
Real fast. I think also this is not at all to say that the women women cannot be leaders or should not be leaders or not supposed to be leaders, but the time is kind of like expired now. But it's time for us to take a back seat. If you look at it, if you evaluate it for what it is, it looks as though it's the black women, they lesbians, whatever it is, they built some sort of foundation. If you don't like it, redo the foundation over or pass the baton and let these brothers continue demonstrating their leadership skills, because I've heard about so many organizations. I think it's called Black Men Unite. There's so many organizations out there, but for whatever reason, right now they've been silent for a very long time. There's a lot of black male organizations already out there. So
All right. Go ahead, C Factor. Then we'll pass it to Lumumba, then Mr. Sandman.
So pretty much, hearing from everybody, I get it. I get where everybody's coming from. But my whole premise on the movement is that if they could have showed all the money where it's been, and them spending it on the right things, and then the rioting, if you rioted against the police and against the government and the state itself and not against private property and private property owners, there would be more people supporting it, I think, or there would be less people trying to go against it, because like I said, and Mr. Takara, is that your name, sir? Tiaka. Did I get your name right? Tiarca. You made a great point in talking about the riots in the 30s, 40s, and 60s, and them going against the state. And some of them did go against buildings, but their main thing was against the state and government itself. So that's pretty much. I'm pretty much mad at them going against private property. That's pretty much where I'm at. But if they were just going against the state, hey.
All right, Lumumba. Then we'll pass to Mr. Sandman after you. Go ahead, Lumumba. I think Lumumba, you there?
And that the history of SNCC, that SNCC actually started off as a interracial integrationist type organization. Stokely Carmichael became the leader, the chairperson. They adopted a Black nationalist platform, and as a result, their funders, their benefactors refused to donate, and they went bankrupt in a little bit over a month. So that's the history of SNCC in terms of its finances.
Okay, Mr. Sandman, go ahead, Mr. Sandman.
Can I go after?
That's fine. We'll pass to Chrissy. Go ahead, Mr. Sandman.
Yeah. So, what exactly is the BLM really all about? You know what I'm saying? Because I recall when that George Floyd incident happened, we was in the middle of a pandemic. Everything was shut down, and then every time I turn on the television, I see a bunch of college-age kids, both black and white and other races, running around the streets, rioting and picketing, and even protesting in Washington D.C. So it seems as though, you know what I mean, the campaign engine or the political infrastructure seems like they're pointing towards the young people so that they can influence the young people in our country to vote in a particular manner, so that they can move the pendulum in favor of the Democratic Party, in my opinion. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, well, the Black Lives Matter movement was definitely a political psyop that the Democratic Party obviously backed, because what people aren't also saying is that the donations, when you donated on a BLM website, those donations went to an organization called Act Blue, which is a Democratic Party organization, a party for the Democratic organization, nonprofit that supported the Democratic Party. So you got to throw that in too. Chrissy, go ahead, Chrissy.
Yes, hi everyone. I've been listening for a little while. What I haven't heard said, I keep hearing that Black Lives Matter was co-opted. The organization was never co-opted. The organization was a Trojan horse for the LGBT community. The mission statement made that very, very clear. Their paperwork said one thing, their image said something else. We went with the image, and we thought, based on their image, that it was an organization for Black people. Black men were strictly used as props to get them funding. Most of the funding, which went to, I haven't seen Candace Owens' documentary yet. I plan to watch it, but I already knew a lot of that money went to LGBT organizations. They were pushing LGBT issues. If you notice, around the same time around, all of these protests, that you started to hear about trans women, Black trans. You never heard this conversation before. It's like, what's a trans woman? We didn't even know this language. So all of this was birthed out of Black Lives Matter. That it was a Trojan horse for that movement, and was funded by Soros. It was never co-opted. We were fooled. That's what happened. There was no co-opt. We were fooled. That's it. So, I mean, we have to change the language and kind of be honest about what happened. We were misled and we were fooled, but their paperwork always was consistent. They were always consistent about who they were. We just weren't listening. That's it.
Go ahead, Alan.
I literally was going to call and say the exact same thing Chrissy said. So yeah, that's exactly what it is. We basically were given an LGBT organization in blackface. Um, it never was an organization. It was always simply a hashtag and a feeling and a moment. And white liberals saw it, specifically the LGBT community, took it over and made it into what they wanted to make it in, because we didn't have any organization to begin with. That was really called BLM. They started making outlandish claims about changing laws and doing things like that when they did absolutely nothing. And it was a way for rich liberals to funnel money towards blue organizations. That's basically all it was. It never was anything. It was almost identical to the Occupy Wall Street that came before it, where they had these movements that they claimed to be leaderless, and because it's a rudderless, leaderless organization, anybody can take it in the direction they want to take it into, and that's what happened.
All right, Yeshua, go ahead, Yeshua.
Yes, I just called in, man, and I've been hearing a lot of stuff about Black Lives Matter. Here's the point. Now that we know that about Black Lives Matter, what do we do next? Let's take them off the page. Let's stop giving them the play, the energy, and all that. We already we know they're LGBT, etc., all that type stuff. So where do we go from here? Okay, because we keep talking about them, and that's not going to help our problem. Okay, period. Okay, I'm more inclined, when we're dealing with this word called leadership, and I'm more inclined to deal with this thing called leadership, especially when it pertains to Black males. Okay, I think that we keep wanting wounded men just to grow up and be men, and become these leaders. And I'm saying that's not going to happen. Okay, so the days of the Black males being leaders, that's dead. His responsibility is to his family first. Those Black men who have families, who's dealing with his families, his issue now is to deal with his family, is to lead his family. All the rest of the stuff that the Black male is not a leader, he's a leader, but he has to lead his family first. He can't lead the streets anymore. He can't lead the so-called movement anymore. Okay? So that's gone. That's dead. Okay? So as Black men and Black women have to understand that those days are gone. Okay? So now that we got that, as far as I'm concerned, from my opinion, established, those brothers who decide to be street leaders and go out and do that, that's on them. Okay, and support those Black men. Okay, but at the same time, I think that our direction needs to be switched. We have so much confusion going on. We got FBA, we got ADOS, we got all this nonsense of confusion. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I am a African-centered thinking person. I think that's our best bet. Now, I know some people have a problem with that because they hate Africa. Okay? So my point is that we need to stay on that direction. We have a blueprint of African-centered thought, Pan-Africanism that will work. But we don't want to embrace it because we want to be FBA. Now, I got nothing against the Tyreek Nasheeds and all that stuff, all that nonsense he's talking about. But my point is, again, that was the blueprint for us, and we tend not to do that. So it causes us to go right back into confusion again. Now we're arguing and bickering with each other all over social media, FBA, I'm this, I'm that. This is the problem. It has nothing to do with the Black man or the Black. It's our problem. We keep doing this thing over and over again. You see, so that's where I'm coming from. I just called in, so I really didn't know what was the topic per se, but I just heard some things And I just want to share that perspective on it. Excuse my speech impediment. I have a speech impediment. I stutter. So if y'all heard something, that's me stuttering.
You don't have to apologize for that.
Okay. So, but at the same time, I think this is part of the problem, bro, that we have a blueprint, but we refuse to do it because we don't like Africa. And I'm saying, and that's very basic. And I know I sound kind of redundant in saying that, but that's part of our problem. We don't like ourselves. We still don't like ourselves. We had all the scholars come forward with information. We argue with the information now. We argue with each other about the information. Well, that wasn't true when he said that. Stop it. Let's stop this. We have blueprints, but we refuse to follow them. That's the problem. So it causes us to get confused over and over again. We go right back into confusion over and over again. I see it time after time. We go right back into it. Confusion, back into it. That's all I got to say for right now, man.
Can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead. Then I'm gonna play the video that Kanye West was referencing when he made his statement that now the George Floyd estate wants to sue him over. But go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say something quick about how do we get more Black people to, I guess, stop supporting BLM organization. I think the problem isn't, it's not hard to convince Black people to stop supporting it. I think the problem is that it's so easy for the mainstream media to manipulate Black people into getting them to support whatever they're trying to push. So one of the tactics they always use is always using Black celebrities, right, to push their endorsements or their agendas or whatever. All they need is to get someone like LeBron James, right, to wear a BLM shirt or speak out, right, and then it'll get more Black people to start supporting again. It's like a complete cycle all over again. And I feel like we got to stop letting these Black celebrities influence us when it comes to these politics and stuff. They need to stop using Black celebrities as a weapon to get us to support the organizations, because it's just getting tiring.
Until the Democratic Party comes out and renounces the BLM, Black people are still going to support it. Let me play this video real quick.
It was. They had to have the jury believe that it was a neck restraint, it was the knee on the neck, it was asphyxiation that killed George Floyd. However, there was a ton of evidence that George Floyd consumed a toxic, lethal cocktail of fentanyl and methamphetamine.
Did it appear that Mr. Floyd said, "I ate too many drugs"?
Yes, it did. Let's put it in perspective. 3 grains of fentanyl on the head of a lead pencil, enough to kill you, enough to kill me. And so they had to continuously inculcate the public to believe that Derek Chauvin intentionally, premeditatedly murdered George Floyd, and drugs had absolutely nothing to do with it. As Lindsay and the toxicologist presented that awful testimony.
Do you recall describing the level of fentanyl as a fatal level of fentanyl?
I recall describing it in other circumstances. It would be a fatal level, yes, in other circumstances. Had Mr. Floyd been home alone in his locked residence with no evidence of trauma, and the only autopsy finding was that fentanyl level, then yes, I would certify his death as due to fentanyl toxicity.
I know I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Take a seat.
I can't breathe.
Here, come on out.
So that's what Kanye was referring to. Oh, hold on, Alan. You work in the medical field, so you would probably know more about, if you take a certain amount of fentanyl, what it would do to you.
Oh, you take any fentanyl, that could kill you. But at the end of the day, he was found guilty because he had he delayed care, essentially. That's the other argument that could be made to justify throwing Chauvin in jail. He delayed his care. He insisted upon sitting on the guy's neck instead of getting him up when the guy told him not to breathe. If it was indeed fentanyl, if they had actually gotten him up, they could have given him a good dose of Narcan. He could have revived. So either way, they were responsible for his death.
I kind of stay away from this debate because really, I'm not gonna lie. When I saw the knee on the neck, that was disturbing to me. Regardless if people say he's resisting or whatever, the knee on the neck was disturbing. So regardless of the fence or not, that was just not good. I mean, if someone's on the ground saying they can't breathe and your knee is on their neck, and I just feel like. Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't be using drugs, but I mean, I think the debate with the fentanyl thing, I just feel like that could be a bit of a distraction because, it's just taken away. That police officer was wrong that instant with the knee on his neck. That's just the way I see it.
And can I ask, why did Candace Owens make a video or make a documentary to counter the verdict of the trial? Why is that so important in her mind?
The documentary wasn't to counter the verdict. The documentary was about BLM.
Oh, okay. I'm finna go back to the audience. I appreciate you having me on, Dynast, but I want to say one thing. I got an old Navy buddy who I talk to every day, and he's a Trump supporter. And this has got something to do with the whole subject about Kanye and everything we talking about. All right. He sent me a picture of Michelle Obama. She had on all her clothes, but her legs were spread. And he was trying to say that Michelle Obama got I don't want to get your channel fed. She got a penis. And so he's sending me pictures.
Okay, yeah.
But let me make the point. Yeah, but let me make the point. What I'm trying to say. I'm asking. I'm like, bro, listen to what you asking me to do. You asking me to look at picture after picture and try to imagine a thing between Michelle Obama's legs, because one is not there, but you want me to imagine one there. I'm like, this is the activity that these people got you engaging in. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying that a lot of the stuff that especially the talking points Kanye West do and Candace Owens is coming from that same type of machinery that's feeding our
community. No, it's not. You can't. But have you seen Candace Owens or Kanye West come out and say that?
Okay, listen.
That Michelle Obama got a thing between her legs.
I'm gonna let you tell me up.
Listen, I don't believe that BS. I don't agree with that BS.
Okay, I'm gonna let you tell me up because I'm going back to the audience. But when Candace Owens talks, I can't hear her. All I can see is snakes crawling out of her mouth. But you can tell me up. I'm finna head back to the audience, bro. Thank you.
And that's why maybe Candace Owens wasn't the best messenger for the documentary, because I believe everything that she's going to present in the documentary is probably true, except for the fact that she keeps trying to push this fentanyl narrative because she wants to. Part of the documentary point is that she wants to say "I told you so," right? And so that's the reason why she keeps pushing the whole deal with the fentanyl, because she came under such fire for talking about George Floyd. So she, that's why she keeps adding that. But back to the thing about organizations, what we can do going forward. I feel that the problem is that we're always looking for all these new organizations when we already have organizations that have helped us in the past. And I think that what should happen is that people should get into the Urban League and NAACP and make those organizations work, because the infrastructure is already there. And then if we get more Black conservative voices in there and have a true representation of Black people, Now you have a real thing. You won't be fooled by the Johnny Come Lately organizations that pop up every few years.
Or like, why don't you just support your own community? You know, like if you donate to your local school that you know your kids are going to go to those school in the future, go, you know, build, you know, your local community, like policing, having your own community police or something like that. Like, I don't understand why we can only think of just like based on organizations. It's just more of like helping your neighbor. I feel like we lack that a lot in the community of just supporting each other. And also, I think I agree with the message was right. I feel like when it came to the BLM documentary, but the messenger was so wrong. Candace Owens is such a grifter. She just gives me the ick. I don't like her. But yeah, like I think I feel like both can be true. Like maybe George died based on the fentanyl, I don't know. But also Derek Chauvin is a trash police officer that should be fired, and that the Minnesota police is corrupt as hell. But yeah.
Gas him up. Let me pass the gas him up. He's been waiting. We'll pass it back to you, Al. Go ahead, gas him up.
Hey, what's going on, Dynast? What's going on, everybody? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Okay, so I've been hearing it, and let me just preface it. Dynast, you know, I always got to preface it, right? I am, you know, a tether, right? I'm one of those booty scratchers. So, you know, again, this is not anything I say is not said from a perspective of arrogance or ignorance or malice. It's said with love, because I know that for the longest, Black people in the United States were the vanguard in terms of success and achievement, and they can get back there if the right things are done. With that stated, Brother Philip Lindsay in the chat section says something that was very key, and I think it was overlooked. He stated that, and brother, forgive me if I misconstrue or if I'm paraphrase it the wrong way. I would love for you to call in and say it, you know, your way. But in the chat, he said that the state monopoly of violence to Black people, it will not be contained by protest or anything like that. And the reason why is that it's tied to the white population, right? And so in the sense that it's tied to the white neighborhoods having increase of property value. And that was his position. I agree with that. And I can take it further to say that if you look at any the actuaries, the people who work with the life insurance companies and health insurance companies, they'll tell you categorically for a fact, if you look at the overall health of just physical body health of Black people in America, Black lives, monetarily wise, don't matter. It just in terms of a monetary value, the Black body is not of the same value as other bodies in the United States. Now, let me get to my main points. When we look at the so-called BLM or whatever, the origin of it, as it always seems to be, you have things start at the local level, and then they're co-opted. The gentleman, I forgot his name, was it D-Ray something? He was murdered in St. Louis. D-Ray McPherson, right?
Darren Seals, I believe it was Darren Seals.
Darren Seals, pardon me, yeah, Darren Seals, right? And he gets murdered. They, you know, they kill this young man, put him in, you know, I don't even want to say what they did to him. You know, Google it. I don't want to talk about his pain. May his family find peace, and may those people who did that to him, you know, never find that peace. This guy was actually on the ground level doing what he was supposed to do for his people in that community. And of course, this thing is taking over. And that happened during Obama's time. Now, when Trump is in office, and I mentioned this before, Dynast, I said, all of a sudden, they want Trump out of there. And this is that globalist faction that wants Trump out of office. So, of course, what's the easiest thing to jump on? That's Black people's pain. So, you know, may he rest in peace. George Floyd is murdered, and then that gives rise to all these so-called protests and Antifa and all these people we talked about. We said you had lawyers with six-figure jobs that were throwing Molotov cocktails and they were planting bricks in places. all of that to say that when it was time to protest and burn things down, nobody was scared of COVID-19. Everybody was outside. Nobody was social distancing. But then all of a sudden, when it came time during the election week, oh, I'm scared to vote. I can't. I gotta mail in my vote. But hey, I don't want to, say anything about the elections. Whatever. You make your conclusions with that. So this is what we saw happen. Now, it's not new. If you look at the history of Martin Luther King, I'm sorry to say, he was funded by the Rockefellers, right? And so, I've said this before. To me, when the brother said going back to black organizations, I think black people have to become tribal in America. And there are problems with tribalism, yes. But when you become tribal, this 501c3 nonsense of organization, I think, is the problem. Because the NAACP was not started by black people. It was started by other people. I don't want to say their names. So I'm going to say these last 2 points and let people respond. But the reason why I'm saying we got to get away from that nonsense is that it's always funded by outsiders. It's not really based on anything that the community has a say in, whether it's these organizations, whether it's the so-called rap music or hip hop. You hear Kanye crying, "I don't control the culture." Dude, you never control the culture. It was produced by that industry. You can't control it. You don't manufacture it, right? I'll end with this. If you look at how Obama, who's from Hawaii, was brought in to now represent Chicago, that's why I say black people have to become tribal. Because this guy has nothing to do with people from Chicago. But they bring him in, they put him in a black church, he gets married to a black woman, who's beautiful, by the way, right? They marry him to a black woman, and he does a little shimmy on Ellen, and then he's like, "Yeah, he got soul, he one of us." And it's like the people of Chicago, if they were tribal, would have been vocal to say, "I don't care how many times you run a commercial with this guy. I don't care how many times he's with the DNC. He ain't one of us." And I know black people don't want to hear that, but getting tribal, I think, is the way. So I'm not mad at the whole FBA ADOS or whatever. I wish they would take their focus off of immigrants and really become tribal and focus on economics and group empowerment. But I think that's the way to go forward to combat these things being hijacked by these globalist agendas. And I'll end with that.
Hey, I'm so glad.
Can I say something right quick?
Who said that? Yeshua?
Yeah,
or?
yeah, but I was.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, well, I wanted to respond to that basically. The reason why I said you have to support the previous black organizations, you can't just throw down the tracks while the train is coming, okay, so to speak. You have to have an infrastructure in place when you have grievance, to have a leadership and people in place to actually go ahead and present your arguments, okay? Now, you don't see Jewish people coming up with a brand new Jewish Defense League every few years, right? They stick with the Jewish Defense League, and if they have a problem, they change with the Jewish Defense League. That's what I'm trying to say. For all its faults, the NAACP has had some tangible results historically. And as a result, we should use the infrastructure of that organization instead of trying to start anew every few years with a new organization with new talking points and new things and make that work. You have to have that kind of infrastructure in place. I tell people this all the time when they talk about a union. Well, we don't need a union until they have a grievance. But now you don't have a union. Same thing with the NAACP. They can be useful, and they're a very important historical organization that we can use and bring in new talking points that could actually help move the community forward.
I have to disagree with that, man.
Yeah.
The NAACP can never be used. If it's not funded by black people, that means we're never going to make the final decisions.
Right.
And if we ever become a threat politically, like if the NAACP was really pushing some tangibles on the black community, making us financially independent, that is going to be shut down. That is never going to happen until what Gas and Up said. We got to create our own. We cannot allow white people to sit there, or the three-letter word white people, to sit there and create institutions for us. And then we have to work in the confines of what they tell us what to do to get tangibles. That is ridiculous. No other race would stand for it, so why should we?
Okay.
I do.
Well, then,
I,
but then you have other organizations to pick from. So fine. It's not the NAACP. We've started organizations. Start with my whole point is to start with an existing organization and not jump on a hashtag every time a hashtag is brought up.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm gonna agree with T. Khalik on this because, like NAACP, they're predominantly funded by white corporations. You know, most of, unfortunately, large, not there really aren't any large, but I guess like these like legacy civil rights organizations, they're not funded by Black people or Black institutions. They're funded by white people. And a good example of what T was saying, as far as like having your own, or you're never going to be in charge. There was this mural. I don't remember where in the country. Maybe you guys heard about it. That they were supposed to put up a mural. I don't know if it's of Black history or just to celebrate or honor Black people. And they had different Black leaders on it. And the artist also put Minister Farrakhan on it. And all of a sudden, white people started complaining, take it down, to remove Farrakhan, you know what I mean? And because, he's this, he's that, and all that kind of stuff. And to me, it's like, well, then get rid of the whole mural. Because if Black people are saying that this, and he's not important to everybody, but there are Black people in the Black community who appreciate or respect him, you're showing, it's so crazy because you're showing the lack of power. You're showing what the power dynamic is based on your response to the mural. The people in the mural represented, supposedly a time when Black people were at a disadvantage when it come to power, the power dynamic. You're showing that power dynamic still exists because now you're saying, okay, Black people, you can have this. It's like, oh, no, we don't like that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. So it's like, just get rid of the whole mural to begin with, because it was sponsored and funded by white corporations and white people. So we can't have anything that is funded by other people. We have to start creating something that is us and also support it, because a lot of times as Black people, we think that $2 is going to stretch around the world and it's not going to do anything,
But Chrissy, how do you make that practical? How do you make that economically practical? Because and I agree with you, Chrissy. That's why I'm saying tribal.
Gas them up. Let's pass it. Yeshua was, but Chrissy, you done? Or
yes, I'm finished.
Okay, go ahead, Yeshua.
No, I was going to say that as far as the George Floyd thing, etc. Most of us know George Floyd died of the fact that a knee was in his goddamn neck. So I don't understand why. Again, what Kanye does is very brilliant. He causes Black folk to get a reaction. When he wore that damn shirt, he knew that Black people will react. That's why he wore the shirt. He admitted that. So my point is that we have to start reacting to behaviors, because they're good at making us react. They do it all the time. So Kanye knew that, and Black people know that George Floyd died as a result of his neck, somebody's knee, some racist knee in his neck. That's an discussion, and that's how we should take it. Now, I understand that he has the media where he can say these things and makes us react, but that's how we need to look at this thing. As far as Black organizations is concerned, yes, most of them are funded by white people. That's why Marcus Garvey walked away from the NAACP. Before he walked away from that because he told them, how are you going to be a group for Black people when you're taking money from white people? Period. That's what he told. That's why he walked away. Same thing with the nation. With the nation, they got money from the Klan. Now, some people don't understand that, but Elijah Muhammad went to the Klan because they shared some similar views, and the Klan gave Elijah Muhammad some money for separation because he believed in separation. So again, the point is, again, like I said before, because we have confusion and we refuse to have an African-centered viewpoint on our situation to become tribal. That's what can make us tribal, is to be African-centered. That can make us tribal. That can make us say, hey, no, bro, you can't do that. There was a story, I'm going to say it real quick, of the Moorish Science Temple. when Noble Drew Ali got indicted for murder, for accessory murder, the dude who started the Nation of Islam, Master Fuad Muhammad, was in the Moorish Science Temple. Noble told Fuad, he said, take over the Moorish Science Temple for me while I do his prison time. Guess what? The people called him out and said he wasn't black enough. And what was the fact was, they were right. Master Fuad Muhammad is not black. Despite the fact he started the Nation of Islam, he's not black. But they called him out, and like the brother said, that because they were tribal, they was able to call him and say he's not black. So they called that out, and there's something wrong with that for us to be tribal.
I don't see how that's relevant. Who
No,
cares?
it is
I mean, who cares?
Yeah, but you don't gotta dismiss his point like that. Let him finish. Let him finish, brother. Come on, don't be.
Come on, go ahead.
No, I'm saying it's relevant because I'm making a statement about us being tribal and us not accepting people who don't have our same experience. Obama don't have our same experience. He didn't. That's a fact. He didn't have the same experience. Okay? But I'm saying I'm saying we can use these examples to make us better and to make us tribal, to say that we can't accept that. You know, the FBA, they got the ideal, but again, like the brother was saying, he hates black people who are extended family. He don't like them per se. He argues with them. He's on social media calling Africans saying they smell like food. That's ignorant stuff, man. That's all I got to say, man.
Hey, can you do me a favor, Yeshua? Can you in the private chat put your source for the Master Fuad Muhammad circle? What's the other group that
Elijah Muhammad, Nation of Islam, Moorish Science.
Yeah,
Moorish Science Temple.
Can you put like a link or something in the chat in a private chat?
Okay, I can find that. I can't do it now, but I can find it and send it to and put it somewhere where I can send it to you.
Dynasty, I'll send that to you. I'll check it to you. I'll send it to your email.
Okay,
send it to me. Yeah, that's interesting. All right,
but Dynasty, do you know that right now? Listen, let's be real. We could talk all you want to talk, right? The Saudi Arabian faction, right? The British faction has more control and access in the United States than black people who've been here since the inception of the so-called United States. Like I don't think. Say again.
That's a choice.
What do you mean that's a choice?
Because black people don't want control.
No, but this is what I'm saying. I don't know if black people don't want control. I would say that there's a lot of external and internal factors that are stopping the control. But that's why I said it has to become tribal again. Because when you make it tribal, now you start getting back to the localities. Because if you look at what's happening, and I've been mentioning, I said that, look, all these young boys, if you guys notice, they all sound the same. Everybody uses the same slang. Like, Dennis, you grew up in my era, right? It was a sin to be a biter, right? Like, dudes from the South did their thing. Dudes from the East Coast did their thing. Like, everybody was regional. Like, there was some similarities, but you know, the guy from this place didn't sound like the guy from that place. Everybody was regional. But what's happening now is all these young boys sound the same. It's just steppers on God, bruh. And they have these, where is that coming from? So like the template of behavior is not coming from the localities anymore. It's coming from this universal doctrine. Who's controlling that universal doctrine? Well, I mean, people can debate that, but I'm just saying in the United States today, the Saudi Arabian lobbying bloc and the British lobbying bloc and other lobbying blocs have more power and access and control of the United States of America than black people who've been here since the inception. And the NAACP and all these other groups ain't gonna fix that.
But that's why I was saying what I was saying, that you have to have an infrastructure in place because time is a wasting, and you have to have an infrastructure in place to have an organization to be heard. We need to have our organizations stop being as much advocacy groups and be more of lobbying groups. That's what Ice Cube was trying to teach our community, and that's what we need to do. You can do that within the existing structures and do something wholly different.
But Alan, here's the problem, and this is why Marxism fails. If you study Marxism and the socialists and all these people from the 1800s, you know, that tried to create these communes, blood is always thicker than water. And that's the number one problem. When you create an organization that has so-called unity, like now, realistically, in the United States of America, what makes someone black? Oh, well, we have the same skin color and we share the same oppression. Other than that, I'm, for the most, there are certain cultural similarities, whatnot, but there's nothing really there's no tie that binds you in, as opposed to if I get I don't want to use them, but let's say I say, someone from another group who lives in another place, they'll have things that bind, ties that bind them in a real meaningful way. So now, like if one opens up a grocery store, they eat the same food, they must support. Not that they must, but they typically do. Like in New York City here, for example, you'll see Chinese people who live all the way in New Jersey and Queens still trooping themselves down to Chinatown to support and buy things in Chinatown in New York City. That type of dedication, you get what I'm saying, because they have something that ties them there. Just because you have the same skin color and we share the same trauma, that's not a strong enough bind. And that's why I said it has to be tribal. You got to create new things that force people to have to stick together.
So what is the issue with the Nation of Islam then? Because that's the black, to me.
That's a beautiful thing.
Perfect. Yeah.
It's
But
perfect,
the thing is because the brother was on here, saying that they got donations from the KKK. Donations is completely different from being funded. Just because and that's something I got to look into, but just because they agreed that blacks and whites should be separated doesn't mean that Elijah Muhammad kept going back to them for funds and then pushing a KKK agenda. That is an all-black organization. They are hated by all the mainstream media. The head, Farrakhan, is banned everywhere, blacklisted everywhere. I'm just trying to see why
Can I say something about that?
But like I said, I know they got flaws, but I'm just saying that is literally, from what I can see, the only successful black-owned organization.
Yeah, and well,
Hold on, let's pass it to Abraham because he just hopped on. Go ahead, Abraham. On yourself.
Shalom, everybody. So, thank you, Amirdynast, for allowing me to come on the platform. Thanks. I just want to say, history has shown that, history in America has shown that no matter you're a Republican, no matter if you're a Democrat, no matter if you're a part of the Nation of Islam, or even part of some Israelite organizations, right? There's always going to be some of us that's going to cooperate, right, in some fashion with groups that want to take us down. So I like what the brother said, or a couple brothers said, you got to focus on yourself and your family. If we control ourselves as black men, right, and our families, then we can, I think that's the best way that we can make a change. Even when us going to Africa, there's a lot of African nations, as we know, that are cooperating with the European governments and the American government. And this is why I have a problem personally with going back to Africa, because a lot of African leaders are just as corrupt as these white European ones in America. So I don't put my trust in man. I put my trust in the Most High. It says in the Bible, in the scriptures, that the Most High loves us and he wants the best for us. And he's in control of everything that goes on in this world. It may seem like that this war between Russia and Ukraine, or the war between the Democrats and Republicans, and any other war that's going, the wars, the civil war, the wars that's going on in West Africa between you got Burkina Faso and Mali, all these people who got problems with the government, and all the stuff that's going on. It may seem like that this is all man-made, but it's not. This is all being controlled by the Most High. So the scriptures, all the stuff that we're going through today.
Right. And the Most High, allowed us to be enslaved because that was the Most High's plan, right?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't his plan.
Right. That was his plan, right? It was the Most High's plan.
It was his plan as far as
the Most High allowed us to be enslaved, and one day the Most High is going to break the chains off the black man, and the Most High allowed slavery and Jim Crow because it was his plan, and just the Most High.
Okay,
Right.
but Dinus, you have a child, right?
I
So
have a child. Yeah,
if your son disobeys you, what do you do?
I'm going to spank him.
Exactly. So the same thing our father did to us. We
Right,
disobeyed him.
Right, we disobeyed the commandments. So the Most High allowed the white man to enslave us. Right.
Well,
I
he
don't even
said he
understand
gave
how this
us
is pushing black people forward.
how what is pushing black people forward.
So what you're
Right.
saying, like, so what's the solution? Like,
The solution is what the Most High has been telling us inside the scriptures, which is we have to get back to keeping His commandments. He's our only protection against the people in this world. He
Right. So
said,
we
if,
What if I don't believe in the Most High?
Well,
Can a
so
black atheist fit in that poll?
we're not praying hard enough, right? So I need to
okay,
go get
no. Okay, let's take it that route.
But
Let's
what if
say,
I'm a black atheist?
okay, I
and
got you.
this is what
Hold on,
derails
I
black
got you. Black
conversations because
atheist.
we debate religion.
Hold on. Black atheist. And this is not all right. It's just so happened that being an Israelite can be a religion and a culture, right? A nation, a nationality, right? But he said, okay, what if you're an atheist? Do you still believe in killing? You shouldn't kill another man if for no reason. Do you believe that we shouldn't lie? Do you believe that we shouldn't steal? Do you believe that you know being greedy is wrong? These are all
I believe in the Son.
okay, but I want to say these are all commandments that the Bible preached. So if you don't believe in Him, at least respect the commandments that He put forth in this world for us to follow. That can create a great nation, that can have us living in peace and not killing one another and selling drugs to one another and stealing from one another and stuff like that. Right? These are principles that the Bible pushes, that the Most High have given us to give to the whole world.
Brother, you do understand that there's billion people on this planet, and if you believe in God, there are billions of different cultures, billion different ideologies, billions of different religions. There's no way we're all going to be on the same page. Shouldn't black people just unite on basic things that brings us together instead of being divisive or pushing one religion down our throat? Because
But what is it
like
that
you
brings
said,
us
it
together?
causes.
But this is what I'm saying. The only thing that brings black people together is skin color and trauma. And that's why I said in America it has to be tribal. That will mean
True.
if you from the South and you have your own group, you might not have nothing in common with Meg Thee Stallion and NBA Youngboy. They may look like you, Baby may look like you, but hey, listen, Mr. Baby, you're in the trash can because you don't represent us. You don't do what we do. You don't eat what we eat. You're not us. And I think black people have to start doing that in America regionally. That means that
Well,
until they start, because this race thing to me is a hoax. It's deceiving people into falling for this unification by trauma.
Well, I agree. And let me ask you, how do the three-letter white people do it? Because to me, I find that impressive that they can be unified culturally across the world. Like if something goes down in America, you'll hear them in Russia, Germany, Israel, any part of the world, all unifying. How do they get like that and we're not like that?
Because brother, they follow the commandments and we don't. That's why they follow the commandments and we don't. I guess so. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
No, they
there's
don't
something
follow.
called
Hold on.
Zionism.
Let's pass the go up,
They,
Philip. Let me yourself,
they
Philip.
control the resources. That's
Go
why
up,
they're able
Philip.
to do something like that.
Good afternoon, Dynast. Thanks for having me on, brother. Once again, you've pulled me out of the cave onto your show to have a good discussion, and I'm hoping that you can just kind of talk about it, chalk talk it, So salute to the panel, T. Khalid, Alan, Abraham, Gassam and Joshua. Look, I wanted to deal with the Floyd family and the Kanye thing, because that's what the topic of the show was about, and what the issue, at least from my standpoint, is. And that is the Floyd family, as far as I know, negotiated through their attorneys a settlement with the city because the police officers involved were acting under color of law as representatives of the state. And so the city had to pay for that settlement. Now, if new evidence is presented in this documentary or not presented, in my view, then that challenges that settlement. So the claims that potentially they were going to file, all of which have to do with that settlement, would be appropriate. Now, whether they could get a jury to pull it back or to be able to get it heard on appeal, I don't know. Because usually they try to make those settlements final and that you can't get another bite at it. But here's the point or the problem. The first point is what Gassama brought up that I stated, which is we as Black people don't completely understand. Yes, sir.
Philip, can I ask a quick question, and you can answer it after you finish your statement?
Whatever I say is not legal advice.
Okay, right. Give that disclaimer. But let me ask you this: but does the Floyd family even have anything to stand on as far as a $250 million lawsuit? But finish your statement, and then
I'm not giving legal advice to the Floyd family or anybody else that is potentially upset about some comments that were made on a private, or not a private, on a public stream. What I would say is they signed and are accepting money from the state. And if people come forward, whether it be Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro, who funded that documentary, or Kanye, and present evidence that calls into question the reason, the core basis of why the settlement was signed, there could be a challenge. It usually isn't, because they try to, what good is it if you sign a settlement and then somebody can come back and whatever? But the core of that settlement was that a state actor, a police officer, was found guilty of committing a crime against a citizen that resulted in their death. And that crime was compressing his neck, that blood and oxygen could not reach his brain, and he died. It was not drug usage during or prior to the incident of neck compression. So my answer is, I guess, a very complicated maybe. But how far it would go and whether a judge would try to undermine that settlement, I don't think so. But listen, you got enough money behind it, a lot of things can happen. So it's problematic, I'll say that. Did I answer your question?
In a very politically correct way, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, what was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to give you the fire and brimstone on that?
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead, Philip. Go ahead.
We're a public.
But Philip, you got to get back to Bacon's Rebellion.
yeah, brother. That we're a public airway, so let's keep that in mind. So it's problematic. Let me say that. And from what I can tell of the clips and excerpts I've seen of the documentary, what Candace did was basically clip the stuff that said the compression is why he died, and elaborated on his drug use. And I'm just going to say this because I have a problem with this, which is there are legitimate crimes that are committed against Black people by the police. There are also police that are wrongfully accused of attacking Black people. There are both. But if we get in an environment where we are suspicious of every shooting and are quick to blame the Black person, particularly if there's no footage. And I would argue that many of these cases, if there was no footage of them, then it would be the status quo that our parents grew up with, which is that so-and-so got choked out or killed in the street, and they did nothing, and it was basically impunity. I would argue that that's where we would go. So I have a problem with this particular documentary because I don't think that it's objective, and I definitely can see areas where she edited places of, where the court clearly said his neck was compressed. He didn't get oxygen to the brain, and he didn't get blood to the brain, and so he died. And that's not hard to understand.
I think the George Floyd part was a small part compared to actual BLM, the organization.
Well, yeah, and she went at a bunch of different things. And let me just say this for the record, that I think Lumumba made a point of there was a distinction between what I would call movement social politics and the organization. And I would agree with you, Dynas, and many of the people that have been on the panel, that the organization BLM is problematic for a lot of reasons. The issues with transparency with the money, the issues with what it actually was advocating for. But I will just say this, because I'm not here to defend BLM. During the period in the 50s and 60s, there is no job called civil rights leader. If you go to your local classifieds or Glassdoor or Indeed or any of these job-seeking sites, Monster, there is no job listing in there called civil rights leader. As far as I know. Does anybody else on the panel know of a civil rights leader job?
Never heard of it.
I didn't even know that was even a job. I just thought that's just a title
Correct.
somebody.
I mean, it was a rhetorical question, but I wanted all of us to be on the same page of this is what Martin Luther King ran into, which is, he had a PhD, but he was doing social movement with the public. And you can't feed your family. What did he have? 4 kids? You can't feed your family. He basically died in semi-poverty. And so did Malcolm X. And the reason why is because that's not a job. So it was basically charitable donations and various people donating things to their family. That's how he eked out a life. And so when we look at it going forward, the Al Sharptons of the world and beyond, they tried to make that into a job. That my job is to be out there and I'm advocating for Black people.
Successful job. Listen, I need to be a civil rights leader. Successful job.
The problem is it's a made up job that has no quantifiable accomplishments, and it's completely subjective. And I think that it's problematic. So let me just get to the bullet points where I was going. So gas him up on Bacon's rebellion. Basically, what I'm going at there is whiteness is a created thing. It's not a thing that existed. What we had were Scots and English and the various tribes of Africa that later became states. We had entities. We did not have Black, white, whatever. That was something that in Bacon's rebellion was defined, because they had a class struggle there, and then laws were passed to define whiteness. And so Blackness was defined as a default to whiteness. And it still is. Basically, and this has been one of my issues with Black American identity, which is we have a hard time defining ourselves without comparing ourselves to whites. That's a problem, because we definitely are our own thing, right? Or are we not? We are our own thing, right? We are Africans in the nation state that is called the United States. Are we not?
I disagree.
Well, some people disagree. Some people say that they're Moors. Some people say they're, total island. Dynast is Blackfoot, so.
Yeah, well, that's a good one. See, I can count on Gasimov to throw the curveball. But no, I mean, what I'm getting at is we need to be able to see ourselves, not as some permutation or creation post Bacon's rebellion. They defined us as non-citizens, as entities that were brought here to serve as labor and to be discarded. That's what we were under those laws. Now, if we choose to be something else, the only other thing that I think we can choose is African, which is where we came from. Now, look, we have a whole bunch of debate as to, you know, I mean, what's the guy's name? Dane Calloway. Maybe he would argue me down. But look, man, I find that really problematic. And that's not to say that we're pure-blooded Africans anymore. But more than anything else, according to my DNA test, I was African. So I'm going with that, specifically Nigerian.
Okay, but
we've talked about this, right, Don?
Yeah. May I say something right quick?
Yes, sir.
No, I want to say I did the same thing. I took my DNA and I was 48% Nigerian. That was a lot.
It's a lot.
You know, my coworkers at work was impressed from Nigeria. They looked at me like, "Really? You 48% Nigerian?" I said, "The idea of slavery was not too long ago. We got to stop thinking that this was 1,000 years ago. No, it wasn't that long ago." Okay, but my point is that getting back to what you were saying about Candace Owens and that documentary, we must Candace is a hypocrite. When she was in high school, that video is now surfacing again about her being in high school, and the white folks had threatened to kill her in high school. That video now is surfacing again about if she went to the NAACP, she got help, they sued the school board for the racial attack on her, etc. But then she in turn turned on, for some reason or other, she got this a white epiphany to all of a sudden fall in love with whiteness, and she's defending white supremacy at its fullest. So she's a hypocrite. Well, and we should know that about her, and we should really dismiss her based on the fact that a black organization who we don't always agree with, the NAACP, helped her win that case against her school board when she was in high school.
Brother, do you know why she's doing? Not to cut off Philip, and I don't know if you knew this, Philip. I sent it to you. The first use of habeas corpus in the United States was by a black woman who framed a black guy for a pregnancy that was not his. It was a white guy that was actually responsible for the pregnancy. So for those of you who know about law, habeas corpus means bring me the body or produce the body. So that's a writ that you use. Well, and originally it was used to put people in jail, but now it's used to take people out of jail. And one of the first or earliest uses of it, you can check Edward Jenks, he's a Harvard historian. But when the first uses of habeas corpus was by a black woman, a black enslaved woman who framed a black guy. So she's no different than Candace Owens. I'm just saying, Dynast, that this is historical trajectory.
Okay, and like I was,
we can't.
I'm cool, but I was like, when he came in with that, I was like, okay, what is he going with this? Okay, it's all right, bro.
Okay,
yeah,
I want to make just a simple point about this, and then I'll go about my merry way, which is, look, I find Candace Owens extremely problematic. I called her, and I stand by this, a meritorious manumission Negro. What I mean by that is there was a law called meritorious manumission. When you were enslaved, if you could do something that would help whites, like you saved their life, or you invented something that would help them make money, then you were granted your manumission from slavery. And what I see her doing repeatedly is leveraging her blackness to profit off of white opportunities. Mm-hmm. And I find that extremely problematic.
I mean, but Philip, you can see you can say that on both sides. You can say that with Kamala Harris and part of her blackness.
I would say that. I would say that. You know what my view is of politics presently in the United States, which is both parties agree that black should be at the bottom and be a failure cast to be permanent consumers.
How does that tie into the property values, Brother Philip? Because you mentioned that.
Here's the bottom line, and it is related, which is how blackness has been defined. It is a contagion to wealth accumulation. So if you take a house, for example, anywhere in the country, and you place it in a Black community. Let's say it's a 3-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms. That house, you take that same house and you put it in a predominantly white community, goes up in value. It goes up with exactly the same things, the same conditions, same everything. It goes up 50,000, 100,000, sometimes several hundreds of thousands. Why? Well, because there is less white demand for that house in a Black community surrounded by Blacks than there is for that same house in a white community surrounded by whites. So
Can
what?
I disagree, but
okay, give me an example to the contrary.
Because it's not just any white community. If you take that house that's in a Black neighborhood, matter of fact, let's take a house that's in Buckhead, right, where Dynast, in Atlanta. You put that in the deep South somewhere in redneck territory where there's a bunch of trailer parks and stuff like that. That house will lose its value, right?
You got to compare apples to apples. You got to take the house in Buckhead and compare it to a similarly situated white community, and whether the house remains the same in value. You can't. You can't. It's like
Dance, you got to pause their mics. Some people interrupting.
And I put that house in Huntsville, Alabama. Is it the same value of house? No, it's not. The point is, we, as our markets are defined, bring down the value of our own assets the way the markets are defined. The more of us that are around it, the less value it is. But it's all over the place when we walk through this every day and pretend it doesn't exist. If you go to a restaurant that's very popular, let's say it's a predominantly white restaurant, if that population of that restaurant goes to 15% Black, you will start to hear commentary that the value and quality of the restaurant has gone down.
But but we all know why, because a lot of our Black people, we like to destroy stuff, we like to tear stuff up, we like to shoot things and rob places. So we know why.
All I'm saying is we have to see ourselves in the chessboard and how to play this game. And what Dynast has been trying to do, what Brandon has been trying to do, O'Shea, Go Black, is to say, look, we need to build our own assets and have circular economics amongst ourselves so that we can raise our level. The way that we're presently constructed and trying to do it doesn't work. And you can go back through our jurisprudence all the way back to Bacon's Rebellion and see how we got in this situation legally. We want to fix it, let's fix it. If we want to sit and complain and talk about this and that, and we're just rotten people and blah, 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 well, I personally think that that's going to end in failure. So I will end where I started, which is about family, which is you got to save your own family. You got to try to build assets for your family so that you have a chance. That's how, and hopefully those assets you can pass on to the next generation. If we do that and work on that and have these African states, if we work with them and build infrastructure there and be a part of their economy, and then we can make some progress. But the way that, like I forget who it was that was comparing the Jewish Defense League. The Jewish Defense League has Israel behind it. What does Black America have? Where is Liberia, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Congo, Angola, all the places we came from? Where are they?
I'm the one who did that, and I agree with you. That you would have to actually have it linked into some sort of Pan-Africanist movement. So I agree with you 100%. My only point, like I said, was that you have to have those organizations, and they have to operate more like think tanks and lobbying groups in order to push Black people forward, in conjunction with being more Pan-Africanist in its. Well,
but it's too late now for the NAACP and the Urban League, and I'm just going to tell you why. That Black people don't donate to those organizations anymore, and they're primarily supported by corporate donations and non-for-profit. And so we don't dictate the terms specifically of their policy analysis. Now, people would debate with me. They have the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. of which Candace Owens benefited from in high school. And they do some activity for Black people. But as a general proposition, these organizations are not in the service solely of Black people. And my proof of it is the situation that we had with Donald Sterling. You remember the guy who had the Black or biracial mistress that owned the
they made him like NAACP Man of the Year 1 year or something. Yeah.
How crazy is that? And here he was complaining about his Black girlfriend hanging out with the Black ball players. Exactly. Yeah, that's Man of the Year for the LA chapter of the NAACP. Exactly. And how does that happen? It happens because he gives big donations, and they're like, "Well, Donald Sterling, thank you for your check. You are Man of the Year, my brother."
Let's pass
Can
it
I
to
say
Sekou. Well, let's pass it to Sekou, then we'll pass it to Brandon. Go ahead, Sekou.
Yes, peace to the house. Peace to the host of this program, Brother Dinas Amir. Dinah, I just want to ask you a question, because when the brother mentioned how he has problem with the way Candace behaves and the way she uses Black people as a commodity for her to get acceptance in the Republican community. So they say, "Oh, look at this one Black girl saying this," so that she can profit out of that. And you said Kamala Harris.
They have them in the Democratic Party as well. I mean,
yeah, you jump straight. What you did there, you excuse her by saying, "Oh, Kamala Harris does the same thing," or I don't know whether you even mentioned Obama. How is Kamala Harris equivalent to what Candace Owens is doing? That's what I want to know.
So number one, Kamala Harris, her policy alone disenfranchised more Black people than anything Candace Owens could do. Her policy
what
alone,
policy?
when she was in San Francisco, when she was locking up men for just weed and then laughing about. Okay, here we go. This is what Kamala Harris did. Kamala Harris was on Breakfast Club laughing about how she was smoking weed and listening to Tupac in college when Tupac wasn't even around when she was in college. Meanwhile, she was locking Black men up for weed. All right. Kamala Harris comes around the Black community, does a little AKA strut and all this other stuff, right? But she's not doing it to gain the Black vote and to gain Black acceptance, because that's, we love to be entertained. And it started off with Bill Clinton when Bill Clinton was playing the saxophone in front of the Black community. And all of a sudden,
Dinas, I got one better. I got a better one for you. It's funny how these guys get up here defending people.
No. We are having a conversation with Dinah. Then you just jump in and start saying it's funny how this guy coming. I'm speaking to Dinah.
Sekou, but I'll give you examples how she panders.
Yeah, but we are not done with the conversation. Then somebody's jumping in. He wants to change the conversation.
Sekou, I've already given you examples on how she panders to the Black people for white acceptance.
Well, let me tell you the worst one. An example to the point of Candace. Let me tell you what Candace has done. Because
he don't even know what he's talking about. And when you try to tell him
this is what happened. He just jumped in. He said people don't know what he's talking
about. You actually told me I could talk.
Brandon, hold on. One mic, Brandon. So, but Sekou, can we agree that Kamala Harris has done similar activities as Candace Owens? Can we agree?
No, there is no proof for that.
Okay, I got proof. Hold on, Brandon. Hold on. So Sekou, her going on the Breakfast Club saying she smokes weed, or that she smoked weed in the past and listened to Tupac to be cool in front of Black folks. Meanwhile, locking up Black men for marijuana, you don't see as a problem. You don't see that as a problem.
It's got fire.
Huh?
What? Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, but
my phone was crying.
But
you just mentioned she was at a breakfast club. Listen to what you're saying, Dinah.
I got the real dirt.
Candace Owens and this brother you call how they call it, that changed his name now, Kanye. They have said terrible things about Black community just to get promoted. Number one. Bro, Kanye said slavery was a choice. She and Candace, they said it was a choice that you got enslaved.
Hold on, Sekou. Again, what part are you missing of Kamala Harris going on going on to Breakfast Club, talking about how she used to smoke weed, talking about how she listened to Tupac, but Tupac wasn't even making CDs when she said she was listening to Tupac, and then locking up black men for weed. All right, whenever they bring up reparations to Kamala Harris, she brushes it off, starts laughing, and says she ain't doing nothing specifically for black folks.
Dynast, why are you taking it easy on this guy? Let me ask this dude a quick question. Sekou, what country in Africa you from? Sekou. What country in Africa are you from?
I know. How is it relevant to what we're talking about?
I'm asking you a question. What country in Africa are you from?
No, it's not relevant to this discussion. That's my problem.
What country in Africa are you from? It's very relevant.
Okay. I'm from Liberia.
Okay, so when Africans marched other Africans to the coast of West Africa and handed them over in exchange for guns, gold, whatever else to white folks, did they choose to do that, or did the white man make them do it?
So your question, first of all,
I want you to answer my question.
No, your question makes no sense. Let me tell you how it doesn't make sense.
Okay,
no,
you're not a man. You're not a man, Dynast.
Your question makes no sense.
No, let me ask
because
you.
if you cannot ask somebody a nonsense question.
It's my turn.
No.
It's my turn.
You ask me a question. It's not your turn. You ask me a question.
You told me to talk.
Say cool. I defer.
I gave you a chance. I gave you a chance to be a man.
Yeah, you asked me a question and I'm about to respond. You may not like the response, but listen to the response.
It's a lie. You're a liar. That's all there is to it. You're a liar.
Okay, why don't you listen to the response?
Brandon, let him answer the question, Brandon. Go ahead. Say cool.
Yes. First of all, his question makes no sense. Yes, why? When this brother says slavery was a choice, he said those that were in slavery, those that were in chains, the victim themselves made a choice to be enslaved. He didn't say those who sold the victim.
He didn't say all that.
No,
You're
listen.
putting more into what he said than what he said.
Now, he won't listen, then he asks a question. He doesn't want to listen. He says slavery is a choice. Those in America that he's referring to, Black African American, we are not there by choice. Did you go to America by choice?
You're not a Black American. You're sitting up here.
Who says I'm Black American? Is that what I'm talking about? You can see that the irrationality is what is happening to this brother. He doesn't want to listen.
Listen, Dynast, we gave him a chance to answer a question, not make up an excuse. Dynast,
brother, you don't want to listen. That's your problem.
I'm not your
we
brother.
are never talking about who is Black American and who is not.
Hey, Dynast, can I say something, Dynast, brother?
It's my turn to talk.
Sekou, can you answer the question? Just answer the question. Answer Brandon's question.
Yeah, the question he asked was, he said, when fellow Africans took their brothers and sisters to the beach and sold them to Europeans, whether by choice or not by choice. I said, first of all, the question is nonsense question, because number one, with the Kanye West, whose statement we are discussing, said, no, listen, just have discipline for 2 minutes. It will be enough. So I told him that Kanye West said Black Americans were enslaved by choice. So I said, no, that's not true. It was not by choice. They didn't go to America by choice. Now coming to African who sold other Africans. There was no Africa. Listen.
We way out in the Serengeti right now.
Let the dude finish, bro.
Let him finish, Brandon.
Okay. First of all, there was no African, the consciousness of a continent that people calling themselves Africa did not exist during the slavery. It was just different kingdoms and different empires with different interests. There is only one record. There is, he doesn't have the discipline to listen.
Finish, Brandon. Go ahead, Sekou. Brandon, give him a minute. Go ahead.
It was kingdoms against other kingdoms. Prior to the arrival of Islamic slave traders and the Europeans, African, they were never selling anybody. It was a situation that happened when the Islamist attacks happened. There were people running helter-skelter around the continent, and new empires were formed based on the trade of slavery. And people like Dahomey were created to save themselves from slavery. So they themselves become enslaved just to save themselves for being captured. So it was a situation going on at the 16th, 15th century. It was no Africa at the time. There was nobody thinking they were African. People identified themselves only by their ethnic groups. You need to understand that context.
No, all I need to
understand. Well, hold on. I got Brandon, I got to ask him one question. Brandon. Okay, Sekou, you're from Liberia. What was the Port Crescent Massacre?
What?
You're from Liberia, right? Hold on, Brandon.
Yes.
You're from Liberia, correct?
Yes, I say I'm from Liberia.
What was the Port Crescent massacre?
I'm not getting the question.
What was the Port Crescent massacre?
The Port Crescent massacre?
Yes.
No, I don't know about it.
Of course you
Okay.
don't.
Okay, so when
Yes.
the returnees came, Black Americans came.
Yes.
All right, this is after the British had already banned the slave trade. And not saying that the British were benevolent, but they had already banned the slave trade.
Okay.
All right, Black Americans, the Americo-Liberians as he called them, they came to Liberia, they settled, they returned home. A group of the natives were still participating in the slave trade. All right.
Okay.
The native, I think the guy's name was King Joe.
They were selling the slave to who?
They were selling to Europeans.
European. You just said European banned the slave trade.
But I said the British. I said
okay,
the British.
The British banned it, so they were selling them to who now? To Spanish, to French?
Were selling them to the Portuguese, French. Okay. You had a group of other slave traders who refused to abide by the ban that were still doing it on the black market.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I want to get that clear.
So when the Black Americans had settled, they were still selling slaves. Some of the locals were like, "Hey, look, we got these Black Americans here. They're free slaves. It would be disrespectful for us to continue to sell slaves right in front of them." The guy King Joe pretty much said, "Fuck that. We're going to keep the slave trade going." And they went on and massacred the Black Americans that settled there.
Okay.
So this idea, I just got to be balanced. That Africans had no idea what was going on. That they didn't, they didn't understand the concept of Africa.
Can you mention the kingdom?
To finish
wait.
Why do we have to swallow in the mud? Why do we have to wallow in the mud? This is basic information, Dynast.
This guy, can you tell that guy to keep quiet 1 minute? Let me ask a question.
It's my turn.
No, I want to do a follow-up question. I want to do a follow-up question.
Brandon, hold on. Sekou,
let me do a follow-up question. So, Dynast Amir, there are 16 ethnic groups in Liberia. So can you tell me the name of the king? Wait.
Can I finish my turn?
Wait.
Sekou.
Wait. We want to get to the facts.
We know the facts.
We're gonna move on. Sekou.
No.
Let Brandon.
Just because he said it doesn't make it fact. I want to ask a further question.
Dynast, I don't have
fact, man. Sekou. Brandon, hold on, Brandon. Sekou is called
no.
You could go.
You mentioned that as if that was a predominant issue or not an isolated situation in Liberia at the time. So that's why I wanted to ask you, what is the name of the king what's the name of the king or chief who perpetrated that slavery?
Sekou. The slave trade was going on up and down West Africa.
What is the name of the king and his kingdom?
Sekou. It's called the Port Crescent Massacre. You could go research it. It's there.
Dynast, I mean, you asked me a question. I told you I did not know. I was not arrogant. I said I didn't know. Now I'm asking you.
We're gonna move on. Brandon, go ahead and answer.
Yeah, but I was honest with you. I said I didn't know. Now I'm asking you further question. If you don't know, say I don't know. What's the name of the king and his kingdom?
I gave you the name of the massacre. You can go look it up and Google it. It's called the Port Crescent Massacre.
You don't know.
Go look it up.
Let's move on.
It's located directly under the white man's nuts. I guarantee you'll find it because that's where you want to be at. Now let me finish this. Dynast, this is the point I'm making, and you know who's smart and
being rude and vile language is not intellectual.
No. When you disrespect me by insulting my intelligence, that's rude, but whatever. I'm not talking to you. Anyway, here's the thing. The two things are not mutually exclusive, right, Dynast? Black people like to do what I call wallow in the mud. It's called cognitive dissonance and willful ignorance. Black people will deny the same black folks who was boycotting the woman king, right? Because of their role, the homie role in the slave trade, will play dumb as to whether the African slave trade existed and whether we were part of the slave trade. Here's the point. If Africans had never chose to sell slaves, period, or to sell slaves to Europeans, and instead said, look, we going to war with these dudes if they try to come in here taking people captive, there would be no transatlantic slave trade, Dynast. That's the reality, or it would have been significantly less. So I'm an African too. So I'm saying we chose to sell slaves. We chose to profit and become rich off the slave trade. So all Kanye West said, and you sure you can keep shaking your head, all Kanye West said was slavery was a choice, full stop. Now, he sat it on your plate to see what you're going to do with it. We
can he
go
say my
into
name?
pure, we go into
Adonis, can I
pure,
say something?
we go into
Nah,
pure,
let her finish. Let her finish. Let her
we
finish.
go into pure lies and denial and revisionist history, getting up acting like we don't know the basics of history just to try to prove Kanye West wrong. He's not wrong. We chose to sell slaves. We chose to profit from the slave trade. Therefore, slavery for African. We even chose to participate in the Arab slave trade. Mansa Musa has slaves. All these guys you guys love so much and revere has slaves. I'm not putting negative light on them. I'm saying we chose to participate in slavery and sell our own. So slavery was 100% a choice. You see somebody get hit with a whip and say, nobody want to get hit with a whip. That is not the full, that is not slavery. That is not, you can't reduce slavery down into one element. It's a lot of elements. So slavery was a choice. My last thing with Kamala Harris was this, Dinus. The worst thing Kamala Harris did, in my opinion, right, is in California, there were a bunch of inmates. I'm from California. Don't tell me about California. There was a bunch of inmates, and Phil's already nodding his head. Yes, there was a bunch of inmates who were set to be released because they were locked up over frivolous-ass minor charges. Kamala Harris refused to let these people out of jail. Even people who have been found innocent based on DNA evidence, Dinus, she refused to let them out of jail because she said they would not have labor to fulfill contracts that they made with corporations to produce goods, answer phones for AT&T and shit. She submitted people to slavery. That's the only word to describe that. She kept people in slavery just so she could make good on her deals with corporate entities. People who were supposed to be free, Diners, she kept them locked up until she was taken to court several times for violating people's human rights. Kamala Harris is evil. We say that Candace Owens is bad. You got people like Cynthia G saying black men need to be exterminated and abort their male babies, all that. Black women love that. But Candace Owens is the problem? Pookie and Ray Ray shooting up the neighborhood, murdering everybody up in the neighborhood. But Candace Owens is the problem? You niggas are pathetic. You will try to put you will try to vilify a person who's just licking an ice cream cone before you hold the people who are destroying our community accountable. Candace Owens has no impact on the black community. She chose her side. You guys left her over there. She makes her money how she do. But the guy telling you to shoot up your own community, tell your kids to do drugs, oh, he's okay. You put him on a shirt, but she's a problem. Get the hell out of here with this garbage.
Hey, Don, can I say something, bro?
Can I make a?
I want Michelle 1 second. I want Sekou to respond, and then.
Come on, man.
Come on, Sekou.
Because he said my name. So, that's not fair.
Go ahead,
Sekou. That's not fair at all. Okay.
So
my point is.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hold on, let me say this. First of all, bro, the African never profited from the slave trade. Period. Let's get that clear. That's a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, because they could have got me.
Look at that continent, bro.
These guys were richer than the people in Europe off of slave trade.
They made the point.
Hold on, bro.
We gotta move on.
That's a pure lie. We will get into that, but I don't want to deflect the argument. So let's deal with the issue of Kamala Harris and Candace Owens. You see, Kamala Harris is an elite. She works for the government of the United States. And just like white people work for the government of the United States, there are so many. Let me finish. You never. I barely make a statement. You let other people speak.
Because we have to move on. I got to pass to Michelle. From what Brandon told you, and from what you think of Candace
But
Owens,
you didn't interrupt Brian, but you interrupt me.
Yes, I am, because we gotta move on.
He let all of you guys talk in front of him.
So, but when he was speaking, you didn't say I gotta move on. Are you looking for facts, or you want him to just keep on pushing the same fake narrative?
Sekou is really simple, because Brandon already presented his point. I presented my point. You said what you had to say about Candace Owens. From everything you've seen, all right, and we're told.
Simple. My opinion is not that simple. You can't say your opinion is simple because you accept to air my own opinion. You don't have to agree.
Okay, who's worse? Who has done more to harm black people? Candace Owens or Kamala Harris?
Candace Owens.
How?
Candace Owens is working for white supremacy. She works for white supremacists, and she's there. Yeah, she's looking for disgruntled black people who are ignorant and miseducated, and then lead them to anti-blackness. That's what she's doing.
Even Phil's laughing. So with everything Brandon just told you about what she did to black men in the prison system, that's supposed to be
it's funny, but it's not funny. That you guys are falling for it.
Can they both
guy
suck?
doesn't even know basic history.
Can Candace Owens and Kamala suck? Can they both be terrible?
Okay. Are they both terrible, Sekou?
Nope. Not to him.
Sekou, are they both terrible?
Can you repeat the question?
Wait,
Are they?
I want to silver bullet this so I can go back to work. I know Michelle is up, so I'm going to be fast. Look, we are in a position where we are unskilled labor. There is no demand for that unless we are really cheap to pay. And that really cheap to pay is in prison. Now, one of the points with regards to what I was trying to say about the housing was when Philando...
Somebody please mute your mic. Please mute your mic, whoever that is.
When Philando Castile was killed in that neighborhood outside of Minneapolis, the property values of the homes surrounding that community went up after he was killed, not down. Why? Because there is actual value in showing that law enforcement is protecting that neighborhood that's primarily white. And you can look across the board where a lot of these shootings happen. If there are white communities that it happens in, the property value goes up. Why? Because our role within this system is to be the floor, is to be the means of production. It is not to be asset holders. And we can dance around it and pretend these laws don't exist and that the market doesn't function that way, but it's consistent. It's not a default. It's not a defect. It's a feature. So look, I'm going to bounce out of here. I did want to say this one thing though, and Brandon, I love you, but slavery was not a choice, nor was it for the Africans because we didn't have the ability to say no. They had superior weapons.
Stop, Phil.
They
Stop,
did.
Phil.
They
Stop.
did.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
You're
You're wrong.
weapons.
You're
You're
wrong.
wrong.
When they brought
Phil,
those slaves
Phil, I
into
gotta
your
disagree,
butt
Phil.
naked,
Phil, you gotta
wrong.
I disagree, Phil. I disagree. I've been
What were
in
they
just
gonna
about
do?
every slave dungeon in West Africa. I've been there. It was.
What were they going to do?
No.
Even-
It wasn't what they're gonna
They
do.
didn't even speak the same
No,
language.
no. Phil, you gotta let me finish. It wasn't what they were gonna do. It was consensual. Like it wasn't like these white people just showed up with guns. Hey, give me the slaves right now.
Oh no, I know.
They couldn't even survive in Africa.
It was you in order to have buyers, you got to have sellers. And in order to have sellers, you got to have buyers.
Can you mention one African kingdom that sold slaves before they encountered with Europeans and Arabs?
It don't matter. Sekou.
No,
can you mention one?
Mali Empire, Songhai Empire. Before they
Mali
ever
Empire.
saw white man.
Wait. That's ignorance.
We're getting off track.
Michelle's turn. Thank you, Michelle.
That's ignorant. This person don't know what he's talking about.
We're getting off. Sekou, we're gonna ask one question. Can
you mention one African kingdom that sold slaves before Arabs and Europeans?
Sekou, we moved on.
It doesn't exist.
Oh my God. Sekou, is Candace Owens and Kamala Harris, are they both bad?
He's
Yes,
not going
in
to
terms of
answer it, Dynast.
for black liberation movement, I don't think any of them represent the black interest and the black
Are they both?
nationalism
Are they
interest.
both?
Yes.
Are they both?
Dynast.
Are they both? Hold on, gas them up. Are they both? Are like Phil asked?
Repeat
Are
it.
they both bad?
No,
Are
I
they
don't put
both
them
bad?
on the same scales. I think Kamala Harris is an elite, but I think Candace Owens is paid to do what she's doing, and she's just a maleficent, evil force working against black people. That's all it is.
Dynast.
And you don't think Kamala Harris is working against black people?
She's consciously doing it to earn money.
Oh
That's
my
what you
God!
just said. Ain't
Dynast.
that what he just
Dynast.
said, Candace
Listen,
Owens?
why
I
you?
gotta pass it to Michelle. Go ahead, Michelle. You've been waiting. Go ahead, Michelle.
Hi, thank you so much. And I do want to just first say that I love your panel, disagree, as you gentlemen do. I think that in order for a community to solve problems, we need to have dissenting voices and just pick apart the things that work. To answer the question, Kamala Harris is there's no way that she was ever going to be a positive product for the Black community. And that is what she is, a product, a creation to draw in the very undiscerning, of our community. And, that's kind of the constant trap, to further Brandon's point, it is a constant trap, right? It's they know where we are, they know where we're sitting, they know what tools to use just to pull in that small segment of our community to do exactly what they're programmed to do. Now, what does that do? That creates like the tyranny of the weak, because you have people that can have conversations, they can solve problems, that are out in the community, they're actually doing things, to further along family, community, all of these things that many of the minds on your panel, I'm sure, are successful at doing. Yet, you have this air of repression from just, I hate to say it, dumb people, people that just will not think for themselves. They will not hold their own best interest at heart. As our famed Dr. Claude would say, inappropriate behavior, right? Every election cycle, sometimes every day of their lives. And I understand how Candace Owens can be abrasive. I understand how, perhaps her wit is threatening, right, to some people, threatening to weak-minded people. And I'm not really, I don't like people that fall down on talking points either, but Candace Owens is serious. She's a serious person. And, whether you fully agree, disagree, I don't fully agree with anybody. I don't even fully agree with my own family. You have to engage serious people. You have to pull out these good things, these productive things from serious people. And, and that's just the reality. If we're ever going to solve problems, we're going to have to start pulling out these things from serious people. And yeah, you can do away with the talking points, because I do think she's also brought along a bunch of grift. If you look at the ABLs and even like some of the Brandon Tatums, things like that, that doesn't matter what the conversation or how fair or how important the conversation is, they're always going to fall on one side. I just think she does a much better job at seeing both sides, at understanding real issues. And I kind of get the sense she's proficient in solving problems. And that's just what we need. I do appreciate you giving me the time. I think you gentlemen are wonderful, and I'm going to watch every day.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Hey, guys, listen, we got two options. All right, I got to go get my son from school. I'll be back in 30 minutes. Y'all can stay on, or we'll close out.
Dinah, share my screen real quick.
Okay, but I'm gonna share it. Again, we got to answer the question first. Either we can stay, you guys can stay on, or I'm gonna close out.
Nah, man, go get your son, man. Get your son. Family first.
Okay. I'll go
We can
get
stay
him,
on, but we can speak for 2 minutes each. Not
Put
talking
Gaston
forever.
up in charge. Put Gaston up in charge.
Okay. All right. I'll be back, guys. I'll be back.
What does this say right here? Nigerian civil rights groups say tribal leaders' ancestors sold people to slavers and should say sorry, like U.S. and Britain. Guys, why do we want to entertain lies just to feel good. We're all Africans. We all did it to each other. We're the descendants of enslaved and slavers, because some slavers were snatched up on the boats too. When there wasn't enough slaves, they knock them over there and sell them too. Why do black people do that? We'll literally say one thing on Monday, but if the same thing makes us feel bad on Friday, we'll totally disavow it and say it's a lie. Like, that doesn't help you. That just makes you look ignorant.
Right. But wait, let Brandon finish his point. Wait. I know we'll let him. Oh no, we will not let him speak forever. Let him finish his statement, and then we'll let people respond. Brandon, are you finished?
I just want to say this. If you don't know, and this is my last point, if you don't know basic information about history, don't get up arguing history. And if you're not going to be man enough to stand on the truth, like if you tell me black Americans do this, and that, I'm not going to deny it just because it makes me feel bad. I'm going to be like, hey, yes, we do that, because that's a part of the healing process. There's some people who will keep us down in the cave forever just because getting out of the cave makes them feel uncomfortable. Damn those people. Those are the people who will sell you into slavery, because they'll find a way to continuously justify anything they do to keep from having to admit that they made a mistake. That's how I'm done.
Okay, so Sekou, would you mind letting the brother Yeshua go, and then you respond to Brandon?
Yeah, I want to make a comment too.
Yeah, I wanted to respond right now before I forget.
Okay, Yeshua, please let Sekou respond to Brandon, and then you right next. Okay, Sekou.
Okay. Yeah, when it comes to the issue of slavery, I know there's a lot of emotion, but let's go to the facts. I will cite a book here called Pre-Colonial Black Africa by Sheikh Anta Diop. I know many people on this panel may know him. He's one of the most celebrated African historians. Sheikh Anta Diop wrote Pre-Colonial Black Africa, and he talked about the institution of slavery in that book and how it is related to African culture. He used West Africa as a case study, especially the Wolof culture. Before you accuse people of selling human beings, you study their institution, their traditional institution. Do they sell human beings in their culture? The institution within their culture. When you check in Africa, Africans have domestic workers. They have people who can work for you as a domestic servant. They also have prisoners of war. But there are two things you never find in pre-colonial Africa or Africa before contact with Arabs and Europeans. You don't find prisoners, like to put someone in prison and lock them up. That did not exist. You can be in bondage and pay because you owe someone, but there was no prison. There was no chattel slavery. No human being was captured and sold to another African kingdoms to kingdom. That never happened. African mode of production. Because before you can do slavery, you must have it as a means of production. No African kingdom from ancient Egypt down to West Africa that relied on slavery as its mode of production. Where in Europe, Europeans had slavery long time before meeting Africa. The entire Eastern Europe, the Russians were called Slavs. That was Europeans selling Europeans. It was an institution in Europe. It was an institution in Asia. So all they needed, it was a market already existing. They only needed the product. Meeting Africa, Africa was defenseless, did not have the technology to stand these people. So they destabilized. The Europeans were not the first to capture Africa. It was the Arab Muslims. The Arab Muslims arrived and they started this. And when they started, the Europeans exploited the market. Africans were they were collaborators, Africans. The first Africans that collaborated were Africans who converted to Islam.
Sekou, can we get one more minute?
Selling them to the Arab.
Sekou, can you wrap it up in 1 minute?
I will end 1 second now. So Africans, sorry?
No, I said, please, 1 more minute so we can let somebody else go, if you don't mind.
Okay. Africans were not in the business of, so the Europeans were in charge of the system. They removed kings who opposed them and replaced them with kings. One example would be Congo. We find the king of Congo at the time writing. His letter is in the Belgian Museum where he rejects the Spanish and the other people coming, the Portuguese taking slaves, that his people cannot be used for that. And they told him that you have to. as a Christian brother, you have to obey and do this business with us. And he was saying, I can't continue. So I will stop there. There were African kings who fought against slavery. Why you don't mention them?
And there were those who
Okay,
sold slaves
Yeshua,
too.
Yeshua, it's your turn. It's Yeshua's turn.
Yeah, and well, first of all, is what I want to say that we need to refrain from the word nigga. Okay, I don't appreciate you, brother, calling me nigga. Period. Okay, and that's something that we have to change within ourselves as black people. Stop calling each other niggas. I think that's the most degrading thing you can call me. Period. Okay. The second part is this: there's no way in the history of matters of history that the African on the continent
Hold on, nigga, please.
benefited.
Nigga, please. I
Hold
was
on,
about to
wait.
say.
Can
See,
we wait a minute?
see,
Come on, let's be respectful, please, gentlemen. Please.
see, that's
Go
the
ahead,
problem.
brother. Go ahead.
Respect the brother, man.
See, the point is this: there's no way in the annals of history that the African on the continent benefited and profited from slavery. That totally disenfranchised Africa forever. Africa has not recovered from the slave trade since. Has not recovered. Okay, that's the second thing. The third thing is this: Africans had tribal wars with each other all the time. So those brothers and sisters who was due to war, when they got defeated, they became part of the tribe that quote conquered them or defeated them. Those brothers and sisters who were defeated, they were allowed to marry, they were allowed to buy land, they were allowed to matter of fact, they married the people they had the wars with. They married them. So this idea of Africans just going and selling some slaves, that's a myth. Due to tribal wars, when the Europeans came in, then they decided for the fact that those Africans who they were still in war with, they said, you can go get them, but you're not going to touch them. And that's what happened.
Can I
Due
respond?
to hold on. Due to
Hold on, you got one more minute, brother, and then Brandon.
Due to tribal wars. So we gotta stop saying it. And the brother made a good point. Thank you, brother. The point is we always talk about and want to throw shade at Africans for the slave trade, but we don't want to talk about the Africans who fought against it and died for us, trying to stop it. Because once they realized what was going on, they said, "Oh crap, they got us," but it was too late.
Okay, so can we let Brandon respond?
So he can respond, but that brother totally disrespected me, bro.
I know, and my apologies on his behalf. But can we just be a little respectful since it's Dynasty's platform? So go ahead, Pan African, is your response.
Okay, so we're arguing two different points here, and you can tell who has intelligence and who just lacks that, because it's like they're talking about, oh, Africans treated their slaves differently. No one's arguing that. We're arguing whether or not Africans chose to go raid villages, steal people from those villages, and walk them down to the coast of West Africa and sell them as chattel to Europeans. Okay? They knew what was going on. You're putting your people in shackles, putting them in dungeons, hence the term. So these slave dungeons don't even exist. Gas them up. We're going to go full cognitive dissonance right now, right? Mansa Musa traded thousands and thousands of slaves. These guys had gold mines. Who worked in the gold mines? Slaves did, that they captured during war. Now, I'm not saying the empires were slave raiders. That was later on. Dahomey, Oyo, empires like that were raiding and taking slaves, well documented by Africans and scholars and European. But we're going to literally sit up here and play identity in information musical chairs. So today, there was no African slave trade to Europeans. That don't exist. Friday, it's going to be back in existence. Anybody who ascribes to this garbage, you're just not smart, because you're literally going with your feelings over the facts. And when you look at what you're doing, just understand right in that moment that this is why every other group is outdoing you, because you have to admit you have a problem to solve that problem, not deny that there's a problem. You guys say only white folks do that, but we're doing it right now because every man up here knows that Africans raided, captured, and traded slaves to Europeans. And even after the British Empire outlawed slavery, Africans still colluded with Portuguese, Spanish, Brazilian, all these different traders, and still risked life and limb to trade slaves. And African kings like Gezo, they became as rich as the King of England off the trade of slaves, okay? Mansa Musa was the richest man on earth. He didn't just get that because of gold. He was trading slaves, okay? But I'm not going to do the denial shit. Like, that's some feminine shit right there.
So,
Like,
Brandon, you want to let them respond? One more minute. Okay, so say cool. Do you have a response?
No, it's not whether we want to let them. You should also time him.
No, I'm timing everybody. I'm saying that I was going to give him his last minute. Trust me, I'm being fair. I'm not making any statements. I'm not making any points. I'm trying to be as fair. So if I'm not being fair, tell me I'm not being fair.
He wants me to be silent because what I'm saying is hurting his feelings. That's
okay, wait, hold on. Listen. Okay, so Pan African has said his statement. Say cool. What's your response to that? Okay, all right. Hold on, wait. Say cool. Wait, Abraham. Hold on. Say cool. Abraham hasn't responded. He hasn't said a statement. Abraham, go ahead, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it. First of all, black people have been selling slaves since the beginning of time. The Bible backs this up. The first black nation on this earth was Sumner, or some people say Babylon. They got different names for it. Babylon, there was slaves in Babylon. The Israelites had slaves. We've been selling each other since the beginning of time. That's a fact. If you don't know that, you just don't know facts. Now, when I'm in New York. Yeah, I had a brother from Ghana. I guess he's from the Ashanti tribe. He came to visit this Israelite church in the Bronx. He said he was a prince. He stated, I forget, I think his first name was Gilbert. He's a light-skinned brother. He stated that his family are heavily Freemason, and that they had an involvement with the Europeans, selling slaves. And he got up in front of everybody in the congregation and apologized for his family involvement in selling the blacks to the whites, during the transatlantic slave trade. So they know this. If you, the brother from Libya, if you don't, or Liberia, if you don't know this, that's just on you. But other people know these facts and these truths.
Can I say something?
Okay, so say cool. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I want to respond. First of all, when I was speaking, I cited a book written by an African, a world-renowned African historian. When these brothers were speaking, they spoke from the top of their head. Let me begin with Mansa Musa. He mentioned Mansa Musa when a sold slave, that's how he became the richest man. He said, not just gold. I would like him to cite the primary source of piece of document that said Mansa Musa became rich because he took slaves to Saudi Arabia and he was not going to pilgrimage, or how he got all that where it was through slave trade. I want him to present that primary document. Now, before also we talk about Mali Empire, who is the founder of Mali Empire? Sunjata Keita, around 11th to 12th century. What is the constitution of Mali Empire? It's called the Edet Okurukan Fuga. You can Google it. It has 10 laws, and one of the law is to ban anybody selling human being. That's the foundation of Mali Empire. Was not even born. The founder of Mali Empire was not a Muslim. He's just an Arab of that nation. First constitution, first human rights document before Magna Carta. That is in existence. If they were selling human being, he wouldn't have banned it like that in that document. Now, coming to
your phone broke up, bro.
Say cool. Your phone, your internet, your service is bad. When you come back in, so I'm gonna let my brother Yeshua respond. and then Sekou, when your service gets back, you'll come back in.
But
I need to
if you
end
don't,
my
it's me
point. Can you
after.
hear me now?
Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Can you hear me clearly, please?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. We can hear you.
What happened to me?
I think your
Call
internet
breaking
is
up.
bad. Maybe you refresh your internet. But go ahead, Yeshua.
Yeah, it's what I want to say again, and that's what I
Can you
said. What
hear
I
me
said.
now?
It's better. Are you in a location where the service is good? Because
Can you hear me?
it's interrupted. We can hear you now. Can you stay in that location and respond?
No, they can't hear me. I don't know what happened.
Okay, pause your mic then, brother. Pause your mic. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's why I said what I said about the tribal warfare. I spoke to a lot of Africans about the slave trade. I talked to a lot of brothers from Ghana, from Nigeria, etc., from Senegal, and they all say it was due to tribal warfare. They said that's the majority of it. He said, and this way they don't tell you in the history. I'm familiar with the book he's reading from Diop. I'm familiar with that book. I got that book, but I talked to some of the brothers who's from there, and they say, well, yeah, they said it was due to tribal warfare. He said point blank. He said that again. He said the Africans in technicality did not have chattel slavery. We had that they had servants due to war. He said, and we make that clear. We had servants due to war. So if my tribe captured your tribe and defeated your tribe because we was having culture differences and political differences, your tribe became our servants. That's what he was saying, period. He said we became a servant. But we did not. He said the ideal of chattel slavery is really evil. He said, we didn't beat you. We didn't beat you. We didn't kill you. We didn't make you forget your culture. We didn't do none of that. He said, you were just a service. But in that service, what happened, like I said before, he said what happened was they was able to what? Own businesses. They was able to live and live free like anyone else. They no longer, in cases, couldn't operate as they were operating before. Then we must add in the idea of religion. The Islamicized Africans were all, in some cases, became a problem because what? They became Islamicized. Okay, so they became somewhat of a problem all through Central and West Africa. Okay, became a problem, period. Okay, because they became Islamicized. You got those Africans who were Christians became somewhat of a problem. Okay, later on, the first people to introduce the idea of quote child slavery was the Arabs. They introduced it first before anybody did, as far as chattel slavery, not in servitude, but chattel slavery. Okay, so we got to make that clear. I'm agreeing with Brandon in his context of Africans being involved. I agree with that 100%. I'm not arguing that, but we need to put things in context and not to speak overall in the sense of throwing shade at Africans in the slave trade, because all them African tribes was not down with that slave trade. They was not down with that.
So you want Brandon to respond, or you want one more minute
So
for
I
your
didn't
point?
end my point. Can I end it, sir?
Okay, yes, go ahead. Please make sure you're in a location with good internet service. Thank you, brother.
Yes. So I'm sorry. So what I would just back up what this brother just said. If you go, let's use archaeology right now, because if you want to know what happened, one of the evidence in history is use archaeological sources. In Africa, anywhere that slavery took place, go the buildings that were used, the dungeons in Ghana. Who built it? Africans? No, European. There's a church inside the dungeon. If you go to Zanzibar, the Arabs built that with a dungeon, because to capture thousands of people, you need sophisticated weapons. You need to chain these people. You need to transport them. Africa didn't have those infrastructure and resources. Who built those resources and infrastructure? It was the Europeans. And the European had a weapon. Any kings that could not comply, you could be removed in a second and be replaced. This is a hostage situation that people looking at and say African profited. Africa was depopulated. African lost their best men. If the African were selling slaves, how come kings were captured? How come professional farmers, warriors, strong people were captured? You think any nation would sell the best of their population? any nation will take the strongest of their people and sell them? You have to know that it was not a free trade. It was some kind of a mafia business going on, and they were collaborators. But collaborators should not be confused with the perpetrators who were profiting millions of dollars out of it on the farms. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so Brandon, you heard.
Let me follow this.
Wait, hold on. Let Brandon make a response because both of you say great points. And let's hear what Brandon has to say in response. Go ahead, Pan African.
Okay, so like I said, we're arguing two different points, but because they refuse to just be real about where we were, what we were talking about versus what they want us to talk about, it's a lie. This idea that Africans were at the barrel of a gun and forced to trade slaves. But basically, when the Africans were, after the British banned the slave trade, right, like in 1810, I believe it was, for 80 years after that, Africans continued to deal in the slave trade with the French, the Portuguese, the Spanish, and other European powers who were nowhere near as strong as the British, right? The British patrolled the African coast, which is one of the reasons why they had to build slave forts, right?
Hold on, Brandon. Can you guys pause your mic while the other person is speaking, please? Please pause your mics, please.
Right. So when they talk about it was the barrel of the gun, 1807. I'm sorry to Arca. Thank you for correcting me. Now listen to this, gas them up. If the British Empire, the most powerful empire on earth, more powerful than all those other empires combined, which is why they literally capitulated to the British and began to smuggle slaves instead of just saying, look, we're just going to go into all out war with you to continue doing what we want to do, right? Would you agree with that, gas them up? If you had equal might and someone tried to tell you to stop doing something you want to do, wouldn't you just declare war on them and continue doing what you're going to do?
Well, Brandon, in order to be fair, I don't want to give a response. So no disrespect. Yeah, you know.
So the British were the most powerful. If the Africans truly wanted to stop being a part of the slave trade, they literally had the backing of the British Empire. They didn't have to sell a single slave. The Dahomey tribe kingdom went to war with the French in 1892 over control of the port at Ouida for selling slaves. So the Dahomey was never in a position to where they were inferior or in fear of the French. They were partners in a business deal. The French couldn't go into interior Africa and take slaves because white people couldn't even survive for more than 3 days until they found treatments for malaria, right? They couldn't survive in Africa in the interior. So to sit up and say the African kingdoms, they didn't want to do this. Bro, the oil empire was literally in business deals with the French. I mean, with the Portuguese. So to sit up and now do revisionist history and say, well, they were forcing us to do it. How? You had standing armies with guns. Tell me, and cannons. Tell me which weapons the French had that the Dahomey didn't have. Because the Dahomey had guns too. The oil had guns too. The Mali Empire had guns. Songhai had guns. You guys are just using that as an excuse. That's the worst part about it. We traded each other as slaves. We chose to do that. That makes it a choice. If all the tribes didn't come together and declare war on the Europeans for trying to
please pause your mics. Please pause your mics.
If all the tribes didn't come together and declare war on the Europeans, that means there were tribes who were complicit in it. That's it.
Okay, can I say
yes,
something?
sure. Yeah, go ahead. You have your response.
Yeah. Well, first of all, he's trying to be semantic here, and then he's dealing with 1800s. Slave trade started way before that. Okay, let's stop playing this game here. He talking about 18. He talking about the Dahomey. They wasn't the first. I mean, and so again. The point is again, because he's playing with numbers, 1870, he almost 1900. But we're not talking about that. Again, on a technicality, and this is where I'm getting at with him. On a technicality, the Africans did not have chattel slavery. They had indentured servitude due to war, tribal wars. That's a fact. Any African would tell you that. Any of them. Even the ones that don't like you would tell you that. So I'm saying, again, let's forget about the 1800s, because we ain't talking about the 1800s. We're talking about the fact that Africans had indentured servitude, not chattel slavery. That's number one. Number two, let's get off this thing about Mansa Musa. The Africans hated Mansa Musa not based on because he had workers who were servants, because there's nothing in history that points at the writings of the Songhai and Mali empires that he had slaves. They said he had in the writings of the books. That's why it's important that you understand when Louis Henry Gates was over there, he wanted those manuscripts that they wrote about those brothers. And those manuscripts, which are who's written mostly by by Islamicists, they point blank said, no, well, it's here. It's written that they had servitude. They didn't have slaves. The people in Africa, particularly Africa, and particularly West Africa at that time, they disliked Mansa Musa based on the fact that he took resources, raw materials into Mecca as gifts, as free. That's why they hate him. Not because that's never mentioned throughout history with Mansa Musa. That's not mentioned at all. Period. Okay, now, as far as the Africans, all Africans was not in territorials, the ones that they took. They took some on the coast, who were on the coast, particularly brothers called who? Judah. I talked to a brother from Ghana this about a month ago. He told me, he said, the brothers who are on the coast of West Africa. Now, I'm not one for a lot of Bible history. I understand biblical history, okay? But he called them Judah. He said, they took Judah. That's what they did. And I asked the brother, I said, run that by me again? He said, Judah. He said, Judah was known to be on the West Coast, on the coast where the water was. That's where they were known to be at. Okay? He said, I said, oh. But and I wasn't trying to argue with him because I could have argued with him and all that. I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to meet him where he was at that moment. I said, okay. He said, yeah. He said, that's where they took they captured some of the brothers and took them into Elmina and then took them out, and took them out. He said, that's where they took most of them at. So
brother, you got about a minute and a half, so we get a response.
Okay, so what Brandon's not understanding, I'm not per se from a historical perspective, because I've been around some of the best historians. I've been around those of Ben Yakinen. I've been around those brothers, A.C. Hilliard, John Henry Clark. I've been around them personally, not just in a video watching them. I've been around them where I can touch their hands. Okay, so my point is that we must understand that the African complicity was not complicit in the shadow of slavery with the mistake that the African made when he realized that the ideal of profiting, that there was no profit in it and it will only decimate the continent. From then until now, he realized at that time the Africans said it was too late. They had made the mistake and it was a done deal.
So, brother, okay, Pan-African, what's your response to his? I think he said about the Bible and Judah. Go ahead. Brandon, are you there?
Yeah, yes, I'm here. After a while, you can no longer use the Africans didn't have chattel slavery argument, right? Because Africans had agents who literally went to Europe, went to America, went to Brazil. Kings would send people there for different reasons to learn, bring back goods, all that. So they knew what was happening to these slaves. Even when the slaves would reach the ports, they would see the way the Europeans would treat the slaves, put them up on the auction block, sell them, beat them, kill them, whatever. So they knew what was going to happen, right? So this I didn't know I did doesn't work. There are people who are alive today whose grandparents, great grandparents, literally owned slaves. There's an article from the BBC, and it has citation from the Encyclopedia Britannica, where a brother talked about his great grandfather owned slaves. His great grandfather was alive when he was young, and when he was like 20 years old, and told him all about being a slave trader. He said, as far as my great grandfather was concerned, he had a bona fide trading license from the Royal Niger Company, a British company that administered commerce in the region in the last quarter of the 19th century. So when his property was seized, his slaves, and aggrieved Nwabani Ogo, he's an Igbo, boldly went to see the colonial officers responsible and presented them with his license. They released his goods and his slaves. The white people apologized to him, my grandfather said. Guys, there were Africans who were right in there making money. One thing I know about an Igbo, they gonna make them some money no matter where they go. To sit up and try to feign innocence or oblivious, or to pretend that we were oblivious to
Please pause your mic. Pause your mic, whoever that is.
To pretend we were oblivious to it. Man, when the British tried to end the slave trade in Nigeria, when they took over Nigeria, there were Nigerian kings, local kings who said, one said, we think this trade must go on. Another said, this is the verdict of our oracle and priests. They say that your country, however great, can never stop a trade that is ordained by God. These dudes believe that gods, because also remember, they were converting over to Christianity. So they believed the Bible condoned slavery. So the Nigerians who were converting, they were like, look, the Bible, the book you told us was holy, said that it's okay to own a slave.
What do you say to his position? Because he mentioned the Judah point with the Ghanaians. What do you say to that?
All I'll say is this is Exodus chapter, the 21st chapter, where the people who talk about the Bible will always try to talk about the good aspects. Oh, you can't beat a slave, or you can't kill a slave, or you would be punished. But nobody goes to Exodus, the 21st chapter, where it talks about if a man is a slave and he gets married to a wife and he decides and he gets his freedom, the wife and his children have to stay because they're the property of the owner. And if he wants to stay and be a father to his children and a husband to his wife, then he has to just accept the being enslaved forever. And he could be sold off, and the children could be sold off, and the wife could be sold off. The Bible condoned the slave trade. Africans accepted that Bible. At that point, and even prior to that, every part of their involvement in the slave trade was a choice. They were not helpless victims. They made a lot of money trading slaves and even resisted the abolition of slavery, as did many African Americans who owned slaves in America.
So the Hebrew Israelite argument that he was making, what do you say to that? Because he said that the Ghanaian brother told him they sold Judah in particular.
That's just pure garbage. It
doesn't okay, now let me say this.
It has no. Wait a minute. He asked me a question. Calm down. There's no.
Because you talk too long, bro.
There's no. Damn. You talk longer than me. There's
no. Hold on, Yeshua. You gonna respond? You gonna respond? But let him, just because I want him to respond to the point you said about the Judah.
Listen, all that stuff is revisionist history. There's no citation to prove that. There's nothing. It's just all fairy tales. This guy thinks he's a Hebrew. Like there's no such thing as a Hebrew. The Bible is not real, and everyone knows that. But hey, if you believe in fairy tales, you'll probably also believe that African kings didn't profit off of slavery. Like,
okay, Yeshua, Brandon, if you're Yeshua, what's your response to him?
Well, my response is, well, first of all, I'm not a Hebrew. That's number one. Okay, and I just told him I've been around some of the most profound scholars in history. I've been around them. Okay, most of them are borderline atheists. Period. So that idea of the Bible to them is really obsolete. That they don't believe in the Bible in that sense. They also and I per se don't believe in it. I think that the concept of the Bible. I think our ancestors had got the concept of God 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 years ago, before there was even a Bible written, before there was a Moses, before there was a Jesus, or whoever you want to call him. Okay, so he can miss him with that conversation. Okay, I was making a statement about Judah because the African brother said that, and like I said, I could have argued the brother, but I wasn't trying to do that at that moment. I was trying to meet him where he was at. Okay, and I was kind of impressed that he would even admit that to me. Okay, I was kind of like, okay, really? He admit that to me? Okay, I was kind of impressed that he would even admit that, because some of them won't even admit that.
Okay, so I was that was that thing. Again, he's saying that these Africans had took pride in this slave trade. He cannot show me throughout history. We can go to Nigeria, we can go to Ghana. You can ask those brothers in Ghana. Did in fact was they applauding the ideal of the slave trade? And most of them would tell you no, we didn't applaud it, even though some of us, our ancestors, were involved, but we didn't applaud it because once they realized it, this is why I keep saying that over and over again to him. I said, once they realized it, they said, oh, it was too late for them to even stop what they had got involved in. And like I said again to him, to Brandon, I said, the Africans in the technicality was not doing chattel slavery. They had indentured service due to war and tribal wars. They didn't have that. Okay, they didn't have that. And so if he listened to what I'm telling him, he would say, well, Brandon, he's actually agreeing with you. He's just giving you another perspective, another historical data on it, that you don't want to do it because you want to continue to beat up Africans based on the fact that they were involved in the slave trade. And I don't think that's the conversation that we should have, in some cases with our brothers, because again, some of them don't even know. You think they know, that they don't even know. See, so again, that I think this is what we need to come at and be on one accord, and then we can come back one day at the table. Then we can discuss how the African played their part and how African Americans played their part. But don't tell me about no choice stuff where it wasn't a choice. Those brothers who was taken into captivity in Africa by other Africans, Brandon, like you stating, they didn't have that choice. Okay, even though they fought back, etc. Again, we never talk about the Africans who fought against the slave trade. Sometimes that's obsolete.
I'm asking one simple question: did Africans choose to sell other Africans? That's all I'm asking.
Other Africans, yes. That was never my argument with you. That wasn't my argument. That was never my argument.
But that was what Kanye said. He just said,
okay, hey, no. Listen to what I'm saying. Slavery, when Kanye said that, Kanye didn't know the hell he was talking about. What he was saying when he said that, he was talking about in the context of us being in America. He had no historical knowledge of Africans being involved in the slave trade on the continent. Kanye didn't have that knowledge at all. He was coming from the fact that he felt that we could have fought here and fought back. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, we could.
Y'all gave Kanye West too much credit.
Exactly. And I don't give him credit.
Okay. Well, Dynasty is back. Dynasty is back. So Dynasty, you're back.
Yeah. One mic. Let's pass it to Kofi. Go ahead, Kofi.
Dynasty, real quick. Somebody questioned the citation I used. I just want to let everybody know, if they question that Bible citation, I'm a Bible scholar, actually. I placed the scripture in the shared thing. If Dynasty wants to pull it up and he could read it for you. I know we struggle with reading sometimes. That would prove that everyone in the comments saying I'm misquoting the Bible is an absolute liar and doesn't even know the Bible. So
no
if
one
they
said
wanted
you
to do that,
Bible,
no, people in the comments were saying that.
No, somebody in the chat. Was writing that.
It was a lot of people.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying, the scripture is there. If Gynus wanted to do it, he could, to prove that you guys are all liars and don't know what you're
Hey, Brandon, before Kofi goes on, you should Google this guy, Al Mustafa. He's running for president of Nigeria. I swear to God, in my opinion, he looks just like you. Like, you might be Awusa.
Go ahead, Kofi. Go ahead, Kofi.
When I heard earlier, they were talking about Candace Owens, and I had a couple of people was basically talking about Candace Owens and how illegitimate she is with, being a Republican shield. I mean, this is a woman that said that black people are the most murderous people in America. So I just want to get that out there.
We are.
Again,
sure
and that's
are.
sad. So you're saying that black people has killed as much as white people did in this country. Is that what you're telling me?
Yep.
No, I'm saying as of right now, I would say from dating back from the we'll say mid 70s to now, yeah, we can't go 24 hours without killing each other.
Cool. I'm not really gonna fight you on that.
But what you did was something intelligent that she didn't do. You put it in context, but she was using as she did it with a broad brush with no context at all. Basically, saying from the inception of this country, black people has done this, and that's extremely disingenuous.
She literally said currently. She literally said currently.
Kofi, what about the fact that black people, in terms of non-state actors, as you pointed out from the 70s, have typically, you see the most murder and violence in predominantly low-income black neighborhoods. So non-state act, that's like not military, not police, not special agents and other things like that, members of the state. That just random black on black violence is very high. Yes or no?
What, you're asking me that?
Yeah, I'm saying, like, was Candace wrong? Of course, she may not have put it in context, but understand, in America, because we're binary thinkers in America. Yeah, go ahead.
You ain't got to overcomplicate it. I mean, it's
not.
Yes.
No, I'm not. Again, I'm not going to fight you guys on that because it is a problem. Does it get more exacerbated in corporate media, whether it's left or right? Yeah. Does it happen in Republican states and Democratic cities? Yeah, it happens in Republican cities and Democratic cities. So anyone that says
which Republican cities?
It happens in Kansas City. It happens in Louisiana. What are you talking about? That's a simple Google search.
Those are Democratic-run cities.
It happens, and that's where the lie is. It happens in Republican cities and Democratic cities. Anywhere there's cities, I'm agreeing with you guys, but then you guys,
but Kofi,
you guys put on your Republican hat.
Tell us where the Republican cities are.
I'm talking.
Wait, let him finish. I want to ask him a question.
Hello, I'm talking.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
So we all agree, but when I start saying, well, yes, if it's happening with black people, then you all want to say like Republican cities is like the safe haven for black people, which is bullshit.
Nobody said
it happens across the board. There are Republican cities.
Hold on, Kofi.
High crime rate.
Kofi, you mentioned Kansas. You mentioned Kansas City. The mayor of Kansas City is a black Democrat. But go ahead, continue.
But Kofi, hold on. Here's the thing, Kofi. Here's what I will say. Again, I think Americans we're caught up in binary thinking. It's either black or white, Republican or Democrat, and it's silly.
Hold on. Gas him up. Hold on.
Well, I'm generalizing. They're the ones that's compartmentalizing.
Kofi, I want you to name the Republican city.
I don't want to.
You mentioned Kansas City. You mentioned Kansas City. You're wrong. This is Democrat Quentin Lucas. Name the Republican city.
Okay, if Kansas City, I'm wrong. What about Tennessee, Ohio?
I said city, sir. I didn't say state.
The city.
I said city.
Like I said, I don't want to say city and say I know for certain because they skip me at the moment.
But he already said that.
Okay.
Can I say something
right quick? And unlike you, I could be a man and say that I made a mistake instead of just saying be a man and don't show and prove being a man. I made a mistake. If Diane says that's not true, then yes, I made a mistake. That's what I basically want to say about Kansas so going to the whole slavery thing. Now that I agree with the other brother here. Brandon is giving a lot of white apologist revisionist history about the slave trade, and what he's doing is very disingenuous. He's not necessarily lying. The lie is.
But wait, Kofi.
Let him finish. Let him finish, please. I'm trying to hear this out. Go ahead. Say that again. He's not okay. You said so you said he's giving his white revisionist history, but then you said he's not lying.
Yes. So this is what a lot of white apologists does, and Brandon's taking up the same talking point. Black people are the only people, and I think you had a brother on the other day that said the same thing I'm going to say, are the only people that have to apologize for what happened to them. Anyone that understands war, understands colonialism, understands that, hey, you're going to have some corroborators that's going to be corroborating with the other side. What Brandon is doing is very disingenuous and disrespectful to African people in diaspora, is saying that these people that were a part of the slave trade, that know what they were doing, he's trying to make it seem like this was normal place, like this was just what's going on among, that was just normalized. And that's not true. Those were people that were exception to the rule. And like the other brothers say when he was on there, that you had what people are going to sell their own people. And that's also a misnomer. If you had warring tribes, they're not going to take people from their own so-called tribes and
Right.
sell them up. They're going to go to other people. You know what? These are not my people. These are other Africans, but they're not my people. So I'm going to put them in slavery. Right? That's what was happening. But when you have someone that's self-loathing and they nothing but a bunch of white apologists, they're going to spin it. Even you had Native Americans knew what the white people were doing to them, taking their land and stuff like that. But you still have Native Americans not cooperating with the colonialists.
Dice, I'm going to respond when he's done.
Same thing with the
Can
Jews.
I? No, I would wait.
We all know Jews are Europeans. But so we know that not all the Germans, the Germans couldn't know who was a German Jew, unless you got other Jewish Germans to say, well, that person is a Jew and that person is a Jew.
Learn history.
So when you look at history, you're always gonna find collaborators with people going against their best interest to save their own behind. It's very disgusting to say, well, no, it was just normal place amongst black people. So that's
well, Kofi, can I respond? Yeah, sure. If you don't mind, I didn't get the. Wait, I haven't said anything.
It's gonna be quick though, bro. It's gonna be quick. I want to address the part when they say black people are the most murderous in America. That's absurd, bro, and that's insulting. To say that
we are.
But we're not. We're not. We're not.
Yes, we are.
By per capita, we are.
Let me finish. See, this is the nonsense. And you wonder why we got Tariq Nasheed and all these other dudes all confused? Because they hear nonsense like that. So that's my point. That it's no way statistically, historically, that black people have committed more murder than white people in America. That's absurd.
We said currently.
No, but you can't say current. You can't cut my legs off and just say, okay, now catch up. No, you can't say current. You gotta look at it historically in America. You gotta look at it now. You can't say that black people are the most murderers and think and applaud and get on applause. No, that's crazy. Black people are not the most murderers.
Yes, we are.
No.
Can I respond to you real quick, brother?
If you grew up around a bunch of degenerate black
hold on, Kofi. Hold on, Kofi.
Again, history and statistical data will show you that black people are not the most murderers. We don't even commit the most homicide. We don't.
Well. Listen, I'm not going to get into numbers. The only thing I would say this. And like I said, I don't care whether Democrat or Republican, but I do want to point this out. And I think you guys really got to, no disrespect to anybody, I think people who want to debate Brandon and Dynast on the Republican perspective, I think you guys should point out the historical fact that the South was Democrat. What happened is with the civil rights. Wait. I know why. Slow down, Brother Kofi. I'm just showing you, this is how I think you guys should be debating the Candace Owens or the Kanye or whoever is taking the Republican perspective to say, listen, the South was always historically Democrat. What happened is that with LBJ, after he implemented the plans, he admitted that we've lost the South forever. So the South then switched to the Republican ticket. So now they're making it seem as if the Republican ticket has always been, or the South. You understand what I'm saying? So I think that should be the departing point for when you guys are combating them in terms of who's correct and who's not. But I'm going to say again, whether you're a black Republican or black Democrat, the average black the Saudi Arabian lobbyist group, the British faction, all these other global factions, even the Russian faction, has a stronger voice, say, access, and authority in the United States than black people who have been here since the inception. So I think in retrospect, looking even at the African kings who sold slaves and or who didn't sell slaves, I'm not touching those arguments. But what I'm saying is this, is that if you look at the bigger picture, the game is power. And right now, black people don't have any power. And we're not really analyzing
Who has the power? Why do they have the power? And what can we do to properly combat that power and put ourselves in a position of true power? I think that's what we need to
The
do.
problem is
let me
not
ask you, no,
recognizing the enemy. That's
it's
the
my
problem.
turn.
It's not
It's
recognizing
my
the
turn.
enemy and aligning yourself with
It's my
someone
turn.
who you think is your friend
It's
when
my
it's really
turn.
your enemy because you have other
But it's my turn.
affiliations with that person instead of looking at that person for who they are.
But it's my turn.
That was always the problem in Africa and in America. We
Okay.
think someone has our best interests because they may line with our personal
This is
interests
what
and
I'm.
not with
This is
the
what.
overall
No,
interest.
this is the
And that's our
problem.
problem.
People, this is the problem with Democrats. They feel like if something makes them angry, the rules no longer apply, and they can murder people, burn people's houses down, burn people's businesses just because something made them angry. But if someone else
Oh,
does it,
but Republicans don't do
wait
that,
a minute,
right?
bro.
They don't do that at
Bro,
all.
you just jumped into my turn. Disrespect me because you were upset. I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, yes, you did,
That's
because
the
I was still
okay.
talking
No,
and you
I didn't.
interrupted me.
That wasn't me.
But
That was
I'll
cast him
let
up.
you go. I'll let you go.
Anyway, here's the whole thing. Here's the whole thing. This is why we can't move ahead, because you can have 95% of black people on the same accord based on truth. Imagine if we all just operated on truth. We wouldn't have wasted an hour and a half arguing. We said, did blacks choose to participate in the slave trade? The obvious answer is yes. Then you had a bunch of men, black men, who could not just let the truth be the truth. They know they're wrong, but they'll argue from a point of being wrong just so they don't have to accept the reality. And these are the people who the Democratic Party gets and takes and puts on stage. Put like Raphael Warnock, Dynas, for example. Raphael Warnock was so wrong on a lot of things during that debate with Herschel Walker. He literally had to just not say anything or try to redirect the conversation away from the basic question that Herschel Walker asked him, right? Or the moderator asked him, right? And Dynas pulled it up and showed it in real time. Whenever you have a man who you ask a direct question and he can't give you a direct answer, you know that man is a liar. He's not. He's just dishonest. There has never been.
I need you to repeat that again.
Whenever
I
you
think
have
that's the drill from tonight. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, whenever you have a man who you ask a direct question and he can't give you a direct answer, that man is a liar. There is the dynasty.
I'm gonna give an example. I'm gonna give an example that was asked. Sekou is here. Would you say that Candace Owens and Kamala Harris are both bad people? And what did he say? One is a globalist.
One is an elitist. One's an elite. He turned it into a class issue. So look, Candace Owens is wrong because she's poorer than Kamala Harris. So Kamala Harris could say exactly what Candace Owens said, but based on her net worth, she's right and Candace Owens. But that makes you understand why Africa is messed up. A lot of people in Africa look at somebody, if they got money, they can lie, steal, cheat, and it's fine. If you don't got money, they want to mob you, beat you up. Like I saw a guy get mobbed for stealing a cell phone. But the politicians steal billions up out of Africa, and the people don't do nothing. Just, that's the way the game is played. They'll say that a lot of Africa. But the point I'm asking, Dynas, have you ever got up here? Have I ever got up here, Dynas, and you asked me a direct question? Gas them up. You can even answer this too. Have you ever asked me a direct question and I didn't give you a direct answer?
No.
So how can I've been up here for years? And I've never had a situation where someone was like, Brandon, this or that. And I didn't say this or this is what it is. So
nah, that's not true. I asked you who was better, Alabama or Georgia. And instead of you saying Alabama, you was out there, playing politics because you down with Dynas. Everybody knows Roll Tide Roll.
Who, me? Alabama was good one year, and then Georgia was better and beat that. Like it.
Come on, man. Don't be with that. Roll Tide Roll. You know that.
Who's better this year? I don't know. I've been watching those teams.
They jerked us this year. Dynas, you seen that? They jerked us. We were supposed to win that game.
But if you ask me what's the cleanest form of energy, biofuels or nuclear, I'm gonna say nuclear. Then when you go look at the facts, it's gonna say nuclear. I'm not gonna sit up and try to make some bullshit argument Exactly. This guy says lies, right? These guys are contrarians. They go based on how they feel
Okay, can
about
I
something.
respond? He filibustering right now.
Donna, he's
He
going
went
to
to like
speak
4
forever.
different
Then when
points.
we start speaking, you interrupt us.
That's the way it works.
Yes, you filibustering right now. You
Wow.
made a
It
lot.
was
You
my
made a
turn.
claim, and you went to like 3 different points. I
It
just
was
want to
my turn.
respond to what you said about me in the beginning, and then you could keep on telling your queuing
Yeah,
on
I'll
live.
go after you, Kofi. I have to
All right,
speak
brother.
and try
Kofi,
some of the
Kofi,
things.
Kofi, name the city that's run by Republicans.
Hello.
That's worse
Hold
than a
on.
Democrat city.
Yo, B, it's my time, bro. I just want to respond to what you said. So I was just talking about the truth and what the truth is. You're trying to say I'm not being truthful because I critiqued you because I said you were right. And if you were a real man, you would have said, you know what? I did say that because I said that I agree with what you were saying. But what you were doing was trying to make it seem normal place that everybody in Africa was trading their mother, their mother, their brother, and their sister. And that was not the case. I'm saying that's what you were doing. Now, if you were a
Please
man,
mute your mic. Please mute your mic, whoever that is. Please mute your mics, people. Please.
now if you
Stay
were a
cool. Mute
man
your
that
mic, please.
always now if you were a man like you always claim and profess to be, you would have been all right, Kofi, you know what? I did mean that, or oh, Kofi, you know what? I didn't mean it in that way. I'm just trying to make a point that some of us did sold each other,
No,
but you
because you're
didn't do
wrong.
that.
No,
What
because you're
you
wrong.
did, hold on. What you did, you started talking about Democrats and Republicans when we're having a historical conversation. That's what you continue to do. All I did, I didn't say you 100% wrong. I said you got it half right, and I applied context to what you were doing. I
And you
thought you
got
were
it
being
100%
disingenuous.
wrong.
I thought. All right, so you know what? You know what? Anyone, you can just research it. I
Did
want
King
to know
Gezo's
where all
brother
these
sell his mother?
Africans. I
Did
want to know
King
where all
Gezo's
these
brother sell a
Africans.
mother into? Let me ask you a question. Did King Gezo's mother sell his brother sell his mother into slavery?
The king who?
Did King Gezo's brother, who was king before him, sell his own mother into slavery?
I'm not too sure about that. I'm not
That's a
familiar with that.
historical fact. Niggas was selling any and everybody they could into slavery. They
Again,
brothers, they cousins, all that.
my argument is not saying that didn't happen. Again, I'm
So,
saying
Kofi,
where
let me
you being
respond to him.
disingenuous is you saying that that was very commonplace. That's the problem that I have when you say it because you put no context to it. So people are alluded to think that this was commonplace. This is what white historians do. This is what white racists do. So they won't. So they can take accountability off of themselves playing a part in the Atlantic slave trade. And that's my problem with what you're saying. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying you're failing to provide context to show that are the instances where this has happened.
Kofi, we weren't alive during that time, so we can't say each and everything that happened.
Yes,
everyone
we
has
have
Google.
Accounts.
Everyone has.
Hold on. What Mike? Kofi, how many slaves were brought to the Americas, roughly in total?
How many? What?
How many slaves were brought to the West, roughly in total?
It's a rough estimate. Some people say 20 million. Some people say 40. It's a rough estimate, and those numbers again have to be based.
Okay, so if 20 to 40 million people were brought to America, you're saying that doesn't make it commonplace, or not to America, but to the West, that doesn't make it commonplace.
I don't understand the correlation you try to draw. The correlation is not if slavery happened.
You said it wasn't commonplace, as if it wasn't common in regards to slavery. So if 20, as you said, 20 to 40 million slaves were brought to the Americas, would that make it commonplace or no?
I don't understand the question you're asking.
The question is wrong.
We all understand the question. They just don't want to answer. They don't want to answer.
The question makes no sense.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. That is not. If you're saying
the question, you understand the question.
But they had slave farms too.
It was
They did have
1.5 million.
so they had farms
America
to produce slaves. You know, when they don't feel like buying the
hello, we're trying
they
to
would just make
determine
them.
if
That's how it
who
works.
told who. You're asking the question how many slaves brought to America. That's two different questions.
No,
That
you're
sounds
trying
crazy.
to answer a different
You're
question.
trying to establish.
Kofi. Okay, Kofi, judging by the number of slaves that were brought to the West, you said 20 to 40 million. Would you think that slavery was commonplace for that many slaves to come to be brought to America?
Yes and no, and I'll answer you. So we all know that during the Atlantic slave trade. First, I'm going to say something a lot of people don't realize. So when the Atlantic slave first started out, it started out in Portugal, right? It started out in Portugal. The Portuguese, right? Portugal is one of the closest countries to Africa, North Africa. You got
this
the
guy's
Iberian
giving word
Strait.
salad, man. He's not even trying to answer your point.
Oh my God.
He's
You got
bringing up
no
Portugal.
discipline, man.
No, bro, you're
Like
you're
like
not
a
being
spoiled child.
honest.
You like
Hold
a
up,
kid.
I want to hear,
Wait,
okay.
Koku, Sekou didn't get to go yet.
Sekou,
Yeah,
you can go if you want, bro.
Can I speak now?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So first of all, there are a lot of things have been said, so I don't even know where to begin. You see, if you say because there were millions of people taken out, therefore every family, because the point the brother was making that it wasn't that every African family or community was out there selling people. That's the point he was making. Were there so many people taken out? Yes. So the analysis we need to make is that
God damn,
wait, let me end now, Dinah. You never allow me.
Nah, y'all be trying to give a lesson.
You always jump in. Let me finish.
Brandon can talk for like mad long with bullshit. He don't get interrupted.
Oh my God, Dinah.
One mic. You're on my show. Disingenuous. Sekou,
let me finish.
No, Sekou, are Chevrolets
Pan-African was speaking. You never interrupted him.
Sekou, is a Chevrolet a popular car here in America?
No, you can't do that to me. Allow me to make my point. You can't jump in. No. You allow Pan-African to flow with his thoughts. Now you interrupting my thoughts.
Is a Chevrolet a popular car in America?
I have to finish my point. If I'm allowed to speak, let me finish my point.
I'm asking a question. Is a Chevrolet a popular car here in America?
I don't live in America. I don't know.
Where do you? Oh goodness!
He lives in Canada. He's lying. He knows.
I said I don't know. Now you say I lie. I know. Are you really serious? I said I don't know.
Guys answer a straight question. Why these guys can't just answer a direct question?
Let me move on
You're
with my point.
not a scholar,
I don't know.
so stop trying to teach. We got Google. We don't need you.
Brother,
go ahead,
be quiet, Pan-African, and let me speak.
Okay,
now,
ahead, Sekou.
Don't call him that.
I gave a lot of evidence. I cited an African scholar, and I also said the dungeons that were built in Ghana, in Senegal. You've been there, Dinah. I saw your pictures. Were they built by Africans? Those buildings, those infrastructure that were built to transport these people, were they built by Africans? No. Who brought those infrastructure?
Africans played a role in building those structures.
It was African. It was African who brought all those infrastructure and built those dungeons.
Yes.
Okay. Now, but the history says otherwise. The history says it was built by the Europeans. Okay, can you cite one? No. Let me speak.
No, it doesn't.
Dinah, you never want me. You know, the truth hurt. My word hurt you guys.
Africans were complicit in building those dungeons.
You never want me to finish my talk because you know I'm going to get the point. Allow me. Allow me.
You're not telling the truth. You're not.
Allow him to lie. Allow him to lie.
Africans could not have built church in the dungeon. They were not Christian at the time.
No, they did not build the churches, but they helped build those structures.
Oh, you are talking about labor. I'm saying who built it. If you build your house, Dinah, are you going to say
labor?
That? Wait,
the labor.
No.
Labor. Yes.
You said when you go to New York, you see Trump Tower. You don't mention the name of the laborer. You said Trump Tower, right?
Oh my God! See, you're being
it's a common sense.
You're being disingenuous.
No. You can. Who built it? Who owned the infrastructure? Whose resources it was to build it? Was the Europeans?
I know who owned the infrastructure. but Africans were complicit in the labor for building those buildings. Can we agree?
Now let me continue my point.
I'm asking, can we agree on that?
Of course, they will use African labor. Nobody denying that. But
go ahead. Go ahead.
But you guys, your argument now. One of the things, because I know that listen, because they won't let me speak, so I will just make this point very quickly. They will never allow me to speak. They will keep mixing up my thoughts. One thing you have to know: history is a political charged subject. The politics in history is that everybody wants to go back in time and justify something. What the Europeans have done successfully.
That's what you're doing.
Shut up, please. I'm sorry to use that word, but you bothering me. Let me speak.
But that's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, can you just be disciplined for a second?
Go ahead.
Okay, so when the Europeans have done is to change the paradigm to exonerate themselves and then say it is the African who were responsible, and they were the nice guys who were interested in slavery. They just met a group of people who were selling their people, selling them to who we don't know, and they came in the picture and started buying. The question that we are asking is that the Europeans have the institution of slavery in Europe for many years, and they sold themselves as well in Eastern Europe and other places. Yes. This question we are asking, did Africa have a mode of production, traditionally, a mode of production that was based on slavery before Arabs and Europeans? I'm asking any of you here to cite. Well, listen, let me finish. Let me finish. Be disciplined, brother. Don't do that. You say you're looking for truth, but you are not a truthful man. Just listen. Mention one kingdom in Africa before the contact with European or Arab Muslims that were based, the production was based on slavery. I'm listening.
That's what he's talking about. He's saying
Mali
the boats.
Empire.
He's saying that we
Mali
had
Empire.
boats. We had
Mali Empire. Let me respond to Mali Empire.
Let me answer the question. Remember,
you said Mali Empire. That's wrong.
Let me finish. You asked the question, and I'm going to answer it. Damn, Mali Empire was dealing in slavery before they even started engaging with the Arabs, because you remember they had slaves before Mansa Musa's brother converted over to Islam. So they already had slaves working their gold mine, because they would defeat and beat up the little tribes around their empire and take them as slaves and make them work in their gold mines. You're not going to move on this question, bro. Like they did. Okay. You can listen. You can only be. Wait.
Hold on. Stop the show. In fact, Sundiata, who was the founder of the Mali Empire, he was a slave.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And guess what? You can't build an empire without slaves.
Wait. This is where we're going to catch you now. You said Sundiata. Wait. I ask you. You said Sundiata was. Can you cite the primary document?
Sundiata was captured by a warring tribe, was enslaved. The person who captured him ended up, I guess, eventually mentoring him, and that's how he became king. Sundiata was a slave.
Can you cite? No, it's a lie. Can you cite?
Hold on, no, he's not wrong. Hold on, wait. Sekou.
Wait.
Can I?
Can you cite the primary source?
I can. Yes, I think he's going to get the book. I think he's getting the book. But wait, Sekou, listen. Here's the thing. Wait, Sekou, wait. Look, listen. Sekou, wait. Hold on.
Wait. There is no jelly. There is no historian. Okay. Or primary source that says Sundiata went into exile.
Okay, but Sekou, wait. Hold on. Let him get the source.
He was in exile, not in slavery.
Sekou, let him get his source. Listen, look, I just want to put this out there. I think the problem is that Sekou, slow down, brother, please. Let me just say these two sentences, and I hope you guys can marinate on this. I think, one, there was enslavement across Africa, right?
No.
You hold on, Sekou. We have people like Jaja Avapobo, Madam Tinubu. You have Nana of Ishakiri. It's there. However, like Dinah's just said, what we have, and you said, I think we have to understand we're using English to have these conversations, and a lot of times the frame of reference. So it shows, because Jaja Avapobo, just like Sundiata, was in a position of enslavement or servitude, or whatever you want to call it, right? And rose in terms of social mobility, rose to a position of prominence. right? That is
But that's
existing.
the issue
Wait,
right
wait,
there.
wait, wait. Let me get this. Let me get the sentence, please, please, please. Wait. Let me get the sentence. Let me get the sentence, please. Now, what Sekou is saying is an accurate point that in terms of the means of production, we have to understand that the excessive demand for African slave labor into the Americas only happens after the discovery of the so-called New World and after the building of the economienda system or the plantation system, where now the raw materials are taken from the earth and sent over to the factories in Liverpool, Bristol, and in Europe. So this is what happens. So he is right to say that, but there has always been servitude. The difference is that enslavement and servitude, there is social mobility, and we have to acknowledge that. And people like Jaja Opobo and Sundiata are examples of people who were in a position of servitude, but they were able to, within one generation or two generations, change their status and their position in that society. You didn't have positions of servitude cast in stone like the Western system did, and I think that's what we have to understand.
Let me correct you on
Exactly.
Jaja
Reparations
Opobo.
should
Jaja
last for about
Opobo.
300
when they
years.
say slavery,
Jaja
slavery is
Opobo
different than
and
servitude.
Sunjata are not the same.
In the mail, signed.
There is no
Slavery is
primary
not the
document
same
you will
thing.
show me about Sunjata being a slave. It doesn't exist. Now, for Jaja Opobo is true. He was enslaved, but by who? By Europeans.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true.
No, let me learn. Jaja
But
Opobo.
are you from Nigeria? I'm from those people. Jaja is an Ijo. Jaja is an Ijo. Okay, let me ask you a question. How did Jaja become Ijo? Wait. How did Jaja become Ijo? How did Jaja become an Ijo man?
Listen.
No, because I'm trying to get to the understand.
No, you ask me a question. Let me answer. Jaja
okay, tell
Opobo,
me.
Now King Jaja. What I wanted to explain to you, he was not a legitimate king. He did not come from no
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
He was dealing in palm oil. It was European.
No, you're not understanding. No. Listen. What happened with Jaja is, again, this is showing the interworkings that was happening at that time. There was a lot of stuff.
Him on the throne.
Listen, brother. Listen. It's not just Europeans because Jaja.
Even go to Google.
Oh, my brother, cool down now. You relax. Let me get to somewhere. Jaja is an example. Yes, he had extensive contacts with the Europeans. I'm talking about who did he become king amongst? Jaja is from the Igbo land, right? How did an Igbo man or person from the Igbo land end up in Ijo land? You know how? Because the Arochukwu at that time, the Arochukwu, the Efik, the Ijos, these people were the coastal middlemen, the Ishakiri. These are the coastal middlemen working with the Europeans. So the Arochukwu were taking people like Jaja and enslaving them. But I'm trying to show you that, look, listen, we don't have to play semantics. There has been servitude in Africa, whether we want to call it slavery.
I never said
Hold on, Gaston, repeat that again. And that's what they're doing. They're playing
we're ending before you arrive, Dynas. So
Dynas, listen, look.
I asked a question before I landed. Let me repeat the question so that we don't deviate the discussion. I said, if you can show me one African kingdom that used slavery as a mode of production before contact with Arabs and Europeans, then he mentioned.
No, you won't be able to. You won't. But
wait, so that we don't miss the argument. So that we don't mess it up.
Of slavery.
Then he mentioned Mali.
Yes.
And I said Mali never used slavery as a mode of production. He said,
brother,
he mentioned Sunjata Keita. Wait, oh God.
So what are you trying to
say? Sekou, listen.
Hold on, gas him up. So Sekou, what are you trying to say? The 20 million I guess descendants of Africans that came to the West. What do you trying
They were not citizens of Africa. There was no Africa at the time.
Dynas, listen. Sekou, listen.
Yeah.
Listen, my brother, listen.
Don't call them citizens of Africa.
Sekou, cool down. Look, listen. You guys don't have to be so defensive, right? At the end of the day,
we are not defensive.
Sekou, oh my God, Sekou.
Cool down, man. You chill out, please. Listen, at the end of the day, there was servitude. What I think you should be saying is that one, if, for example, Dynast has a tribe and he goes to war with my tribe, and I am sold or I'm put into servitude and I'm taken to another place, that doesn't mean that, oh, there wasn't enslavement. There was. So we have to stop BSing. Let's just say it. There was servitude, there was enslavement, but we now have to highlight the differences. That's what is the difference, because we see that there's great social mobility, that someone who was enslaved within one generation can move themselves up within the social ladder and the
Yeah, but
social
the
hierarchy.
point I was making, I was gonna make it quickly, then I end. I said like the war in.
God damn.
No, just one sentence.
So Sekou, what you're trying to say is for 300, so the slave trade lasted around 3 centuries, okay, roughly. You're trying to say they had no clue what was going on.
I didn't say that.
So what are you saying?
I didn't say that.
Sekou, just say the truth that the people who were doing it did not see the others as their people.
No. What I'm trying to say here is that we have to distinguish between the perpetrators and collaborators.
We know that already,
you guys
Sekou.
are confusing.
No, Sekou. We know that.
No, let me let you. You said I interrupt you, and now I'm making my point. He asked me a question. What I'm trying to do is, if you look at Ukraine war tomorrow, there were Ukrainians who are siding with Russia. So tomorrow we will say it was Ukrainians who sold themselves to Russia, because there are a few Ukrainians who collaborated with Russia during the war. Therefore, Ukraine sold themselves to Russia. That's the history we'll teach tomorrow. Because you are saying because there were individuals.
That's not what anyone's saying.
Were individuals who collaborated with Europeans. There were certain groups, interest groups, or people like Dahomey. Therefore, the entire continent of Africa was in the business of selling their people.
Hold
on, one mic. Sekou, what tribe are you from in Liberia?
I'm a Mandingo.
Were Mandigos involved in the slave trade?
What did you say?
Oh my God. Were Mandigos involved with the slave trade, complicit in the slave trade?
The Islamic, the Trans-Sahara, not the Transatlantic.
Whoa. There are people of Mandigo ancestry here in America.
How did they get there?
They could have been captured. There was no coast. Mali does not have sea. Mali, listen,
God.
It's a common sense. Mali,
Sekou.
It's
Listen.
common sense, brother.
Sekou.
Mali is not Mali. Listen.
Sekou, why are you?
To capture a Mandingo in the inner land, you have to bring them to Ghana to cross them with the sea.
Okay,
there is no ship coming to Mali.
Sekou. Here's the problem.
No
right?
ship coming to Mali.
Sekou, listen. Just look. At the end of the day, right?
No, but do you get my
Sekou,
point?
I get your point. Sekou, I get your point. Listen, I understand what you're saying. What I want you to understand is this. The truth of the matter is that Africans who engaged in this, we have to say it, right? And it's like you don't want to say it. If my people, as far as I know, didn't do anything, right? With the Isoko people, we weren't a member of any of that. You guys can Google it, ISOKO. We don't have any records of Isoko people being in the slave genocide. But look, Sekou, this is what you have to say. People, and it's not a fair, it's not an easy thing to say. Some people who were taken as chattel slavery were victims of war. Their tribe lost out. You have to say it. It's not that all Africans are bad. Just say it. Hey, listen, there were groups that were fighting amongst each other, and they found a way to monetize because of European demand their enemies. I don't like them dudes all on that coast. So why is that difficult for us to acknowledge?
No. I get what you are saying, but what you are saying here is like, I'm giving a modern example. I'm saying, even for example, Russia is at war with Ukraine, right? They are all white. So, wait. They are not terrible.
I'm a land here, Sekou, because your analogies are terrible. Africans were complicit with Europeans in selling other Africans to them. Point blank. I mean, let's stop just dancing around it. All right. To the point where there are several examples, and I gave you one with the Port Crescent Massacre, where when the British, and I'm not saying they were benevolent, when they banned the slave trade, Africans were still saying, fuck that, we're going to sell these slaves. To the point where you have Portuguese returnees who went back home to Nigeria. Case in point, Sergi Abbas. Is that his name? That's his name, right? Gassed him up.
Yeah.
Sergi Abbas, who was captured as a slave, was sent to Brazil, went to his slave master and said, hey, I can make you a lot of money if you just free me and send me back to Nigeria, and I will send so many slaves to you, we will be rich. He went back to Nigeria, went to Badagry, started catching his own people. Now, this is a man that was freed for the sole purpose to go back to Africa, to go to Nigeria, to capture his
more slaves.
And capture more slaves and send them to Brazil, to his slave master. I mean,
you know what he's doing, Diners? He's pretending like that's like if we say, yo, BMF and them and Rick Ross sold drugs that destroyed the black community. Just acknowledge it. Say cool.
No, it's not, bro. We selling
Say cool. Say cool. Did BMF and Rick Ross sell drugs that destroyed the black community? Even though the U.S. government did did Rick Ross not play a hand in destroying the black community in America?
I didn't get your question, please.
Rick Ross, the drug dealer, one of the biggest drug dealers. He played a hand in destroying the black community. Yes.
Yes, he did.
And we all know that he wasn't bringing in. He had complicit governments like Nicaragua, Mexico, Colombia, and the United States government, right? But we can still hold Rick Ross responsible for the crack that devastated the black community in America, right?
Yeah, but now when we say Rick Ross now represent Black Americans,
yeah, man, we gotta move on. You say, cool, you're just being disingenuous now.
No, I'm saying if you now
say, cool, you're being disingenuous on purpose.
No, you don't like my point. That's not being disingenuous. You don't like my point.
You don't have a point. Q Butter, go ahead, bro. You've been waiting. Go ahead, Q Butter.
Now I was dead listening. I'm trying to type in everything y'all saying at the same time. I'm not sure if I understand the brother's point. But if he was saying that, Africans didn't sell black people and, Africans into slavery or white people, I didn't really get where his point was going and stuff. So I was trying to Google at the same time. Y'all dropping jewels and stuff. So I didn't have at this very moment, y'all was going in just there. So I was just wanted to turn the convo, but.
No, I mean, basically, Q, but this is where I'm at with slavery. In order to have buyers, you have to have sellers, vice versa. So you have one camp that would just say, oh, no, it was just the white man. We didn't know. Us Africans, we had no clue. For 3 centuries, we had no clue what was going on. We had no clue. And then you have people like me who's been in just about every slave dungeon in West Africa, and the story's the same. Hey, listen, we sold Q Butter to the Portuguese for umbrellas and muskets, and we didn't give a fuck. It was just business.
That's pretty much.
But does it make it right to mistreat, your property? I should say, because if my house was dirty, y'all gonna say, "Oh man, your house dirty. You need to clean your house." So is it okay to sell to a buyer and he misuse and mistreat his property?
That's the argument y'all should be making. The mistreatment of the slaves. That's the argument, because what they did to slaves when they got here is the real problem. Not the selling of the slaves.
They are trying to justify the white man.
But gas them up. I mean, but if you look at the treatment of the slaves from when they were captured to where they were sold, to where they were actually sold on the coast, how do you think that shit was going to end up? And then gas them up. There were actual rituals where they would take the slaves, walk around a tree or take a bath so that the slaves will forget what they experienced or what the lives that they lived before they got on those boats. So, I mean, how do you think that shit was going to end up, guys? I mean, we ain't stupid.
No, listen, like I always say, it was to me personally, the slave trade is basically, you had those who wanted to not do business and those who wanted to do business. And if because like you look, like I just mentioned, you had the Arrow Chuku, who gave them guns, right? You look at Madam Tinubu. You look at all these people, you look at Abbas. These people, Abbas went through slavery, leaves Brazil, sees what the Brazilians are going through, and says, I'm going to go back and do the same thing. There's another book, The Two Princes of Calabar. And it's funny, all these guys who went through slavery go back to Africa, and most of them end up saying, I'm going to continue doing the same stuff that we was doing. So it is, I think people should stop making excuses for it. There was enslavement in Africa. It's always been in the world. There's enslavement. I think the problem, what we have to say is what took place when those slaves got to America. And what America has done to black people is unprecedented. I think that's the argument. Arguing about the semantics of slavery is silly to me.
I don't personally. It's crazy we're doing this class. This right here. I got it. Yo, Danny, I was trying to hit you up. So we got my social justice class at my institute is centered around teaching the students how to go about getting justice for the wrongs that were done to black people. And right now we're discussing this exact period. And I got a video I shared with you with my students talking about the Catholic Church and holding the Catholic Church accountable for the atrocities that they committed in the transatlantic slave trade. And the depths of the conversation is really deep. I don't even want like to start with America, you know what I mean, leaves out so much of the history. You know, Portugal and Spain, you know, they damn near almost had 200 years damn near by themselves in it, where they were just running havoc, you know, so it's impossible to lead them out. And the Catholic Church created the whole philosophy around embedding a description of a people in a law, you know, excluding a people within their law, and the changing of religious law to governmental laws and how we have it today. You know, the code for treating of black Gentiles, how to treat their lands, even down what's the king's name from the Congo who became Christian just so that way he can try to appeal to them. He wrote multiple letters talking. Zinga. Yeah. Multiple letters at the same, and this is how we built. So many of us are Christian now. You know, and so the effect of the and the depths of the atrocities go deep. So to like, I don't see, that's why I didn't really stand with the perspective. I'm with you, Diane, as literally it's like, yo, that if we don't take accountability and we hold a way smaller hand in the accountability box, you know what I mean? Like, it should be simple. Like, yeah, no, we was involved in. I'm literally teaching my students one of the question: list 3 ways that Africans were involved in. African kings were involved in the slave trade. List 3 to 5 ways they benefited from African slavery. List 3 to 5 ways it affected black people, to specifically the actions of African leaders during that period. And if we don't address those actions, we're only going to repeat them.
Excellent, because we did that during the drug trade.
Yep.
It's not the same thing, but if you look at it, right, the responsibility of destroying the community, you got dudes selling crack to their best friend's mom and stuff like that. It was like a parallel universe of the same thing being repeated.
Not to add on, they got the story of, y'all read the story of Goncalves and the meeting of the first Portuguese mariners with the 2 Berbers they caught.
Yeah, they stole that's the part that I think Sekou was should have made, that the first people to grab Africans off the coast was not actually a trade. It was the Portuguese snatching Africans from I believe it was Cape Verde.
Yep,
it was off the coast of Cape Verde.
But the crazy part is those 2, a brother and sister, because somebody was on other panels, like a black man. I was like, no, that was a brother and sister, man and woman. Both made a deal with the Portuguese and said, look, you bring me back and I'll bring you 10 sub-Saharan Africans.
Yep.
And I'm not going to play the religious game. Those is black people. So black people right then and there. So it's like, nah, bro, I got some other black people for you to get. And they knew they would not be protected underneath their respected view of religious law on who could be held captive and how you can hold each other captive. That's when they were talking about slavery in North Africa, Europe. They had that little relationship between the Jews, Muslims, and Christians on how they would enslave each other and hold each other captive in different areas and put them into servitude for periods. But they all understood that was for a period of time. It was the introduction of those 10 sub-Saharan Africans that changed the way in which Europeans codified treating Africans.
Dennis, I want to ask you a quick question. Go ahead,
then we're passing the new stage. Go ahead.
Okay, so like now, you know how I've been screaming FBA, you know, African Americans should go tribal, whatever it is, right? I support it. But now let me ask you this question. Now imagine that does happen, right? And let's say there's
America breaks down, society breaks down, and there's a tribal group. You're a member of this group, and you have, for example, people that look like you that are not a member of your group, right? Let's say you got the NBA young boys. They just want to pull their pants down their butts, and they got the Meg Thee Stallions across the street. So they're not a member of your group. Or you have people in your group that have committed crimes. And, not to say this an excuse, I just want to know what would the response be. And these other groups come on the coast to say, listen, give us, the NBA young boys who've been attacking you, and you got these people in your community that have committed all kind of terrible murders and all kind of terrible things, and we'll give you some muskets and whatnot. What would your response be? That's a deep question, right?
That's a deep question.
That's a deep question. That's a deep question.
That's a deep question.
I think personally, like the not to say the Jewish perspective, but if I sell you a gun, what you doing, it's on you. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
No. I'm not even saying about the gun. I'm saying because I've been pushing that black people in America should get tribal so they can cut away from all these celebrities that use that skin nonsense to lead them astray. But now, if that does happen, and you have a group of black people, let's say you call them the FBAs, right? And they behave a certain way, they conduct themselves a certain way, upstanding people. And if you do something wrong, they people who commit crimes in their society, and they get rid of them. And then they got the other faction of people who didn't want to become FBAs. They want to be NBA young boys and Glorrillas. And the Glorrillas and NBA young boys have always been attacking the FBAs. And now I come on the coast like, yo, listen, man, here's some guns. Get rid of these Glorrillas and NBA young boys, and give me your prisoners that commit problems in your society. I'm saying, what would you do? Would you take that deal?
No, but in your analogy, it's like you're trying to make one person or group like judge. Like you're using it to say like, the Pookie and Ray Rays were the bad ones, and so were they wrong for selling off their? That wasn't what history says. History says that the Congo king expanded his space through alliances with other groups, and then they went to war with other peoples, and then they sold them. And that was a trade for muskets and stuff. They didn't say
no, but that's what I'm saying. You go to war. Like if let's look at Nigeria, for example, the Oyo and Dahomey, right? They're going to war. They're beefing. So for years, the Oyo has been taking all the men out of Dahomey because the men in Dahomey got to go to Oyo and pay tribute. So now I'm just saying, like, they don't like each other. So I'm not saying the Pookie and Ray Rays are inherently bad or whatever, but I'm saying as a group, their behavior and ethics are different than those who are FBA who want to be upstanding citizens and individuals.
I gas them up. I get your point, but then so I sell them, right? But see, I think what's disingenuous, I sell the Pookies and the Ray Rays for 300 years.
Yeah.
And 200 years after that, well, I ain't know, I just
exactly. That's what the Africans are doing. That's the BS. Yeah.
I sold you Pookies and Ray Rays for 300 years, but I didn't know what was going on, man. We had that concept of slavery. That's the problem.
No, you're right. And that's where the Africans are BSing. They need to just acknowledge, like, hey, listen, this is what happened. Some of us was greedy, like the Arrow Trucos. We was just going out there, grabbing whoever. But some people was really at war.
Yeah, I wanted to answer Brother Q Butter. He raised some good points.
Hold on. New Stage has been waiting. Go ahead, New Stage. And then we got we met for a minute. Go ahead, New Stage.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, right. Brother. We hear you.
Cool. Ahead. Thanks, Dynast. So the thing about that, like, just picking up. All right. So picking up on that last point about Arochukwu, like, so what I'm seeing here is basically there's two extremes. We can't deny that Africans had a role to play in the slave trade, but Kanye's comment was that slavery was a choice. And I'm not seeing much analysis of that. Like, what did he mean by that? Slavery was a choice. The problem with that is that it's completely devoid of historical context. And that's why I understand where I think it's Sekou is coming from, because chattel slavery, if it was not an African practice, then the question becomes, how did it get introduced into Africa? You know, so just simply throwing out there and saying, slavery was a choice. Okay, Africans participated in the slave trade, but at which stage? Like talking about the Arochukwu Confederacy, that was what created in the 1800s. Was it, if not early 1900s? It was created to feed a European demand for slaves. That was, not really that long ago. So we have to kind of, really, really analyze what Kanye is saying. And, I could never defend that, saying slavery was a choice with no context at all. And I think that's what the issue is.
Gas him up. Go ahead, gas him up.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I think it's when I ask that question, it's something I think about all the time because it's a deep question for me. Because I'm like, yeah, I don't want them people in my society, but then at the same time, let's say I do get rid of Pookies and Ray Rays. The bigger picture is the people I'm getting rid of them to, they playing a different game. And if I don't have the power to compete, I got to ask myself, wait a minute, these people, I'm giving them to you. So then the question is, how do I rehabilitate the Pookies and Ray Rays or my enemies in the society? Right. So I think that's and that's where we are. And I always say this about Nigerians. I'm not, an African who's going to come here and apologize. I love my people. I'll fight for my people. But the way Nigeria is in particular, because I'm there all the time, that money hungry 419 mentality, I tell them to their face. I say, listen, if slavery came back tomorrow and a bunch of dudes came on boats and said, oh boy, bring me some human beings and I'll give you dollars. These dudes will start selling slaves again. They will start selling slaves again. It's crazy.
We'll gas them up. They're already low key doing it in Libya.
Exactly. And so it's like, how do we rehabilitate ourselves and get to a point where it's like, look, there has to be some sort of large picture understanding, but still respect our individual differences and our tribes. Because realistically, it's going to be hard to, the upstanding FBA or African Americans to put them together with the Pookies and the Ray Rays. The Pookies and the Ray Rays have to follow suit with the upstanding people. But that's one fight, and then you still got to battle white supremacy on one. So how are you going to fight these two, the internal Pookie and the Ray Ray and the larger context of white supremacy? And I don't think we've analyzed that. Like, man, how do we do this? That's why I'm putting it out there. Maybe somebody could give some insight because I really don't know.
I would remove the Pookie and Ray Ray perspective and the upstanding position. Because if you just gonna like polarize it like that, it's gonna give you a yes and no. And our community is very much colored, so to say. So if you're saying there's somebody who's just ignorant, someone who exudes in extreme ignorant behavior, then that's education.
Yeah, for me, I like the perspective you brought, Brother Q brought, because you were talking about academics, teaching the children, reflecting, looking for truth, really, not trying to have any ideological point, but really know at what point did this particular institution got involved and profited from this situation, who was at disadvantage and who really profited, who exploited the people. So to have some kind of accountability in history. You see, when I look at this, now he will not allow me to speak again. I have not even spoken.
You continue.
Why do you hate my point?
Because you continue to be disingenuous. If Q Butter, I'm just going to use him as an example.
I have not even spoken yet.
No, but
I only buttress.
You keep bringing up the who profited. You keep bringing that up. Both sides profited.
No, that's what he said. He said Catholic Church. He mentioned some institutions. And at what point they maltreated people. I'm repeating what he said.
Both sides profited.
Okay, now let me make my point.
Okay.
Let me make my point. You are the moderator. Like, if you don't want me to speak, that's okay. So what I'm trying to say here, when I look at this entire thing of slavery, we first of all look at the political history of this whole thing. Who was the most powerful nation or empire at the time in Africa that could stop Europeans? None. who has the weapons and everything prepared to protect its own sovereignty. No, let me learn. You can deny
It is,
when I
but
finish. You can prove.
Sekou, you
No
continue to
way,
be disingenuous
guy.
because
Can you see the
it didn't
problem?
start off.
Do you see the
Sekou, it
problem?
did
I
not
never
start
speak.
off that way. You continue to be disingenuous. That's the problem. That's why I keep
I'm
interrupting.
laying out the
It did not
foundation to
start
say
off that
something.
way. Okay, no, but it did not start out. You keep bringing up who was the most powerful, who had the guns, the Africans.
Hey, can I debunk this Sekou guy?
I did
Can I
not, but
debunk this
someone
guy?
else is coming in.
Come on, Sekou, you just continue to be disingenuous. When Europeans first came and when Africans were selling slaves to Europeans, they didn't just hop off the boat and started to encroach on African land. That didn't happen until later on. Okay,
So you didn't. What about the two people that were stolen that they talked about right now? Were kidnapped and taken.
And then later on, that that's when you start seeing where the Europeans started to encroach on the land on Africa's lands, and different tribes and started to take their land. But originally, these folks would be at the coast waiting, and then we would bring them to them. That's what I'm saying.
Are you aware?
You keep making
okay,
this up.
Are you aware? Okay, in the 19th century, are you aware that Africans were enslaved in Africa itself, in Central Africa? The French, they what they call the travail forcé. They worked on French plantation by force on the continent.
But slavery didn't start in the 1800s. It started in the late 1500s. That's the point I'm trying to make. You keep making it seem as if the Europeans.
But what I'm trying to lay out,
what you're doing, Sekou, you're making it seem as if.
Dinah, wait, let me finish. If I finish,
start taking slaves.
Now everybody think I'm a noisemaker because they don't allow me to speak. That's the problem. They don't allow me to get out my point. Then I get caught up in yelling and stuff. But if I could finish, then you will get what I'm trying to say. I'm not revising. I always cite historians. I cite books.
History, and I just got to correct you. But go ahead.
Okay. Because when we look at examples today, most African countries practice democracy, right? People are having elections up and down. But you say, where did the influence come from? You know, who brought this influence? Who brought this culture? It's borrowed from Europe. We all agree. Now, when it comes to slavery, we don't think, how was that culture? Who brought in this trade? Who brought in this idea? We don't want to question that. But we know today that democracies in Africa, all the institutions we have, we're copied. So how come don't you think that slavery was us as gangsterism was copied as well? And there were people in there who were profiting, yes, but they were collaborators. And these collaborators do not represent necessarily the people. Now you mentioned this king of Dahomey. Everybody like to talk about him, the one in the Woman King. What is his name? Gezo. Gezo was involved. But you also know about Beyonce. Why don't you talk about Beyonce of the same Dahomey who fought the French? You like to talk about Gezo, but you don't talk about Beyonce.
Okay, Beyonce, he fought the French after the French started to encroach on his land.
But you ignore that one. Then you like to talk the ugly one. That's the problem.
Sekou. The majority of these so-called the majority of these uprisings, when tribes started to fight Europeans, did not start taking place until Europeans started to encroach on African land. Okay, before that happened, the slave trade was all good. Let's just be honest. But then once Europeans started to encroach on Africans' lands, that's when they started to fight back, and then they conflated. Okay, well, we're fighting back, and we're going to throw in, we're fighting against slavery as well. That's what took place. So the king you just mentioned.
But Dinah, you know that business is warfare. Did Africa have the power to protect their sovereignty in the presence of European guns?
Yes. Can I tell you how? Can I tell you, Sekou? Let me tell you how. If you look at it, initially, even though the Europeans in the Renaissance were saying some silly things about the Moors because they had their beefs with the Reconquista, initially, Europe did not fully have a grasp on the power of African states. So they were very wary. And so your argument probably should be, in my opinion, that African demand or the demand for African labor increased when Europeans started to come and say, hey, listen, we'll make exchange, we'll trade business deals if you give us these bodies so we can send them over to the Americas to work on our plantations. But African states did have the ability to, they had the sovereignty to stop as a matter of fact, Africa, other than South Africa, has never been controlled or taken over. The Benin Kingdom is a perfect example. No European had any sway in terms of going into Benin. They didn't have the power. The Oba of Benin was, untouched, right? And so
Are you
what
serious?
happened? Wait,
With
listen.
all
What
the Benin
happened?
artifacts in
Wait,
the
listen.
European Museum?
That happened after 1897 because then the Europeans realized.
What are you talking
Wait,
about?
listen. Let me tell you, the Europeans realized from let's say the 1400s, the Portuguese first grab Africans off the coast with Prince Henry the Navigator. He allows his brother to die in the Moroccan prison, right? After the 14,
The
so from
Oba
the
of
1400s,
Benin was not
wait,
captured.
oh my gosh, say cool down, please, man. Let me give you the history. From the 1400s until, let me say, the late 1700s, the Europeans were slowly starting to realize they don't have to respect African authority because the Africans are not in a position to fight back. Before then, they were very wary because Africans had formidable presence and the European didn't have the ability to just penetrate or to dictate anything that happened in Africa. Does that make sense to you?
No, that's not. I disagree with that analysis because the European came knowing about Africa by reading Arabs historians. The Arabs have already explored the land. The Arabs have already talked about. The European knew a lot about Africa through Arabs. And Africa was defenseless. Everywhere was known that Africa did not. They have warriors, but they did not have sophisticated weapons. That was
That's
well
not
known.
true. So
Can
that's a
I
lie.
jump in, guys? Can I jump in?
Let Afrodamus go ahead, Afrodamus.
Okay, so I'm gonna speak, but Sekou, please, you and gas them up. Please allow me to say this. I've been, driving, listening to you guys talk.
No,
Hey, you ain't got to throw me in there, Afrodamus.
So let me finish here. Here's the truth. Okay, these people, they are either straight up ignorant or they are just too emotional. Here's the truth. African, before the transatlantic slave trade, okay, it was the trans-Saharan slave trade. In fact, the Ghana Empire, which is my people, the Soninke, traded with the Arabs. Okay, they traded slaves for salt and gold. So slaves were part of it. So all this talking about chattel slavery, this is the biggest lie. There are people who, from the time of Ghana Empire, because I'm directly related to those people. Okay, so I'm telling you our structure, because most Africans might say, they want to talk about this from a European point of view. I'm telling you directly, being from those people, what our oral history shows and also what the book said. This shadow slavery that you guys are trying to deny is the biggest lie I've ever heard. There are people, if you're a slave, okay, the people who were sold into slavery to America, literally, it's like it freed them. It freed them from being eternal slaves. There are people in my tribe who are still slaves from that time because it's a caste system. They don't have chains on them, but you are slave by blood. It's worse than the American slavery. Okay? So you go on, you talk about the Ghana Empire. When the Ghana Empire got conquered, when they got conquered by the Almoravids in the 11th century, this is way before the Europeans came around. Mali Empire came around, and Dinos was correct. Sunjata was, he's not slave by blood, but he was enslaved under Sumanguru Conte, who's a Susu king, because he's a Mandingo. Until he ran away, he came back, he assumed the title of Marijata. They met in 1235 in the Battle of Kirina, where he won the war. So Sekou doesn't know history. He said, how can Mali Empire ship people? At the time, it was in the transatlantic slave trade, but you have to realize the Mali Empire stretches all the way to today,
And
what they
Senegal.
call Gambia. Gambia.
Right, Gambia. And Senegal,
Yeah,
right? Or no?
yeah. No, it's just parts of Senegal, not all of it. All the way to Gambia, they own that territory. It was run by a general called Amari Sonko. I'm telling you names here from our corrected oral history. Amari Sonko was the general that ran it. Okay, we fast forward. Sunjata in the Mali Empire, they had plenty of slaves. This is our thing. Okay, before the European came, before the Arabs even came, there was slavery in Africa, in that region. And when the Europeans came, do you know why the Europeans came there? Do you know how slavery happened? Because there was willing sellers. This guy saying he's a Mandingo, biggest slave traders. In the Gambia region, go read it. They are the biggest slave traders. This is a fact. One of my homeboys, I'm not going to name his name, his long uncle is a slave trader. Okay? He's a slave trader. In fact, they had so many slaves from generations from the Ghana Empire time, even the Atlantic slave trade. They preferred people who were enslaved for generations. And also when they attack other kingdoms, these tribes, they lose the war, they sell them into slavery. So you guys can sit here and try to make this look nice, right? But it's a big lie.
Who's you guys? Who's you guys?
Look, if the shoe fits, let the person wear it. But let me move on.
Yeah, but be specific. No, you got to be specific.
Hold on, let me finish.
Who's the you guys?
Let me
finish. Who's the you guys? No, don't throw shots in the dark. You got to be. No,
you have a chance.
Yes, but be specific. Who are you throwing your darts at? Who are you throwing your darts at, Afrodamus? Because you came on here. It didn't hit me because you mentioned my name. I don't know why you mentioned my name.
I didn't say your name.
When you first came on, you did say my name.
Okay, let me continue. Thank you. But either way, you're talking about the Atlantic slave trade. That's new. That's newer. Slavery was already there. You know, Africa, in that area, nobody knows however long these people were engaged in slavery. Still in our cultures. It's called shadows.
My people didn't enslave anybody.
Look, I'm not talking about you. Can you? We're talking about Africa, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about my people.
Okay,
my people
let me finish. Hold on. We're talking about Africa,
exactly.
And you mentioned
I mentioned the Isoko.
Wait,
the Isoko, we didn't engage in the slave trade.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. The Isoko compared to Mali, Isoko, they are not that relevant compared to Mali. I'm speaking of relevant kingdoms. And this idea, you guys are speaking in terms of 21st century. Those kingdoms were strong. The Europeans didn't have the nukes. They didn't have these sophisticated weapons. So the power dynamic, it wasn't off kilter. The Africans, were not colonized. They were free people, just like Alfonso, the king in Congo.
No, I have
Let me finish. Let me finish. Even Alfonso, go read his letter. Alfonso was selling slaves. He allowed the Portuguese to take slaves until they started taking his own relatives. Then he had problems with it. So the truth is, these Africans, especially Sekou is trying to defend his people. The Mandingo around Liberia and Guinea, when the British tried to abolish slavery, they took up arms to go fight the French. They wanted to fight the white people so they can continue selling. So I don't know why.
Afrodamus, if I can interject, and there's so many examples of that. And I gave Sekou like several examples. In fact, I gave him the example of a story in example that you just gave, an example in Liberia, where when the returnees came, they were still selling slaves, and then one of the natives were like, "Hey, these Black Americans, they're back here. They're freedmen. They experienced a slave trade. So shouldn't we not sell slaves in front of them?" And the king, his name was King Joe. He said, "No, we still gonna sell these slaves," to the point where he went and massacred the natives just so he could still sell slaves to the Europeans. So, go ahead.
Yeah, the Mandingo, and the Fulani, especially, yes, especially the transatlantic slave trade, they were so much into it. You go to Ghana, you had the Fantis on the Atlantic coast. They selling slaves because the Ashantis, they needed the European products. They needed guns because they wanted to conquer all those territories in Ghana. So when the Europeans came, that did the Ashantis solid, because now there wouldn't be any insurgency. Like the tribes, some of these tribes, even though they are small compared to the Ashantis, but they were giving the Ashantis a hard time. They continue to fight for years. So selling them off, that helped the Ashantis to even conquer Ghana. So we cannot come here today and try to make this sound nice. The honest truth is Africans are the biggest slave traders on the West Coast. There was, in fact, parts of Nigeria, Ghana, those areas, they had slave markets. You could literally go. It wasn't not even for Europeans. Before they came, they were human. They sell them. Other Africans go and buy human beings. Why are these people acting, pretending here?
Well, no, hold on. What currency did they use to buy the human beings?
They use cowries.
Okay, do you know that cowries? Wait. Okay, let me answer. Let me tell you. Do you know that the cowries were imported into Africa? There's only one native species of cowries. Billions, if not trillions, of cowries were imported in Africa. Look, Dennis, here's my thing. He's right about the enslavement, right? No one's debating that. But what I'm saying, Dennis, is that I think the argument is the treatment. And from the records that we have, I believe that what was done to the African people on the Atlantic was something that we have not seen ever. What the Europeans did was different.
Gas him up. This is where I disagree with you, because there's, and we'll talk about the Dahomey in Benin. I mean, they were using slaves as human sacrifice. So I mean,
they were in Congo too.
And there's examples of that all up and down the coast.
Well, here's my thing about the human sacrifice. Well, I just want to tell them about the human sacrifice. Look, Dennis, I'm going to get, me, my channel is all about the occult. America, all these murders that happen in America are all part of a great sacrifice to their gods.
The white man did it, right? The white man did it.
Can you let me say my statement? Oh my God, dude, you just relax. What I'm saying is, Dennis, is that I'm not telling you that there wasn't human sacrifice, but in response to the human sacrifice, I think human sacrifice has always existed in every culture, and even in the United States. Like I'm going to say again, all these murders that are occurring, in my opinion, are all sacrifices to their gods of technology. It's not a coincidence that the most developed, so-called successful nation has all these murders.
Can we not to go into the occult? But hold on real quick. I got to go in it. The gynecology, the black woman's vagina cut open and examined with rooms full of white people, no anesthesia, multiple black women, scientific experiments. Thousands of motherfuckers died on the island, Cape Verde and the Canary Islands and them little shits, off of the violent treatment. You don't have records of thousands of people dying on the fucking camels going from Mali to the motherfucking the Sahara Desert.
So are you saying they didn't die? The Arabs didn't kill them? Let me tell you what the Arabs did to Africa.
Where are the bones?
Hold on.
No, Africanus, where are the bones?
Listen to the point.
Yeah, brother.
Listen to the point.
Look, they castrated Africans. Do you know this?
Let me say the whole point.
Let him finish, Africanus.
It's documented right off the coast of Africa. Then there, 20%? What percentage, Diners, died in those dungeons from the treatment only in the dungeon before they even left the country, just to introduce them to the treatment? How many died in the dungeons, Diners?
I mean, there were a lot, but what's your point?
The point is that is an example of the treatment. So to equate the treatment that they had during the Saharan, which is way longer. I definitely agree. The trans-Saharan slave trade is way longer. However, the documented treatment differences, you'd have to show me thousands of people dying, being transported.
Don't do this to yourself, sir. Q-Butter.
I'm asking you, show me the document.
He can't show you, Q-Butter.
Okay, let me show you. Let me tell you right here. Here's the thing. I think I know what we're dealing with here. Okay, I get it.
He's gonna say that we're emotional.
Hold on.
He's gonna say people are emotional.
Can you let me finish? Why don't you go read? Go read because I understand many people do not read about the trans-Saharan slave trade. Okay, go and read and find out what Arabs, what they did to Africans. Do you know these people took in a lot more Africans, but you're not gonna find African descendants there. You know why? These people were castrating Africans. They castrated Africans. That's why you don't see many African descendants among them. Okay? They were using Africans like tissue, toilet paper. They walk you to death. Okay? So this is why you cannot find those records. But go read what Ibn Battuta wrote about Africans. You will see.
Dynast, can I respond when he's done? Can I? Because he's wrong. Can I respond?
No, that's not true, guys. So he's right because in Zanzibar,
I want to respond, but go ahead.
What I'm going to say Zanzibar, in Zanzibar, they're very is documented in regards to how Africans were traded in the Arab slave trade. I don't know if that's considered the sub-Saharan slave trade, but the Arab slave trade, which Arabs are both involved in the sub-Saharan and in the slave trade on the east coast of Africa. They were very well documented how they castrated the Africans in Zanzibar. So he does have a point.
We're not going to act like we don't know how Islam got introduced into North Africa.
Muhammad is a slave trader himself. You know this, right?
You know what I'm saying? We're not going to act like we don't know that. So we do know that. But in your conversation when you came on, you chose to draw a comparison between Americans, Black American experience, and the experience with Africans inside of the continent. And from that point right there, that's the only thing I had to say, like, yo, that wasn't necessary.
No, it is because
wait, hold on, Dr. Damas, let me respond. Wait, I gotta respond.
Cuba, let me tell you why I said it.
Dynast, he's not letting people respond now. After Damas, let him finish and let me respond.
Damn.
No, I was telling him the reason why I said that.
He didn't finish. After Damas, let him finish. After Damas, let him finish.
There is still slaves.
After Damas, let him finish. No, Dynast, this guy after Damas gotta let him finish.
Yeah,
He better than finish.
I'm trying to. Okay, hold on, Q Butter, real quick. What's your point, Q Butter? I'm trying to understand your point. Go ahead, bro. What's your point?
No, the point was there's no need to compare. Slavery was fucked up. So when you're trying to say that chattel slavery was worse over here, you're creating a comparison argument. And it's just going to open that up for more and more comparison. I agree. Fact. There's a fact that the suffering that went on for black people on the Western Hemisphere is unequated. The amount of people that were transported in that short period of time and introduced to so many different regional differences.
That's cute, but see, I disagree because the sub-Saharan slave trade was actually large.
Longer.
The more slaves went through the sub-Saharan slave trade were sold through the sub-Saharan slave trade than the transatlantic.
But Dynast, can I respond?
I made though, Dynast, and I said in a shorter period of time.
No,
it's can I respond, Dynast? Hold on,
Dynast. In 200 years, more people were displaced to regions that they were never introduced to.
Sir, the Arabs took more people. Go read about this.
All right,
the Arabs took more people.
Dynast, I got to respond.
I never said they took less or more. I said in a shorter period.
They took more. They
castrated. Shorter period of time. The Arab slave trade was like 700 to 800 years.
Sir, it's over 1,000 years, sir. You're wrong. It's over 1,000 years.
You're not understanding what he's saying.
At the start of the transatlantic slave trade, the Arab slave trade was like 700-800 years old.
So the Arabs were the ones selling.
Let's pass it to gas them up, and then we'll close out. Go ahead, gas them up.
Okay, look quickly. First, what Cuba is trying to say is that the transatlantic was a shorter period, but look at the number of people that were displaced. So he's saying that it's a lot worse. That's what Q-Bud is basically saying. But again, you guys can go on my channel, gas them up. I actually touched on the so-called Arab slave trade, which I believe is a myth, but I don't have the time to get into that. I just want to quickly address the points that Afrodama said. One, to Dynast's point, when you say in Zanzibar, yes, there was an enslavement. But if you're saying it was an Arab enslavement, keep in mind, the Arabs are a people that there's never been a unified pan-Arab group that went all over Africa. So are we talking Arab or Muslim enslavement? Now, those people who were enslaving people in Zanzibar, the people who were, because when we say Arab, again, are we talking of people from the place that we're calling Saudi Arabia? Are we talking to people from Turkey? Are we talking to people from Oman? These are not all Arabs. They all fall under the banner of Islam. But that's another conversation. Like I said, it's on my channel. You can Google it because or gas them up. We just had that conversation. Now, Aphrodite made 2 points. He said they were castrating the men, and I'm not going to say that there wasn't castration of men. There are some instances of documented cases where the men were castrated. However, to now say the reason why you don't see an African presence, that doesn't make sense. Why doesn't it make sense? Well, one, if you look at the way Islam is structured, most of the time, if you converted to Islam, which a lot of times they did give people the opportunity to do, if you converted to Islam, you know, a Muslim cannot enslave another Muslim, and it is actually haram to castrate. Let me finish, Abradamus. It is haram to castrate or to remove the testicles of a man, right? That is haram. And two, more women allegedly, according to the European documents, were taken from Africa over to the so-called Arab slave trade. If more women were taken and Arab men had access to the black African women, then you would see. Wait, let me say this last sentence, Dinas. Then you would see an African presence, and actually, that's why I said on my channel, the DNA shows that there's a lot more mitochondrial African women DNA amongst Arabs, in particular Saudi Arabia and Yemen. So this idea that there's not an African presence, it's a lie. But go ahead.
No, but when you say Arab, it's just not limited to Saudi Arabia. Like, Arab
but it is. It is
no,
the idea.
No,
but
it's not gas them up.
Dennis,
it's not.
Arab. The idea of Arab.
Arab is not. If you speak Arabic, you
that doesn't mean you're an Arab. Remember the prophet. The prophet. What was his tribe? He was Qurayshi. No, Dinas. The Arabs. Hold on, let me finish, Abradamus. Let me finish, Abradamus. I'm gonna let you respond. The Arabs, if we're talking, because remember, there is no ethnic group called Arab. You have different tribes that were in that region. You had the Qurayshi. The Prophet, peace be upon him, was Qurayshi. Right now, the concept that we have of a modern day Arab comes from the House of Saud, which comes from Lawrence of Arabia. Right, and Gertrude Bell, the mother of Iraq. These are people who sponsored Arabs, so-called Arabs, the House of Saud, to break away from the Ottoman Empire. That's what we're not acknowledging, the Ottoman Empire. So are we saying it was an Ottoman Empire slave trade or the Arab slave trade? Because the Arabs were under the Ottomans. But you just said it was the Arab slave trade, Aphrodite. Which one is it? Is it the Ottomans or the Arabs?
Okay, hold on. Muhammad, the Muslim prophet himself, you do realize he's a slave master, right? Slave trader. And we're talking like 7th century. They had Africans as slaves. In fact, a guy named Bilal, who they try to always tell us about when they try to convince you to become, a Muslim, they refer to Bilal. Bilal is a slave. The white people, the white people did not take as nearly as more people as these Arabs. You speak of these women. Yes, they brought the African women as their sex slaves, as they are doing today, as their concubines. They are doing this even today. If you have concubines, right, you don't even have to produce kids with them. You have control over these concubines. You can do whatever you want. Go learn about the people they call Arabs, my friend. I'm telling you, I'm shocked by you giving them a pass.
Ghana is an Arab word. The word Ghana is an Arabic word. Do you know that?
Okay,
do you know Ghana is an Arabic word? It wasn't the Ghanaian Empire. It was the Ouagadougou Empire.
You interrupt him, gas him up. You interrupt him. Go ahead.
Yeah, you gotta let me finish, sir. Here's the thing. You are talking like these Arabs, they were not only enslaving, the Africans as sex slaves. They were also kidnapping the Byzantine women, these Eastern European women. This is why when you go to Middle East, like you go to North Africa, because they were bringing a lot of them there. This is why they look European. These people were kidnapping these European women into slavery and Africans. If you heard of Salahuddin, Salahuddin is from an African stock, but they did not want African presence amongst them. So majority of their slaves, they are castrated or walked to death. And when we speak of, do you understand crossing the desert, being tied up what that is like? Do you know how many millions of Africans died
Dynasty.
in that journey? Just because the Arabs are refusing, the Arabs are not allowing this information to come out. That's why
Dynasty, can you
people
show me the
can
Arab
you
slave?
finish? Can I finish, sir? Please exercise some decorum, please. So, you know, like this idea, even in the transatlantic slave trade, guess what? Guess who was selling? The Arabs were still selling to the Europeans. You can read this in Mango Park's book. You know, you can literally, mind you, the Africans were already in the Sahel, like Gambia region. They already are familiar with the Arabs. That's who they were dealing with. The Arabs were the middlemen.
Dynasty, I have one
selling
question
slaves.
for both of you.
That's the truth.
I have one question for both of you. If you guys are saying this, two questions. One, can you show me where the bodies are? Because I can show you the mass burial grounds of African slaves, whether they're in New York City, you have the African burial ground. I can show you the Igbo landing. I can show you all the bodies where these African slaves who were taken from in Brazil, in Cuba. We can show you all the bodies that these Africans who were taken from Africa. Show me the African bones, and I've done the research. Wait, let me finish the question. Can I finish, please? Show me the mass bones, because everyone says, oh, 30 million, 100 million Africans. Show me the number of African bones that were buried, even though they were castrated. Show me the African bones, and then also show me the plantations that these Africans worked on. Because when we can see the plantations that the Africans who were taken from were taken from Africa, worked in the Americas. Show me the labor that they were put to work in the Arab slave trade for all these thousands of years. Show me the plantations and show me their dead bodies.
Have you ever heard of eunuchs? Have you ever heard of eunuchs?
Show me the burials of the eunuchs. Where are these eunuchs? Show me their burials.
Where
are their bodies?
Okay. Here's the thing. You know,
are you not going to answer the question?
Hold on, let me finish. Let me answer.
I'll be honest. I just think it's not irrelevant. I mean,
this is irrelevant.
But Dynasty, where are the bodies? You guys are saying Arab slave trade, but y'all don't have the bodies. Y'all don't have the proof.
That's like asking where the slave ships are. Like, I mean,
no, not at all. Because we can show that. We can show the DNA evidence. That has to be proved.
That's them up. Are you saying that the Arabs? Are you trying to?
I'm saying that
the Arabs here, is that what you're doing?
I'm saying there's no such thing as an Arab, because you said they were collecting white women. Hold on, you said they were taking white women, yet that was the Ottoman Turks. So are you saying that the Ottomans and the Turks are the same thing as Arabs? Pick one. You guys got to make it make sense. Ottomans and Turks are not Arabs. If you go to Turkey, a Turkish man will tell you.
Arab? Is Muhammad Arab?
That doesn't mean anything. A Turkish person will not tell you that he's an Arab. Like, you guys don't understand. There's no such thing as Arab. A Moroccan, if you take a Moroccan and put him in Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Arabians will tell him that he's not one of them just because they speak Arabic.
Okay, the people we call Arab, how about we do it like that so I can help you understand? Here's my thing.
Real quick, Afidamis, can I ask you, is it wrong to say like Muslim or Islamic people?
No, we can call them Muslims, but the type of Muslim, because there is African Muslim, we are calling these people, because I want people that are listening to understand the people we're talking about. When I say Arab, I understand not all Arabs are Muslim, but all these people, even Tiputip, all this, they are Muslims. In Islam, slavery is accepted even today. Even today. So for somebody to come here and try to use word semantics, to me, that really blows my mind. The real genocide was done by the Arabs. You see, that's why I talk about the Arabs, because I know that these Arabs, they fly under the radar. People don't talk about the millions of Africans these people took to their land, totally destroyed them. They are no more. Do you know how many millions these people took?
But Dynasty, I still didn't answer the question. Where are the bodies? You took millions of people. Show me the graves.
Sir, this is hundreds of years ago.
Gas him up. I think
that's irrelevant. That's just
come on, Dynasty. If you Dynasty, you've been in class, right? You've been to school. You went to college.
You want me to show you the graves of the victims of the sub-Saharan slave trade? I mean,
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the trans-Saharan.
But gas them up. I think the answer would be they're Muslim. That's literally the proof. They're living Muslims. That's the
What do you mean they're Muslim?
The whole North Africa didn't just
Yeah.
become Muslim. That happened because of that trade. That happened because of the invasion of Islam and the people that was carrying it.
No one's debating you on that, Q, but what I'm saying is we have to take, look, if we're going to take a fine forensic comb, right, and we look at the transatlantic slave trade for what it is, Africans were guilty, Europeans are guilty, we can analyze these things. We can say, look, after the building of plantations, you have the Salamanca debates, for example, where the Europeans are saying, hey, listen, and you talked about the Pope, papal bulls are justifying, grab those slaves from Africa because they are good for labor, right? I'm trying to ask you guys, and I'm not saying that there wasn't examples of enslavement amongst what we call Arabs. I'm trying to say, are we talking about the Turks? We have to be specific. Are we talking about the Ottomans? And if all these millions upon millions of people were taken from Africa, can you guys show me where the mass burials are, where these people's bodies ended up? Are you saying they just burned them?
Well,
where did they put their bodies?
I know you say the Turks, but my understanding of the Ottoman is almost like a consolidation of all of the Muslim nations at that time.
So it wasn't just Arabs.
It wasn't. No, it was all of the Muslims were underneath the Ottoman Empire.
So it was a Muslim slave trade. So wait. Oh, hold on. So there was a Muslim slave trade.
Let him talk.
Wait, hold on. I'm asking Q-Butter a question. I'm asking him a question. So Q-Butter, so then if it was a Muslim slave trade, then can we call the transatlantic slave trade a Christian slave trade?
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's call it the Muslim slave trade. But calling it the Arab slave trade doesn't make sense.
Gas them up. I don't know what is going on with you today, but this kind of blew my mind because, look, you are literally trying to deceive black people that are listening here. Arabs are worse to Africa. Even today, there are Africans in their plantations. These people are selling Africans like candy. We have videos of this, my friend. So you come in here, these people, they call Africans a bead. They do all this stuff. They are making African women, breastfeed dogs. Do you not know this, sir? For you to come here, okay, let me tell you. Even in Muslim heaven, you can enter while black. So for you to come here to say such a thing, this is misleading black people. Even in the transatlantic slave trade, the Arabs were the ones selling the Africans to the white people for the most part. Do you know this? I don't know if you know this.
Aphrodimus, I'm trying to ask you a question. You say in the Arabs were the ones slaving. Were the Arabs in West Africa now? The Arabs were on the coast of West Africa?
Yes.
He's using the word, bro. He's using the word just like he's calling anybody Muslim Arab. That's
what I'm saying is the problem. That's like, Latino. It doesn't mean anything.
No, we're not. So, okay, so I in Senegal, all right, you have black Senegalese because they speak Arab and they can read the Bible in Arabic. They consider themselves black Arabs. So Arab is the culture. Just like you got black people that consider themselves Jewish just because they read the Torah and they convert to Judaism, they call themselves Jews. So you have a lot of people, all right, who because they have adopted the Arab culture, they call themselves Arabs. Like I know Senegalese right now, jet black, that call themselves Arabs.
No, I agree. Listen, Dynasty.
Dynasty, you're not wrong. I'm just saying for us to understand
because of their attachment to the Arab Peninsula.
Dynasty, you're not wrong. I'm saying for how I understand it, because when I say Arab in New York, Arab is people that are pale Muslims. We would say like how we would not to say more, but we would say that's a black Muslim. You say even if he's from any part of Africa.
But you have black Muslims who consider themselves Arab because they.
I agree.
I understand.
But Dynasty, Arabic is not a culture. Because I
guarantee you without telling Arab that they.
Yes, it is. I don't know what gas
I would. Hold on, wait, time out. Just like I would tell.
Would not tell an Arab.
Hold on, Dynasty. Wait. Arabic is no different than Latino. It's just a word that's being used to group people together.
I guarantee you would not tell the Arabs that it's not a culture.
I do tell them there's no such thing because again, if I went to an Egyptian and a Moroccan and an Omani and a Saudi Arabian, and you put them in a room, are you telling me they're all gonna, hey, we're Muslim and we're Arab, we're all together in the Lebanese?
They
Yes.
they don't even like each
Yeah,
other.
they don't have to like each other, but they consider themselves Arabs. Okay,
Arab.
And look, I've been to Morocco. I know what I'm talking about here, sir. Okay, they see themselves as Arabs. I've been
Arab.
around
Right.
Egyptians. So for you to come here and try to make up, Arabs are very proud of their Arab culture. You better go study. If you ever go to the Middle East and tell Arabs they don't have a culture, bro, they
I
will
didn't say the
behead you.
Middle East. I said Morocco. I
They
said
are
Omani.
Arabs, sir. They are
So the
Arabs, man.
Moroccans will tell you that they're Arabs.
Yes.
Okay. So the Lebanese will tell you that they're Arabs too.
No, well, you see,
You see what I'm
you're
saying?
moving the goalposts.
No, but
Lebanese.
you got wait, Afrodamas, you and Dynas did that because you guys talk about the west coast of Africa, then you go to Zanzibar. So you saying that the Arabs were on the west coast of Africa, they had the Arab Illuminati, they made a phone call and said, yo, go down to Zanzibar?
Have you ever heard of the Arab League?
If you study history, if you study the Mali Empire, Mansa Musa brought in Arabs for their architecture to build the buildings in the Mali Empire.
Yes,
No,
and
again,
also to record things. He did that.
Because Arabic was a form of writing. It was a way of keeping. It was like a form of universal currency. We know what Arabic did in
Let me
North
ask
Africa.
Let me ask you this: do they have what they call the Arab League? Do they have that?
Of course, you know there's an Arab League. I'm not understanding your source of the question.
Okay. Let me give you an example. If you look at it, the Arab League, even though they have like $5 Arabs, like the Somalis, the Mauritanians, they still have them in there because like the Somalis, they kiss the Arabs' ass. They are $5 Arabs, right? So if you look at it, they don't bring in the black African countries. They bring they would accept like the Somali in the group because they look closer to them. Obviously, these people have a block. They have their own race, their own culture. So what you are saying here, if you go to my part of Africa, I don't know about Nigeria, but if you go to my part of Africa, they know the difference. If you ask them, they'll tell you. They'll be able to tell you. So I don't know why you are
I'm saying that
this here.
Arab is. I'm saying that Arab.
That applies to Ethiopians as well, right?
Well, Ethiopians are different. They are like a Habesha. They are more on the Jewish side. They're not related to the Arabs. Their language is not even the Somalis. They are just wannabe Arabs. That's a whole different topic. But it's not the same people. That's why they would never claim the.
Are we confused, Dynas? Are we confusing Arabic culture with Islamic culture?
Oh,
no, because you don't have to be a Muslim to be Arab. I know Christian Arabs.
Okay, good. So then, if that is the case, if I took somebody from Saudi Arabia and dropped them in the middle of, let's say, Tunisia, are you telling me that they would feel right at home because it's all Arab culture?
Where?
If I took someone from Tunisia, Morocco, Yemen, and Saudi Arabia and Oman and put them in a room, are you saying because they all speak Arabic that they'd be best friends and that they'd have one unified culture?
Okay, here's
is that what you guys are saying?
No, we're not saying that. Gas them up.
So then, where's the Arab culture? There's no such thing then.
So we're all black here.
Hold on. After that, gas them up. I take somebody from Lexington, Kentucky, and drop them off in Aurora, Colorado. Will they feel right at home?
Of course not. But they'll be Americans.
Okay, that's my point. But they're all white and American. So I mean,
Yo, but Dynas, say that again though, because you fucked my head up with. I'm trying to that was deep right there. Not to say like.
Okay, if I take somebody from Lexington, Kentucky.
No, not before that. You said a Christian.
If I take a white American man from Lexington, Kentucky, and drop them off in Los Angeles, California, you'll see the clear differences, and it'll be a culture shock. But they're
no. But
white
you said you could be a Christian because I didn't think about it like you could be a Christian Arab.
You could be a Christian Arab. I know there are Christian Arabs. Not all Arabs are Muslim.
And so that's what I'm trying to say. Not every Muslim who has enslaved Africans was an Arab.
Right. That's why it's called the Arab slave trade.
No, think what you just said. Not every Muslim who enslaved an African was an Arab, yet it's called the Arab slave trade.
Gas them up.
We're talking about the Arab slave trade, okay? The Arab slave trade.
But this is what I'm trying to say. If we're saying the Arab slave trade, Who are we talking about? The people? Are we talking about the Turks? Are we talking about the Ottoman Empire? Are we talking about the Arabs specifically from Saudi Arabia?
We're talking about the people who identify with the culture of being Arab.
And that's what I'm saying, Dynast. At that time,
which could be found in Egypt, Somalia. It can be found in the
but that's where you're wrong. At that time,
it can be found everywhere.
But at that time, there was not a unified concept of being Arab. Because remember, you guys are making the argument that the Arab slave trade is older than the Atlantic slave trade. It's happened for thousands of years. The idea of being an Arab is not thousands of years old.
You know what?
I disagree with that.
You know what? Okay. Hey,
I see
gas them up. Let me ask you this. Gas them up. So the Islamic religion is 1500 years old, right? So Muhammad's family, his tribe, all these tribes, they were. Are you telling me
they were Qurayshi? They were not Arabic. They were Qurayshi. Check it out.
Okay. Hold on. For example, gas them up. I'm a Soninke. Does that mean I'm not African?
I don't understand what that means.
No, my tribe is called the Soninke tribe.
Yes.
Does that, if I say I'm a Soninke, does that mean I'm not African?
No, you're not African.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Anyways, I gotta go eat dinner. Thank you, Dynast, for having me.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Hit the like button. I appreciate it. Until next time, family. Dynast Amir, Search for Uhuru. Peace.